Okay. Did we get up to call?
That'll be the town portion. Although there was, somebody said something about it's going to go even lower, according to the DRA calculations.
They were at the tax warrant or something, which means that the rate is...
They have said it, I just haven't seen the actual paperwork for that. That was a worksheet that he had passed out yesterday. So you've got all sorts of homework.
Yeah, catching up.
Is he on it? No. Oh, good. It's got to be public.
Work session. Okay, we will open this meeting of Selectmen's, Board of Selectmen meeting, Thursday, November 3rd, 2011. Let the record show that happily we announce everybody is present. Welcome back, Norm.
Bravo, Norm. Welcome home, buddy.
Okay, we have approval of the minutes of 9:15. We have a huge agenda to get through.
September 8th. No.
$5.65.
What date are we looking at, Pat?
Yeah.
She has 9:50, oh, 9/8.
9/8. I'm gonna say I don't have the 15th.
I don't have the 8 either.
And 65 cents. I don't know what it is.
Oh, I got the 8 right here.
That's the stub. It's weird. It's weird. Get rid of it. What is this? Gosh, this is their budget.
I'll make a motion to bring the minutes of 9/8 to the floor for discussion.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I have a problem, Houston. I
Okay.
don't have a page 4.
We don't have page 6 either.
Right, we're missing.
And we don't have page 8.
Yeah, but does the,
We only have odd numbers. Somebody took all the even numbers.
3, 5, 7, and 9.
There's no page 2.
Oh, it didn't, I see it. Didn't print the even numbers.
All right, why don't we put the minutes
Yeah,
on
send them
hold for now?
aside. I already do them.
Catherine was feeling poorly that day.
I make a motion, we table the minutes to next
I'll
week.
make a second on that.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
September 8th.
September 8th,
They're not complete. There were pages missing.
All the even ones.
we only have 3, 5, 7, and 9. Do you have 4, 6, 8? So it didn't duplex.
3, 5, 7, 9.
We'll just move on.
We'll move on. It's September 8th.
Thank you.
Okay, we have on the agenda Mr. Sturgeon and Mr. Suter. Are they here? Okay. We'll get you another chair and you come on up. I'm gonna give him your mic.
Well, we're here to discuss Noyes Road.
Okay,
Noyes Road was aborted when it was put in, and it's been nothing but a constant dangerous place down there. We got signs that say 20 miles an hour and people are going 50. The signs have to be changed to 10 miles an hour. And we also have a full stop sign at the head of the road on a hill where you can't make the stop there in the wintertime because it's icy. And you lose your momentum, and then you have to go back down the hill and start all over again. It's all right in the summertime, but not in the wintertime. There was a yield sign there before. They took it away and put a full stop sign. Now we need a yield sign or a merge sign. That's on 311.
Oh, that's a DOT thing.
yeah.
Okay, a merge,
The railroad crossing.
wait a minute, a
We're talking about
merge,
at the railroad crossing.
Well, now we're at the...
Where noise meets Route 3.
Okay,
so where Noyes meets Route 3, that's where
That's
you
a
would
full
like...
stop sign.
That's a full stop sign. You would
That
like
has
a
to be
merge or a
changed to a
yield.
yield or a merge sign.
Yield
You
or
say
a
it
merge.
used to be a yield sign?
It was either a yield or a merge. That's full stop sign's been there 4 or 5 years now. But we've all had problems getting out of there when it's in the wintertime.
I'm sure going up the hill toward
Not
Laconia.
only that, there is a place on the side, of course, in the wintertime, the snow is on it, where you can merge with the traffic there. That should be changed, really.
You
And-
can't get enough to get up that hill.
I never thought of that, but I could see that.
If it was
Because
flat, it
they
would
just
be all
sand
right,
it.
but
They
it's a
don't
hill.
Sand and salt it.
Is there enough line of sight with the used car building there now to see traffic coming from the left
Well,
to
you got
Oh,
to,
There's
be
plenty.
merging?
you can see what's coming in either direction for a good distance. Of course, you can, where the Lockmere Country Club is, there's a big hill.
Right, but yeah.
So you've got
That you could- you
when you're
could
coming out of Noyes Road, you're going to the left there, you'll be merging whatever's coming over the hill. When, from the other direction, you got a good view all the way down to the bend in the road to the animal hospital there.
That's what I'm wondering.
If
Yeah,
we
so-
were to put a trailer on there, to the police trailer that accounts for the speed,
That isn't going to do anything.
That you're referring to, I'm assuming, I'm sorry, Richard. Our other concern was the speed that's actual on Noyes Road.
so going around the circle, you're talking
Well, you
about,
can't
or
go
going
fast around
down?
the circle. It's only a 12 feet wide.
Right.
And it's a constant turn practically. It's a loop.
Right.
You can't make
Driveway
any speed
almost.
there. But between our houses,
Yeah.
you've got about 500 feet of space
Yes,
where they wind up and you can't see nothing.
right.
My driveway has a stanchion southeast of the driveway. My house is on the northern end of the road.
Okay.
And the stanchion has been there since the road's been in. Now, there should be a sign on there, hidden driveway, 5 miles an hour, but nobody ever put it up.
Okay.
I've been backing out of that driveway all these years, and I can't tell you how many times there was close calls.
My other concern was for the pedestrians on the street. With the speed that they maintain coming, most generally it's coming out of the loop, out of the cul-de-sac, and they head for the Route 3. they fly out of there like a shot out of cannons. A lot of them, especially in the summertime, when there's just everybody and his brothers back in their camps and stuff. And like Chelsea, Mr. Davis's daughter, has almost been hit there twice, just walking, you know, because, and then there's pregnant ladies that go down through there just for the exercise. Families from up off in Wolf Road will come down, and they have a little child, goes around in an automatic, one of those little electronic cars, zigzags across the road, and anybody comes out of there, it's just, trust me, somebody's going to get flattened.
Something has to be done about it. It's a dangerous situation.
Looks right out towards that road and says, I don't want to be sitting in that chair and watch some little kid get massacred all over the road because somebody didn't have enough sense to slow down.
Well, I think the kid needs to be out of the road, firstly, but I do agree that people coming out of that loop should not be. I went, when I first saw you guys were on the agenda.
Were you
I
down
went
there?
over there. Yeah, I went, certainly.
I went down too.
Because I wanted to see what the issue was. Now, there was nobody on the road that particular day but me. It was before the snow flew. And I remember thinking, it's like, well, you can't hardly do more than the posted speed limit, realistically. And as I'm driving, and because you'll miss the stop sign at the tracks.
They do. They don't
They go
miss it,
through
go
there
right through it like
40,
it's not
50
even
miles an
there.
hour.
We've had everything from UPS trucks to even our own postal
I don't know
service.
what to do at
We
that
have,
point.
Dump trucks go through there, you know, and they just fly right through it. It's like, doesn't exist.
Oh, well, that would be a problem, because if people stopped at that stop sign, that would slow them way down. And it did me.
Well, it won't when you're coming
They're
out
not
of the cul-de-sac.
stopping.
'Cause that's
When you're
what makes
coming
it
out of the
straight
cul-de-sac, it's very,
That's just
They're
poor
relying on
driving.
that.
That's just poor driving.
They're relying on the fact that
Yeah, but
even
it's
though
not-
it's
well,
an
it's,
active
I don't
rail
think it
line,
is
it's
just
not
poor
that used
driving,
that much.
Joe, because I have a senior down there that we tend to. And I've dropped the senior off several times, and after I've dropped her off and come around the cul-de-sac and headed out, I can see people going zoom in, no problem. And it's just like, it's nothing.
Well, how do
I'm
we
thinking-
stop that?
Well,
Well,
I'd love to do it.
Men in
I'm-
blue.
I'll tell you how
I
to
mean, the
stop
chief's
it.
right here. We have a chief and a lieutenant. I'm sure they can come up with some ideas.
Always
I have a
change the
suggestion.
signs
I don't
to
know
10
if
miles an
it'll
hour.
work, or even
They don't pay
consider
attention
it.
now. And we can do it, certainly.
No, we want the
think we
signs
drop it.
changed to 10 miles an hour.
If
Why
they're
not?
That's a start.
We have to ask the chief.
So,
Can we change
Your
the
last
speed
name,
limit to
Sturgeon.
10 miles an hour on that road?
Chief,
Is that enforceable?
also, Mr. Sturgeon is suggesting speed bumps.
I'm thinking possibly 4 stretched across, retractable ones that can be taken up in the wintertime because plows have a heck of a time getting through there.
What you
in the
need down there is a
summertime-
policeman in a car for a week. If he gets a call, he can take right off and go wherever he wants from there. But have a cop there for a week to enforce the law.
If people start getting ticketed for speeding on that road?
Well, in either...
There's only a few people down there.
Well, for the few
in-
people
this
that are
time of
down
year.
there, there's an awful busy road.
Right. So
They have a lot of- they have a
if
lot
they
of
start
visitors.
ticketing people that are down there that are racing back and forth, it won't take long
See,
to get the message that they're not,
The most of the speeders come in the summertime when everybody's...
summer homes.
You know, the summer homes, in and out, kids.
okay, I got you.
In the wintertime, because of lack of the salt and sand, so to speak, they tend to slow down because it gets too slippery. You know?
Especially with that corner there and whatnot. But that doesn't keep them from stopping or not stopping at the railroad crossing. That's disconcerting. Somebody's going to get mashed by a train.
Yes, I've seen some real close
And-
What
calls
is the
there.
current speed limit there now?
20.
And we can drop that to 15? We dropped it here on
Drop it to
Academy.
10. Make it 10, not 15. 15 is too fast for that turn. In the summertime, you can't see nothing. When you're going 15 miles an hour, an honest 15 miles an hour, and something comes out right in front of you from a driveway or something, it's hard to stop at that speed.
Yeah.
10 or 5, in there anyway.
I think I'd start with 10 at least.
10 miles an hour is a good speed limit to start with there.
And when some of the ones on Wolf Road, they come down over that hill, they don't even look left to see if anybody's coming out of the cul-de-sac, they just shoot right around it by the mailboxes and right straight across the road and up to the stop sign up on Route 3.
Bad driving.
Yeah, but
That is
nevertheless,
bad driving. You don't
There's
stop at the stop
Nevertheless,
signs, you don't look to the
doesn't stop
left.
bad driving or not, it doesn't stop the possibility of somebody getting killed there. That's what we're trying to say. Why not stop it
Well,
before something happens?
But the issue I see is, as you said, bad driving. Whether you put that speed down to 10 miles an hour, 5 miles an hour, they're going to ignore that, and they're going to continue with the habits that they have now. What's really going to drive the lesson home is to start, put somebody over
And I'm
there and
all
start
for it.
issuing tickets.
Yes,
Well,
I agree
yeah,
with you.
I have no problem with that whatsoever. I'm just saying, as an alternate route, you can't, maybe you can't have an officer there all the time. I'm sure they
Certainly not.
have their own businesses that they have to take care of too. But I think
You're our business that we need to take care of.
In your opinion, what's the best time of day for an officer to catch somebody?
chances
In the
are,
morning is when they go through, they're going to
Going to
work.
work
Yeah.
Going to
And in
work,
the
coming
evening,
back,
coming back.
and
yeah.
at lunchtime.
and at lunchtime.
Yeah.
So in the morning,
Bottom race.
before 7?
Yeah, I would
Yeah.
say around 7 till maybe 8:30 or 9 o'clock. And in the evening, around 4:30 to 6 o'clock.
I'd like to see that, I'd like to see that, my own opinion, let's see how the rest of the board feels. Let the chief go out there and put somebody out there for a week and do a study and then come back and report back to us
Observe,
and give us a
and
recommendation.
Go from there.
I think in the meantime, we could notice the meeting, and notify all the residents down there that we're contemplating putting the speed limit down to 10 miles an hour.
Sure,
Yeah, I
we
think
could,
that
and
would
then
be
we
a
can
good
notice it on a Thursday evening during our meeting. So we can notice
So we
it
get
other
input
than
from everybody down
November
there.
17th.
I
Okay.
agree with you.
And explain to them why the speed limit's going down.
And also, the railroad crossing. It's all hemmed in with trees and brush. When you're coming in from 311, you've got no view in either direction. Even after you stop, you have to inch forward to look each way to see if there's anything coming. All that should be cut out.
Is that within the railroad right-of-way?
It is.
The
Yes,
property
it
belongs
is,
to the
yes.
railroad, air goes-
Definitely a railroad issue, but we could send them a, please maintain your tracks letter, certainly.
Somebody has to cut that out of there.
Because they
I
did.
mean,
I noticed that as well.
I
I
was in
still
better
couldn't
shape,
see
I'd do
until
it
I was
myself.
partway over the tracks.
Yeah, and it's not so much even the trains. A lot of time when the trains come down, naturally, they have to, by law, I assume it's going to let them blast, but
Those little
those
cars.
little trolleys, that's the one I'm
Yeah.
worried about, because they don't. They just chug right across and tug, 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 right straight
Yeah,
across.
I thought they were supposed to send a flagman out ahead of the train when they go
Yeah,
by,
well, they are supposed to.
and they don't.
No,
Not
only
always.
that, you have these all-terrain vehicles going through there.
Yeah, them
In
too.
the wintertime, you got a little bit more visibility, and you got snowmobiles coming through there.
That's the corridor trail for the snowmobile.
Yeah, from January 1st to March 31st, the rails are closed and open to recreational vehicles,
Yep.
snowmobiles, et cetera.
Yeah, but,
And snowshoers, because I snowshoe down there.
and skiers, the cross-country skiers. But it's not skiers so much I have, that I'm
It's
concerned.
not the skiers and the snowshoers that are going to plow right out into the road without
They're going to
stopping
get
or
plowed
slowing
over.
down.
They're going to get run down.
Yeah, it's the
You can't get
snowmobilers.
out of the way real quick when you're on.
Powered vehicle users.
Yeah.
Do you want to notice a meeting like December 1st? It's on a Thursday, because we have Thanksgiving. The 17th is Brownsfield notice, public hearing.
Wait,
A month away?
meanwhile, the chief can be getting the information we need and bring us his recommendation.
Okay, and we could see if we can get the state to trim back their trees
Yep,
and the brush.
That'll give us a kind of a time that we can report back. We'll notice a public hearing on December 1st at 7 PM here at Town Hall during our Selectmen's meeting for all of the residents that we're going to change the speed limit, and we're going to make some changes down there.
You see, the summer homes, out-of-town people, most of them, they come from Massachusetts.
They're still going
In
to
the
get
wintertime,
noticed.
they rent out summer homes, and you've got winter dwellers for, 4 or 5 months or 6 months, or
Right.
whatever it might be.
The the notices will go to the property owners, and then it's up to them to notice the people that are renting. But if they're using it in the summertime, those are the ones that we really want to make sure that they're noticed that the speed limit is going to change, and if they have an issue, that they can come here. I would think.
That's the most concerning. I mean, it bothers heck out of me. I don't want to be looking out my window and watch somebody get splattered all over the road, you know, just because, well, look at the person who hits another person who's got to live with it, who has to pick up the person who's been mad all over the place, who's got to live with it, you know? I mean, let's stop it before it starts.
Right.
Speed is the trouble. If they were going 10 miles an hour, you could stop when you go 10 miles an hour, but not when you're going 40 or 50.
Well, at least if there is an impact, it's not going to be as horrible as a 50-mile-an-hour impact.
Yeah, it would be a little fender bender or something.
If people were paying attention to what they were doing, they wouldn't be having a problem now, so a little enforcement maybe will get them within the law, hopefully.
It's necessary for the enforcement part, it really is.
So meanwhile, in between the time that we're going to send out notices for the public hearing on December 1st, 7 p.m., the chief's going to go out, make an assessment, have some people out there doing law enforcement
During the busy times.
during those busy times that they've stated, and take a look and perhaps maybe get the state to look at the merge yield and then the railroad,
Who's responsible for the railroad crossing?
the railroad
State.
state.
That's what I thought.
Department of
Different
Transportation, Bureau
department.
of Rails.
Different department,
That's
right?
been like that for years.
They don't maintain the tracks.
Yeah.
I have the same thing up at Silver Lake Road up near my...
They have them leased, and they probably, it's probably in the lease that the lessee
The whole
is supposed to use the, maintain the tracks.
And those little cars that they take out periodically.
Chief, what is your opinion about changing that stop sign at the intersection from stop to yield, or what's the other option? Merge.
Merge.
And Noyes Road, yeah, as you go up the hill towards the golf course.
Or left to town?
There was a yield or merge sign before. That sign's been there about 4 years, this full stop sign. And it's been nothing but a problem for us in the wintertime. Because, like we say, when you get a good freeze and the water washes all the salt and stuff away, it freezes even over
No
the sand.
salt road, that's a
And when
no
you come
salt
up that
road.
hill, if you got to make a full stop sign, you can't get out.
Just
I've had to
saying.
come out by
Just
backing
sand, no
down
salt,
and
yeah.
not
You got to go
stop.
back down the hill and start over.
And not stop. Is that stop sign ours, or would that be Route DOT's?
Theirs, and I'm probably gonna have to have Sharma come out and meet me there and look at it. But I'll take care of that.
Okay.
Now, at the railroad crossing, like we said before, there is a stop sign facing both ways, for incoming and outgoing people to stop.
Correct.
But, like I said, like the speed signs, they don't pay any attention to it, they shoot right through it. You know, you just have to do what you can do. I'd rather see something try to be done than somebody get hurt.
So far, nobody's gotten hurt. So far.
Which is a good thing. But does that sound like a plan that we could, at least go in the right direction
Yeah.
towards getting it,
First, the 10-mile-an-hour signs would really help.
which,
And then start to give them tickets for breaking the rules.
Well, we have to have a public hearing, though, if we're going to reduce the speed limit.
right, so we'll give the tickets based on what we see now, and we'll take an assessment of what we see now,
Okay.
and then a recommendation from the chief. We will have a public hearing on December 1st, so we won't change the speed limit until December 1st anyway.
No.
Well, so
We can't do that until we have a public hearing.
What I'm gathering, so is you're just going to sort of like investigate right now?
No, the chief is going to go out there and have officers out there during the busy times.
Ticketing people that are
Ticketing
breaking the
people.
law.
Yeah.
But they're also going to report to us how fast people were going and how many there were and where they were coming from. And
Let's hear from the chief. What's your plan of action?
if a police officer was to go down, he could set in my driveway pretending like he's visiting me, you know, and just observe him, so he can see what's going on, you know?
Right?
Yeah, they'll log the times they're down there, they'll log the number of stops they make, what the speeds are, and then plus I'll probably have the computer on the trailer do a report too. So all of that. Usually when we get a problem on a road like that, we kind of attack it from several angles.
Good.
The trailer does a lot more than just indicate speed. It also does a lot of different reports for us.
Records what's going on.
It reports what's going
Whatever way
on.
you do it, we got to do something before somebody gets killed there.
I think,
If I may make a suggestion, sir, that if you put that speed thing that you was talking about, the computer thing, make it, put it down before, just before the railroad track on the side, where it just could...
Near the dumpster?
Near the dumpster?
Well, that, no,
On the other
before
side of the
that.
road,
Before the
mean-
dumpster, before the track.
Closer to Route 3?
coming in from 311, before the tracks.
Yeah, you know where that, the last, I don't know how familiar you are with it, but
yeah,
there's
I
a
know what you're
big
talking
tree
about.
there right before the track,
Yeah.
right along by that, so if
Right
you've got a
there.
full shot down through,
Okay.
and then you could get them head-on, so to speak, you know? And they'll be wound right up, good part of them.
Okay.
It might be a heck of a lot easier.
all right,
All right.
That'd be good.
sounds like a plan.
Yep.
Sounds good.
Okay. All right, we're on it. Thank you very much.
I'm so glad we came here tonight and discussed this.
I'm glad you brought it
It's going to
forward.
make it a hell of a lot easier for us to live down there, too, as well as other people that use the road, you know?
Right.
But things should go good from there, we'll pick it up from there.
Right.
Hopefully, we can solve this easily.
And we'll be
I
in
hope.
touch, too. We'll keep you in touch with...
You're always going to have idiots, you know?
Bad driving. But we can ticket bad driving.
Somebody's always going to be an idiot. You can't stop that.
They have
I
to
wish.
get their texts out.
That's why we
before
had
they make
those
them
guys.
on and everything.
All right.
All right. The chief will get back to you and keep you updated on what he's doing down there. He'll probably sit in your driveway a couple of times and let you know.
More than welcome.
And he
he'll-
likes coffee.
Okay. I was just going to say...
Especially when it's cold. First thing in the morning, right?
Anything. I'm not fussy.
Okay. Thank you very, very much for coming in and letting us know.
Well, we thank
you.
you for hearing us about our problem down there,
Hopefully, we can help you.
hopefully.
If not, we'll be back.
Thank you.
Good night.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Alan, did you need to talk to us first?
Guys asked me to do something about it.
Did we ask Alan to come tonight, or is it?
At 4:30, we're going to talk about
Oh, the side of the building.
The false roof.
Okay. All right.
Make I get to work.
Gotcha. All right. So come on up and we'll tell you what's going on. Catherine's going to tell you what's going on.
Before we hit into that, a small suggestion, instead of speed bumps,
Yeah.
rumble strips.
Rumble strips.
Rumble strips work wonders.
Yeah.
You hit them at 40 miles an hour, every bolt in your car will fall off. And they will slow down very quickly, and you won't have to take them out in the middle of winter.
Some of us are driving cars that happens when you hit chewing gum.
Just drive some of the streets in the
I
spring.
used to hate hitting them.
The rumble ones, yeah.
Rumble strips, they work wonders. They really do.
So we're trying to correct the issue that we have on this side of the building.
We have a water problem with our building, and it is due mostly to the water coming off of your building and hitting ours. We had addressed it with the former owner to no avail. There is going down the side of the inn a roof-type structure that, when the water hits it, it drills it into the side of our building. It is, we have an engineer's report from Mr. Hickey from Turner Engineering that describes a lot of this problem. But it is, the mortar in the joints is now weakened. We have water seeping into the basement. And currently we have a proposal from a contractor to resolve the issue of the water seeping into our basement from that action. But ultimately, we need to have that roof removed, or that false roof. I'm not sure what it does in the alleyway, what its purpose is.
I have a feeling it was protection for part of the air conditioning ducting,
Looks like a duct.
which is no longer in use. You know, put split units in. And I have no problem removing that roof. More than likely, it will not happen until the spring, but I have no problem with removing that roof, seeing that the duct is going out.
Why do we have to wait until spring?
Mostly because it's not in my budget this year to do it.
Because our building will
Year.
continue to sustain damage as long as that is there.
That has been there for quite some time, and I will endeavor to have it removed. I would like to put a small roof over my air conditioning duct, the new split units, which I don't think is going to do any damage to your building.
They can't slope towards our building. They'd have to be flat roofs or tilt towards yours or pitch away from both buildings.
I can pitch them any which way it is, but I would like to protect.
One of the estimates we have to repair the damage to our building is well over $100,000. So as the damage continues, that price will only get higher.
Has the building on that side over there been sealed? Has the stone been sealed and the mortar been sealed?
We can't seal it until we resolve the issue, because that hydraulic action coming off of your building is going to damage anything we do.
Although
And
we're
not
looking at that,
That's
for
not
sure.
my opinion, that's the
I mean, it
opinion.
should get done every couple of years.
That's the opinion of experts that have looked at it.
Mortar, I mean,
Out of sight, out of mind, you know? All of a sudden it became an issue. Oops, now what are we going to do?
Well, no,
Well, no, it hasn't, Joe, because it has become an issue, but they don't recommend sealing it because
So we
it
resolved the
Oh, no,
issue.
I understand that.
it-
I mean, prior to this.
it comes down in such a velocity
Well,
that
this
it
issue's been
actually...
going on for 10 years.
It's like a pressure wash pointing right at the...
so which roof are you talking about? The lower one?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I will endeavor to get that removed as soon as possible.
That would be excellent. Would you be interested in sharing the cost of repairing the drainage between the two buildings with the town?
Which drainage is this?
It had been recommended by the same engineer from Turner that we remove the asphalt between the two buildings, a drainage pipe be put in.
Isn't it dirt in there?
Pardon?
No, it's
It would be dug out, the dirt would be dug out. Do you have a copy of,
Oh, I may,
I'm not
You
sure.
do, right, Joyce?
We'll give you a copy of it. At any rate, the asphalt removed,
Okay.
dirt removed, pipe put in. He's going to use silk cloth, fill it with stone. There would be no more asphalt, so it would be creating a drainage ditch that would pipe the water away from both buildings.
My basement is totally dry.
That's because everything is driving
our
into
way.
ours.
I would have thought if there is a major seepage, it would have gone both ways within the middle of that building. just my thought.
Stand out there and watch it when it rains sometime. And we will run the drainage into the drain in the road.
I haven't notified Mr. Powell about the work that's starting on Tuesday yet.
Okay.
That's the proposal, to do the drainage. We are going to have some work done in the alleyway behind the building, but it really won't affect your building at all. But that is also to slope the asphalt away from our building and seal between the asphalt and our building, and again, to keep water from infiltrating. But just so you're aware.
And we're bringing it out there to the drain. It's this side of the building.
We'll
Just let you know that that's what we're doing.
There'll be a swale. It might interrupt trash picker.
It won't, he said that, we asked him today, he said it would not at all. He's actually going to try to do it on Sunday.
All right, good.
So he's putting what is it, just sloping away from the
He's
building?
just, yeah. This describes what he's going to do.
I'm just looking for glasses, that's all.
Oh, I have three options. They might be a little strong. You're welcome to try. They might blind you. Oh.
I have one right here.
I was going to, magnifying
I
glass?
have a magnifying glass right here.
I don't need magnifying glasses, I'm not that blind.
All right.
Try these.
I don't think they work, Catherine.
I use them when I'm sewing. The straw ones.
You put them on over your glasses?
Well, yeah.
I love it.
So that's what he's doing, and
Yeah,
he's
that's-
tying it into that drain that's out here.
I think you need
I
to
will,
go
I
see your eye
will take
doctor,
the
Catherine.
splitting of the cost into consideration. I'll let you know in writing at some point in the next week
Okay.
or two.
Okay.
Proposal doesn't
The,
seem astronomical. There's a few things I would like to do to that building over there to make it safer for handicapped and stuff like that, which once again is not in this year's budget.
This drainage we won't do until spring.
That won't be till next year that we do that work.
Joyce, did you
But I don't
have
see
another
any-
copy
More than likely, I don't see any problem with,
of both?
if not splitting it with you, definitely assisting with it.
Okay, so if he takes one, you're all set?
Two buildings.
Great. Okay.
That one back to you.
And I will get on that porch area, I mean, that little
That would be
subroof right
excellent.
there at some point.
Absolutely
There-
excellent.
The whole outside of the building is going to get recoated. I have found a thermal coating paint, kind of elastomeric type, that will give me about 20 years of life out of it.
Wow.
So, and
He's
it is
keeping
total
the
thermal.
copy you gave him.
So it'll increase my,
Okay,
I guess,
then that's
our
why I
value
wanted
it
to-
is for the building, so.
We really appreciate it because, as I said, we've been trying to work with the previous owner, but to no avail. So we really appreciate you stepping up to do that.
I haven't quite figured out how we're going to coat this side of the building yet, without hanging outside of your windows.
You're welcome to get on the
Which
roof.
there are none on that.
They're all bricked up. Well, if you put up a ladder, it can't fall over. I mean, there's nowhere to go, right?
The
Just
other
get
question-
someone very skinny, very tall. You're all,
Have you
in
ever gone up
stilts.
a ladder that goes like this up the
It's
side of the wall?
not good, I know.
Fire escape ones that are bolted to buildings.
No. Do you want this back?
Yes, because that's my original.
I noticed
was trying.
there is not a gutter on your roof on that side.
Yeah,
This side there is.
Yeah,
There is a gutter.
There is.
Okay.
And there's a
Where does the-
gutter annex
Where does the drain pipe go?
right over there in the front
Comes down
corner.
out of the front of the building.
And just lands on the sidewalk? Because that may want to be tied, okay, yes, it does, because that causes ice across the sidewalk.
So then
we
we-
may want to tie that into the drainage work that
Tied
gets
in.
done, and maybe at the same time put a gutter on our roof as well, because
Right.
our roof rain
Tie 'em down
lands
into
on his
there.
roof.
Right.
So it's your roof rain that's causing the issue.
Well, actually.
There you
Well, actually, your
Roof comes
They're
out.
blending.
call the cop. Oh, we got
They're
one.
cohabitating.
Well, the truth
Besides, we
comes
just
out.
have a
It
short
wasn't
roof.
my
It's just the hip
roof.
part of the roof work.
But I think that would be
The building
really,
wasn't there.
that would be a wonderful
I could say
idea.
the same thing.
Do it.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
This is a flat roof building, and the
Run his
majority of the
drainage
water
out.
goes down a
We've got
drain
her.
pipe and causes other issues.
We gutter, and we run our drainage in, because it
Yep.
isn't fair. I mean, so far, I don't know, no one reported that our rain is damaging yours, but just to be good neighbors, keep our rain off each other's roofs and buildings.
Well, as
And that's
close
a
as those
perfect time
buildings
when
are, a
it's all done.
shared
Time
gutter
to
could be
include
good for both of
Your
us.
gutter into the drain.
Well, we can run 'em
We're
both
going
into the
across
drain.
the sidewalk into the drain that's on the corner here.
That should eliminate the ice that builds up.
Right.
Right,
In the front of these two buildings.
Yeah.
That would be perfect.
It would definitely help.
yeah,
Yeah.
Okay.
alrighty.
Only if you'd like it.
This is for the work we're doing on our building on this side.
It doesn't impact them.
I haven't been asked to contribute to that.
Oh, no, but you should know that we're going to dig up
Right,
part
and
of that.
I'll know- The contractor will let me know when the
fine. It's
paver's
fine.
there, and I'll call and let you know.
It's fine.
You didn't wonder what all
I
that...
don't think it's really going to impact him too much. It's going to mostly impact Louise.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Your
Can-
dumpster's back there, right?
Yeah.
When's
we-
your
we can-
delivery?
Mondays, but we can work around that, as long as you let me know when they're in.
Well, he said he could actually step
With-
aside and allow that
With
to come
permission
back
from
in.
you guys, I wouldn't mind
Right.
paving up a little bit so that my dumpster sits on pavement, which would make it
It's-
easier. I mean, on tarmac.
Years ago, the alleyway, of course, went somewhere. Now it's just the three buildings. Just send us a letter. We'd have to let Louise know.
I mean, ultimately, I would like to put a concrete pad that has a little bit of heating in it so that we can get the dumpster out. Because when there's this much snow, the guy goes, not today.
Oh, boy. Bet that is a problem.
Yeah. It wasn't a problem on Monday, we got it. Anyway, am I all finished?
Yep.
Thank you very,
Thank you.
very much.
thank you.
You guys are much nicer than my father ever was when I was summoned.
We'll communicate with you as,
It was always summoned. When I was being talked, when I needed to be
Get in here, young man.
I was called and said, can you please come over and talk to me? So the family was, we called it being summoned.
we'll make sure we communicate with you as we get closer to doing that work.
Yeah,
That's not a problem. So the alleyway is going to be the spring?
In the spring.
come spring.
No problem.
Thank you
Thank you.
very
Thanks,
much.
Alan, appreciate it.
That was very nice.
Okay, we have 3 minutes before our next appointment, and we have a special press release that I'll read. The Town of Tilton Board of Selectmen announced today that the town portion of the tax rate with the selectmen governed declined 6.2%, or a decrease of 44 cents from $7.14 to $6.70 per thousand. Overall, the total tax town rate, including the town's portion of the Tilton Northfield Fire District, Winnisquam School District, and state school tax, declined less than 1%, or 7 cents, from $20.41 in 2010 to $20.34 per $1,000 of assessed valuation in 2011. Chairman of the Board of Selectmen, Patricia Constantino, said, "We strive day in and day out to be responsible with taxpayers' money while being responsive to citizens' needs. At times, it's a delicate balance, but it is our fiduciary duty. Even with the lower budget and uncertain revenues, we managed to perform better than our original plan. As such, we were able to provide a lower rate to taxpayers. Selectman Catherine Dawson commended the Budget Committee and department heads for their efforts. She noted that we have our highest fund balance in nearly a decade and that our borrowing needs have decreased as well, which she said is a sure sign of financial stability. The town's valuation increased slightly from $513,147,985 in 2010 to $514,065,006 in 2011. So for 2011, the total tax rate is $20.34 per $1,000 evaluation. The rate is broken down as follows. Town is $6.70, county is $1.34, the school is $7.89, the school state is $2.47, fire district is $1.94, the total is $20.34. The town tax rate declined 6.2% from $7.14 to $6.70, while the total tax rate decreased 7 cents from $20.41 to $20.34. In addition to the decrease in the town's rate, the county decreased by 4.2%. The selectmen were able to return a small portion of the fund balance to the citizens in spite of the following increases to the tax rate. The local Winnisquam School District increased 1.7%. The state school tax increased 4.2%. However, the largest increase came from the Tilton Northfield Fire District, with an increase of 10.2%. The Finance Director publishes all of the applicable State of New Hampshire Department of Revenue Administrative Municipal Services MS forms, as well as the Citizen's Guide to the Town of Tilton tax rate on the town's website. So anybody can go to tiltonnh.org and look at that, or you can get printers' copies of the Citizen's Guide are available at Town Hall. Yay for us.
Yay for the town taxpayers.
Okay, next appointment is John Bernard for the Grange parking lot proposal.
Good evening, folks.
Good evening.
I have set up a couple of boards here and shows, as we talked about before, the easement that I propose to give to the town and the easement that I propose that the town gives to myself. These are both to the same scale, so you can see what we're talking about. I've also submitted this in front of the Planning Board, Conservation Commission for approval, so that I meet on the 8th on that. And looks like Pat's getting out her plan. She wants to compare and contrast, so I'll let her go from there.
This is the latest plans.
And actually, and I brought these two to show when we first met. That I have this plan here underneath, and it's basically the same. It's keeping.
Yeah, I saw that one.
Okay. There you go. Thank you. I guess the other thing that I want to reconfirm here, or reestablish and re-say it, that the land that I'm proposing that I haven't even over is very, very steep at this time. And I also brought some photographs to show you the steepness of it. In case anybody didn't get a chance to get out there, if you're interested in taking a look. Or you might be familiar with the property. There's duplicate sets. And it also shows the pen. Sorry, make it work for that.
Thanks.
The other pictures that I have here that I'm going to pass out at this time is the type of retaining wall that I propose to put in here. These walls have all been built by myself and are now in the town of Tilton. I just want to show that I have the competency to build those. That's an oversized one than what we'd have out there.
Is this our,
No, this is it right here.
where's our,
The preliminary, this one's the final.
I'll get that for you.
On this picture,
Sure.
Can you give me an approximate,
Right.
where is that wall going to be?
I brought this picture to show you that it's not going to affect any of that flat area at all. So this was just to show you that this is the flat area that they have, and this is the steep slope area. As you can see, it changes contrast and starts to drop off. So that's a picture.
So that would be the area that you're proposing to put the wall?
Well, this is the area that I proposed where the easement would go for myself. So I'm trying to show two different things here at the same time. That's why I have the maps up here. It's much easier for me to talk about them. So maybe we should focus on one and then go to the other one, or however you want.
Where's our building?
Well, we have her map. Your building is on this lot, right here.
I know it's
Yeah,
on that
well, we
lot.
kind of realize that,
But
but
how close it is to the area that you want?
I can scale it off for you right here. You have a one. I haven't seen this survey yet, but I know you just paid to have a survey done. So we can scale it off.
One inch, 20
Oh,
feet?
you didn't do any topos, huh? Okay, so it's 25 feet by 25 feet. It's this little triangle in here. You can scale it off if you want to, but this is, from here to here is 30 feet, so it's less than that. It's 5 feet less than that from here to here. And here's your fence, and it doesn't, I don't encroach anywhere on that.
so it's tentatively like right across there?
Yep,
Even that corner? Even that maybe?
yes.
What is the distance between there and there? It isn't much.
What is,
1 and 20.
Yeah, you probably got
you got a
12 feet, 15 feet.
ruler?
It's only about 15 feet.
15 feet.
And you're proposing that for vehicular traffic?
Yes. That's the only reason that, well, I also own the land over to here. So I own 18 feet. So there'd be plenty of room.
Then why would you need our piece if you have 18 feet already?
The only reason I really need your piece is because this is such steep territory to go down here, it needs to be built up. So I really don't need it for parking. I need
What are you trying to access over
this
there?
lot over here.
Why not access it directly from Route 3?
Because I need it for parking. This is all, this whole thing and why I'm here in front of you is I'm trying to resolve the parking issue out there. We have a parking problem with 7 Grange Road, and now with the building that you're going to be adding more parking around there. I thought this was a solution, really. And it's really, I look at this, maybe you don't, but I look at this as a gift to the town. Look how much land the town's getting, and look how much they're giving up.
But we're only gaining,
I can tell you, this is, that's a good question. What are you gaining? What is the net, right? And I had that on here, I believe, the square footage of the net. This one is 300, oh, it's right here, 312 feet is what I'm asking for. And what you're getting, I had it on here, is like 3,400 square feet.
but the only usable footage we have there are the parking spaces.
You know,
And we actually have those with this boundary survey.
Okay, so if that
We
doesn't-
actually have those because your parking lot is on our property, a portion of it.
well, like 6 feet of it was, right? Or-
But John, your intentions in all of this
Yes,
is to give us this portion
that's correct.
here.
Yep.
You want this portion here,
No, I don't want that much. I just want this little corner for access.
this little corner to go in back of the,
Right.
right there, but you don't want us to use this here for
Well,
parking.
you can use that all you want, but what I don't want to do is give an easement over 2 pieces of my properties. I own 3 properties out there. I'm willing to give an easement over 1. I'm not willing to give an easement over 2.
Why would you give an easement over 2?
You'd have to if
How could we, why would we give an easement over
No,
this one how would we give an easement over that if that was angled parking?
No, if you want to do angled parking in here, that's, I nothing to say about it. It's your property. Whatever you want to do. I have nothing to say about that, whatever. I mean, I'm not here to describe what you can do with parking on your lot. And if you guys don't think this is a good idea, I'm okay with that too.
The last time I spoke with you, my understanding was that you wanted to do this for parking, so we would have the front here and here, and that would leave it open for you here.
I mean, that would be a great idea, but I don't think the town's going to do that for me. So what I was really proposing is that if I need more parking, I'm going to bring it over into here, and that by giving this little corner here, this little piece which is steep slopes, I can get access back here. Now the reason why I need it, because I have 18 feet here, because it's such steep slopes that you would have two walls coming up, which wouldn't work very well.
You have to be, what's the setback? 20 feet?
Yeah, I believe in that district.
So you've got to be 20 feet off of that boundary anyway.
That's a footpath, is that correct?
But I'd like to have it as a car path, because what happens to people, they want convenience nowadays.
No, I understand.
He's got to be 20 feet, so now he's 2 feet.
Start, yes, 20, 20, 20.
Plus, now we're going to do the width. That puts vehicular traffic in and out too close to this building.
It puts it, this is the sewer, and the sewer to the corner of the building to the sewer is about 10 feet, correct?
I don't have, if I could
About
scale
10
it off
feet,
for you right
correct,
there.
John? Yes.
Just shy of 11 feet, 10
Just-
feet long.
Yeah.
Yep.
10 feet.
And so you're putting vehicle traffic just shy of 10 feet of our building?
No, not at all.
Yes, you're going right here, on this
If you've got
side.
18
If you were
feet,
to measure 25 feet and stop, and 25 feet and stop, and draw a straight line across here, there's no way that you could park a vehicle there unless there's significant work done.
We don't
You have to
want
be
to park
20 feet.
there, but we're saying you're going to travel
That's
there.
correct. That is
Within a
correct.
10-foot from the corner of our building. That's only going to allow us, this sewer head right here
Yes.
is about 10 and a half, 11 feet away from our corner of our
Right,
building.
I understand what you're saying. And that's really not the case here. What's really happening here on this piece of property over here that I'm proposing, that you have me access to, it's really going to be used for fill. It needs to be brought up. It's such a steep slope.
But that's where you're going to drive over.
I can drive over here.
no, you can't. You have to be 20
Well,
feet
I could go
setback.
for a variance on that and see if that was approved. We could make a subject to that. It sounds like you two are against it, and I feel a lot of resistance, so maybe it's...
No, that's not the question. I'm just trying to get all of the questions answered, John.
Okay.
That's not the, I'm trying to get the questions answered.
I appreciate personally, I appreciate your offer of increased parking. The parking places in that area is a good thing.
I think.
And the fact that I'm willing to build it, too, is like a $30,000 improvement.
This is your kitchen? Dust.
Well, he said he would put, said he would put stone or something to cut down on the dust.
Unless it's asphalted, you're going to get dust.
It can't be asphalted because then we have our limit on impervious. It can't be, because
Are you
this is
going
all
to pave this area
gravel.
back here?
No,
If he
it's gonna be gravel.
does this, it will
Just
be all
gravel?
cut.
Right, and if the town ever did want to pave it, I wouldn't want it to go against what I could put on for footprint or impervious surface. So, I mean, that could, you put that in there, then I would be really in trouble. But I can say this too, there's a real problem in that area for parking, whatever the solution is.
35 feet to go over in there.
Right.
Once the boundary line is established correctly.
And then how many between here and here?
22,
I just had to put it back up.
20.
Okay, so 20 feet, so if it were angled parking, it would certainly be able to...
We end up with, I
However-
kind of like the idea of getting the increased
It's
parking.
pretty small.
Sure.
But
But you're
he's
going to take
actually,
increased parking.
he's actually going to come this way, so that would affect the angle parking here.
Well, we'd have to
This way.
make sure that the way he comes in doesn't interfere with the parking. That's all. There's got to be a way around this, I would think.
I put a lot of hours into thinking this up, and I'm,
That
25
building is, it seems like it gets really busy down there. I think
does.
that's a great thing. I love to see it.
That's 25
Thank
feet.
you.
Also,
Employs 10
people
people.
parking everywhere,
right,
and
which is a problem.
that's a problem for everyone concerned, certainly.
Absolutely. And it employs 10 people in the town of Tilton.
Hallelujah.
Amen.
That's a pencil.
Pays over $8,000 in taxes a year, you know? Commercial property.
Hallelujah.
Adds to the tax base and doesn't add to the,
Your taxes are going down.
right, I love it. Even if it's 7 cents per thousand, I'll take it. Most of the times they're going up, right?
Well, the town portion's going down more than
Yeah.
that, but
Overall, yeah.
overall, 7 cents is 7 cents. I'm a taxpayer myself.
Right, I'm grateful.
So let's go out there with a tape measure, Catherine, and a can of orange paint.
No, you've got it right here.
Not right this second.
No, you've got it right there.
Yeah, but I
You
want to
just
be
drew
able
it.
to, I'm going to go out there anyway, because I want to visualize it with my eyeballs.
I think it's a
And a
mistake
tape
to
measure.
put vehicular traffic
Well, that's fine, I
in
mean,
and out through there.
that's fine, if that's,
And dusting up that.
no problem.
Kitchen area.
If we don't think that that should be done, that's fine. I'm still going to try to move forward with this, and I'll use this as overflow parking for my building, which will alleviate a lot of the problems that are there. So, you know, if they don't want the easement, I'm good with that, that's fine, not a problem. Because it sounds like Catherine thinks that it's going to be a nuisance. I don't want to be a nuisance.
I'm only one of 5.
I know, but you're the middle one, see that?
And
All my
there's a
life
plan
I've
for
been
that,
the
see?
So you're going to go ahead with that corner piece no matter what? In that
Absolutely.
park? Well, that solves one of my issues I wanted to talk to you about,
Okay.
which was, we have 2 huge dead trees that are falling in our pathway.
We'll get 'em out of there.
Walkway, which solves that problem, so, okay.
That takes care of the squirrels jumping
Well,
over,
there-
too.
we have
Flying
log-
squirrels glide over on the roof.
The trees around there are scary. They all tend to
We have
grow over that
now
building.
logs in our pathway that we have to remove.
Yeah.
You know, if all goes well on the 8th, too, I have contractors already to start this thing on the...
Joe has a good idea about going out there and painting it, this line.
Yep.
Stringing it. So you get an idea of exactly where it is.
To get it, and how we would get a car
String
in
this
there
line.
conveniently, and just to visualize
String
it,
this
because it would be
line.
good for everybody, I think.
See what you're going to have, what you would have for parking without this. That's really the thing to do.
I agree.
Because we can share the area. Potentially, certainly.
I'm only adding to parking in the area at this point. I mean, I can't see the negatives of that.
Are you going up in the back of the outbuilding for parking, or are you going to stay in that
Right
one
there,
area?
Right there, that's all I'm proposing to do. That's
For
all I'll have
parking,
a
that's
permit,
it?
and that's all I'll have a permit for. That's expensive to do what I'm proposing there. If you look at those walls are all filled with stone and large stones, and they get compacted, and they're expensive.
So, hold on a minute now.
Yeah.
If we allow you this easement to go here, to the back end of
Right.
this, and you do this parking right here, no matter what, whether you do it for us or whether you do it for
Myself,
you,
right.
then why would you need this road here?
Because if that parking is there for you, let's say it goes to the town,
Right?
then I want that easement to go across so I can have parking for my building for
And then,
overflow.
all right, my next question is, where would you put parking for you?
I would come in with a plan. I haven't designed that out, but I know that I need that area to do it. Because what happens to your land, it comes very, very level, and then it drops off dramatically. I would say, without exaggerating, it's a 60-degree angle. It just drops off. So then it gets down to my 18 feet. Well, I could put one wall up here, and then feather it into where your property is coming down. But I can't put 2 walls up. Even if I got a waiver to do that from the town, I'd have these 2 walls coming up. You know,
It would look really odd.
it would look odd. Actually, it would look like what this looks like in the picture here, because that's exactly what this does. This comes up on this side, and then it comes up on the other side. But I don't think that's not a simple solution. That's a more difficult solution.
Right.
Is there plans for future commercial buildings on any of the other properties?
I would like to sometime do it. I have no plans. You have every plan that I have.
If the Board of Selectmen voted to give you that right-of-way over our property. That would not serve just that building?
Yes, because I already have
Or
two...
would you have...
I already have a driveway permit coming off of Route 3 for the two commercial buildings that I can
Okay,
put
so
in there.
that would only serve...
Right.
But if you put it, if you
Right.
actually build on this piece here for commercial use,
Which I will at some point, yeah.
which we will at some point, then you have an issue with parking.
It's going to have to be a small building and not a lot of parking, not like what I have at the chiropractor's office.
Not a big building with
The
no
chi-
parking.
Well, the chiropractor's office, that started off, her goal was to have 100 clients within a year. She had 400. It just boomed. It was...
And the
it's-
classes and stuff.
Yeah, and it's good. It's actually, for all the health of the community, it's like a wellness center. It's a good thing to have. But then it just created a parking issue. And I'm trying to resolve that issue. Everyone's saying.
I'm doing all right. Yep.
I would still like to, I'm still entertaining this. I would like more details about this portion, how it works out for us still. If we allow this to happen, how does that impact us on the side of the building?
Shouldn't.
Well, let me rephrase it. If we have 22 feet of property on the side of our building, on the Bernard side of our building, then how many parking spaces can we get there? That's my question. That's what I want to know.
Mark them out.
How many spaces can we get? We can't get any here if we're going to be driving in. And then how many spaces here can we get? So with this, you have a pole here and a guy wire, so you can't join them together. You'd have to go around here and come in this way.
Right.
So, I think that it would be, I want to make sure that we're doing it right for the town and right for John and right for us, for our seniors. So that's what I want to know. How many of this right here can we still do? Because I was still under the understanding that you wanted this proposal and use this side of the building. Wasn't that what we had talked about?
We talked about a number of different options tonight, John.
Right.
Yeah, okay.
But we didn't know where that boundary line was, and now,
Now we know where the boundary line is. Right. Now,
as far as the immediate parking problem, so it's John's problem, that's the immediate one.
right. The other...
I agree.
Okay, now, John, I have another...
They're parking all over our property. Yes, when you get in there.
Right. Oh, yeah, they're parked everywhere. They're even parked out back
Well, the
of our
snow
property.
hasn't
Have to
helped
stop
us. That
that.
freak
Yeah, I'm
snowstorm
sure.
killed me. I couldn't plow any of the dirt for the parking lots. They were really confined. But hopefully, it won't always be like
Got to
that.
be stopped.
Well, I like,
Oh,
I
go
was
ahead,
just
I'm
going to
sorry.
say, I like the idea that Joe had. Go out there and let's mark that line so we can have a much better visual.
A visual.
So we can
Yes.
visualize it, and I'm all for successful businesses in town, and this is one of the best, the fastest growing businesses in that neighborhood for sure, because I live up in that general area.
Right.
Hallelujah.
Right.
So if by giving him a little corner, that we can feasibly do it, and it's
Right.
going to look right, and everybody wins, I'm all for it.
I have two more questions.
Yep.
One is, when you put this up and you put the retaining wall up, does that mean all our shade trees are going to go?
Not all of them. I'm trying to, there's one oak tree that absolutely scares me to death. It's enormous, and it reaches right over the top of your building.
Right.
I don't know how expensive that'd be. It'd have to be removed with a crane. So I'm going to do all I can to avoid getting into that root system of that one.
Well, you have to have a green there anyway, because
Why are you afraid of a healthy oak tree?
That's scary. That's scary.
It was in that.
That's over this side.
To make the path.
Where is it?
There's two right here.
But he doesn't
that
Oh,
are-
well, those will go immediately then if I can
Those-
get it.
they're like this.
That
Yep.
tree's going to cost
The
$300-400
limbs
to
that are
remove
falling
at
off
bare
of it
minimum.
now are like this and like this. It's very dead.
I'm not trying to add any more
I just,
oil to the ointment, or how we may say, or fly, but I also want to talk about this, if we do get down the road on this, and you guys end up doing it, if the town ends up selling this for some reason, if they did...
John, hold off. It's in the deed, we cannot sell it. If we sell it, it reverts back to the original owners, heirs.
Right.
Is that where it goes?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so then all I want to have in there then,
It's
my parking
always
lot
gonna be the
converts back
town
to
of
me.
Tilton.
If you did sell it, it
Right.
converts back to
We can't sell it, so,
You
but
can't
you
sell
bet.
a building, that's the first I heard about that one.
So we
Well, yeah,
can't
I tried
sell
to tell you
you,
that at the public hearing.
I
We
didn't know
can't
that.
do that. We can't sell it.
we can't sell you that corner.
Oh, well, I don't want to buy
It
it.
rever-
I don't
it's
want
in
to
the
pay any money
deed,
for it
you can't
anyway, so we're
revert.
okay.
But if you, we would have to, first, Joe, want to go out and look at it, and then come up with language for both of us that's gonna, do you have thoughts on it, Tom, about what we want to accomplish?
Joe wants to do, I suggested doing about 8 weeks ago.
Before
And
it
it was a
snowed?
good suggestion then, Tom, and it's a good suggestion
Yeah,
now.
right, Joe.
Before it snowed.
I'm gonna go out tomorrow and look around.
There isn't that much snow there.
I've got some orange paint and,
So the good
More
news, if I
spelling.
do get through the planning board, this will go in immediately, and actually, it's where, and again, I'm not trying to be bum, but that's where they put the snow every year, is on that property over there. It's the only place they have it, but that's where it goes. It goes on my
So that would be your snow storage on that property by the,
What happens now, it's even happening today. Where am I here? The snow gets pushed, here's the telephone pole, the snow comes up to here and they push it in here. The town's done it forever. I don't have a problem with that. I mean, it's not making any issue of it, I'm just saying that's what's going on. So the sooner I get in there and I clean out those dead trees and I'm allowed to do this, I think the better it is for everybody.
but where are you going to do, if you do your driveway, so we're going to be parking here, you have a road here now, where are you going to do snow storage for your building here?
I have, where I've been doing it and where I have done it is all along and through here. That's where it always goes. I have quite a bit of area in here. So the only reason I didn't put
You've
it
been
there...
parking there, though.
Yeah, but that's why I've done it every year.
Okay.
Everywhere, it's every year.
How are we going to resolve the issue of this parking that is now over in here, is blocking our route?
You can put up a fence there if you want. I mean, you can, draw a line.
Really
and-
can't pick up a fence, though, because that's going to really,
It's gonna hurt both of us, really.
Well, and your parking lot is on our property, a portion of it.
I didn't, if you look at this plan here, and it was what I went by over here, I always thought that was my culvert right here.
Take this needs to go.
go figure.
Right.
Well, we didn't know either.
Right.
And you didn't know, so that's why we figured it was a good idea to find out.
I'm all good with that. I have no problems.
Right.
You've adopted their scheme, inherited that
okay,
scheme.
I got
It should
you.
be taken up.
right, okay. Because if we if we pave this area, then we'll have to cut it at our,
But can you pay it? Impervious.
well,
How much area can you cover?
Sandy was going to be looking at that, to what we could and what we couldn't. Where is she? Oh, downstairs.
You're not going to have, there's not going to be any
Some other
grass.
plans that might help you.
The side of the building,
I've got,
Oh, yeah,
I've got
I should've-
little ones.
there's a
I just
certain
wanted the
percent of
dimensions of this, I
of
can go out and
impervious,
25 feet by 20 feet.
which
As
also
soon as you
counts
see
the
this right
building.
here, That's a fence up there.
Yep.
You walk up to that fence, look over it,
Yep.
and that's the area I'm talking about. It's nothing to do with it.
I've walked back there and I couldn't even hardly get up and down.
No, you
Take
can't.
the shed, you take the two buildings,
Am I done?
both buildings,
Is that
footprint.
our ruling?
Losing
I
pins. Someone's gonna step on one of those.
definitely want to help you with your parking.
Thank you.
Because,
It's, when you
I'm
come
all
to these,
for the business in town, God knows.
when you come to these meetings, you're not sure what to expect, to be honest with you, so.
Try to,
We
But thank
want
you
to
for
make
saying
sure
that.
that things are done right, that the
no problem
wetlands
with
aren't
that.
impacted and so forth, and be good
Is there
stewards
something that we
of
can
the
work
town
around
land. But that said, hey, I want to see you succeed like nobody's been.
Thank you. I appreciate you saying that.
Thank you.
So that concludes my presentation, unless anybody has any more questions.
No, but we'll get back to you, because we're going to go out soon.
Quick, yeah, I'm going tomorrow, so.
Fine.
You
I was
might
out
see
there
some
today.
little orange X's, and that'll be me.
Okay, I was out there today.
You want to go?
can-
We'll measure the
I'm
parking
going to
spaces.
be there tomorrow afternoon scraping the floor and
Okay, I'll come
can help-
tomorrow afternoon and
can
we'll
help
walk
scrape.
around and mark.
Thanks for your time.
Yeah, and scrape, and I want to look at the stove, and
You can buy coffee now.
and I'll buy the coffee. Box at Joe.
thanks, John. I'll get back with you.
No problem, thank you.
Seriously, we'll
Thank
get
you
back.
very much.
Night,
Thanks.
John.
Ladies, yep, good night.
Come here and say goodbye to the ladies.
I think that
3 to
parking
1.
spaces.
Can't blame them.
A lot of questions. How much is impervious ground? Did you ever find that out?
Oh, I can get that answer for you. Did he take all of his, let me see your plan. Should be right on there.
What?
Impervious,
Otherwise, I'll get it for you
Impervious.
when we go downstairs.
What's allowed?
what's the
Yeah.
ratio? I don't remember.
Say 60% with building
That's
and
what was in my
lot and
mind.
everything. Sandy would know. What's the total percentage of allowable permeable impervious surface on a,
How much of the lot can you
Hey, John,
cover?
chime right in.
yeah, how much can you cover? Mr. Plessner?
Well,
venture an answer to that without...
I will give you an answer in 2 minutes.
Pop quiz.
Didn't know there was going to be a test, did you?
Well, they vary from, zone to zone. I mean,
Yeah.
I think I know, but hang on, I'll find out. The thing's right downstairs.
She'll go find out.
See, I figured she'd know right off the top of her head.
It's an interesting group. What is this? Oh, it's his. John left it,
Yeah.
unless Sandy brought it up. It's
I don't
his
know why he
historical.
would leave it, but that's definitely John's.
Oh, no, it's Towns.
Doesn't say town.
No, see our stamp? That's our stamp. See our stamp?
See,
Land
from the
use?
Land use, oh, okay.
That
I
is
get
our,
it.
must come out of Pat's file.
Maximum lot coverage.
I wonder if they should have seen
50%.
50?
50.
Whoa. You're pretty close. Those, would those do the ramps qualify? Lot coverage?
Yes.
Yes, they do.
I don't think so, because the ground underneath of them, it still drains.
Well, they do, but the RSAs are quite specific that a variance would automatically be given for ramps.
Oh,
Anything for the handicap.
so they don't qualify. They're not
So
part of the-
you wouldn't necessarily count them
It's
because,
still pretty close.
yeah.
You could probably put a dumpster pad in. That should be helpful. I know where you could put
Right
it.
in front of the wellhead. That way they couldn't jump over it.
Okay.
I'm just sitting there thinking of Mosquito Coast.
You accepting public comment?
Yes.
I'd like to go back to your reading that report, that news piece release. You cited the fire department increasing by 10%. Cast the fire department in a rather negative light, one which it need not be cast in. It does not reflect the fact that, based on equalized evaluation, Tilton is picking up approximately 2% more of the tax, of the budget of the fire department than it had in the preceding year.
Without that,
1.6% or something like that.
Perhaps we should,
I'm just not dissing you, I'm just simply saying that.
well, without that,
So that's
without
8%.
taking that into consideration, how much would it go, how much would it be?
I don't know, I didn't make that calculation, I wasn't privy to that.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about the amount of money that the fire department
About 8%.
raised would 8%? Mm-hmm. I'm just curious, that's all.
I don't believe that at all.
Well, that comes from the DRA, I think,
What?
the numbers that she read.
Yeah, on the surface it appears that way, Joe, but what I'm saying is that it needs to be explained. If it's 10, it's 10. If it's 8, it's 8. If it's 6, it's 6. If it's 8, it's not 10.
Okey dokey.
But to us, in all actuality, it's 10 over last year.
That's fine. You can do whatever you want.
Right.
Cast the fire department.
I have no intentions, and
Point out is,
that's not my intentions.
I'm picking up a larger share of the fire department's budget because of equalized evaluation. That's all I'm pointing out.
hence more
Okay.
reason to look at that formula.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more, Catherine.
We don't have a formula, do we?
Oh, yeah, we do.
Yes.
That's why hence why we're picking up more.
Well, it's a village district, it's a little different.
Public.
We collect,
I'm not dissing what you've said, I'm just simply saying that that is a factor. And I believe if that factor is pointed
Will
out,
the,
it's one that should be discussed.
will the fire district be, how do I say that? Will you
He went
be
downstairs. Well, you can see if any
increasing
other
your
public
budget
wants
this year?
to talk. We can get through that.
Will we?
Move on.
We haven't finalized the budget yet, but if the chief and this commissioner has their way, it will go down by about $37,000. If the other commissioners have their way, it will probably go down by 83
Down is good.
or
Well, then that 10% number certainly is misleading.
it is.
But it's based on...
If your budget goes down, you've done your job.
It's not based on this year's budget.
That's a fact. But last year's budget went down from the preceding year's budget.
Thank you very much.
011 went down from 010. 010 was one of the highest years.
It was.
So with that, I copied rather than reading it out loud, I copied a memo from Chief Ober on the fire department, talking about the grant that was awarded and the promotions and new hires that they have. Also, how many, the categories and summaries and the EMS categories and so on and so forth. So I've given you all, made a copy for everyone.
Oh, okay.
All right, I just didn't want to leave it in the FYI. That was a little bit,
Right. You gave us a copy?
yeah, you should have it right there, I guess.
And I've also added to that, Joe, based on that budget, that in spite of the fact that we feel we can drop $6,000 and increase our coverage.
Is that with the shift,
By number of bodies.
the shift changes that you were discussing? That's terrific.
That's correct. And based on that, you have to bear in mind that now we are second.
Oh, here it is.
Second busiest department in the district, in Belknap County. I'm sorry.
The second busiest in Belknap County.
Only second to Laconia. Period.
Wow. That's kind of amazing when you consider the population of Meredith, and they also have quite a commercial district.
And the chief and I are proposing that we look at a warrant article this coming year to take money out of the apparatus and equipment fund and help cover costs of the EMS services.
Can that happen, Tom, legally? Yeah?
We consulted with the DRA and it happened.
Warrant article.
Based on our projections and capital improvement plan, it makes good sound sense. And what that would do is to continue to drop the tax rate. But our responses for medical services continue to increase significantly. Unlike much that people will first assume it's because of Route 93 design. That doesn't change. That changed in 3 or 4 years by a percentage point.
Where does it come from?
Well, it comes from places like Soldier Road, it comes from places like 350 Main Street, across the street from the old D. Roy's down there.
Is that Bill Peabody?
There are a number of hot spots. That's not saying that they're false alarm lights, but when you put it all down in this area, not all down in this area, a lot of it's down in this area, down in this area. And we currently have new software, which we've been utilizing for a number of months, and that backtrack to the first 2 years that tell us exactly where our responses are and what that curve looks like on a basis week to week. It's proved to be a very good tool for us to use. I just want to take that up.
Thank
You know me, I don't like to bring things up that are controversial. Let the record
Okay, there's a couple of things that I'd like to bring up. We have a local government center volunteer manual and a CD for any of the committees and commissions that we have one paper copy and one CD, so if you'd like to borrow it, that would be great. Today we got a call from Mr. Moore, who's doing the work, the digging at the Winnisquam Regional High School. They've been receiving complaints that they're digging in the wetlands, and for anybody that's watching this tape, that they have a wetlands permit to do that. Jim Pressure, there's a meeting on November 17th. Joe, at 6 p.m., that's a selectmen's meeting?
That's a Thursday night. I was going to bring that up later.
Okay, great. All right, we have a note very nice note thanking us for our donation this year to CASA, and the office staff is...
Fast.
Well, this is for 2000.
No, this is for this past year.
Yeah, this is past year.
Oh, okay. Wow, they're slow.
They just requested their monies.
Yeah,
so
last night. Wow, they're fast.
No, that's for next year that they voted. Right. We have the emergency snow automated storm closing system. I'm listed as the primary contact, which is fine. Sandy's listed as the secondary contact, but her phone is the town office fax. So if I'm not available, they're going to get a fax machine. So if we can correct that.
That'd be pretty unpleasant.
Well, I won't
Well,
disturb
because
my
if it
sleep.
snows, I won't answer the phone.
Terrible. Squeak, squeak.
Okay, we have a driveway permit for 149 East Main Street. This is Deshays. I'm wondering what they're doing here.
Looking for another ingress and egress?
This permit offers a gravel access to be used as a single-family resident drive. Any change in use, increase of reconstruction of the driveway requires reapplication. The right-of-way is located 25 feet from and parallel to the center line of the highway, and the entrance shall be graded so that the surface of the drive drops 6 inches at the point of 12 feet. It shouldn't exceed 16 feet wide. It should be sloped in such a way to direct water. So,
Did a second?
south, .4 miles south of Grant Street on the west side of US 3.
Oh,
We
and,
have a map.
yep. Did anybody else want to read to us?
Opposite. No,
No,
it's on the PD side. It's on the north side,
Yeah.
this side. Our side.
Isn't that, I know there's a home up there, they're moving the driveway from one side of the house to the other side.
That's what I was wondering.
And
That's
they're
what
closing off the one driveway, and the other driveway will have better visibility.
is that where the greenhouse is going?
The old charity house?
It's
Yes.
where they had a hairdresser in there for a while.
Yeah.
I think they have a dog grooming in there now.
Oh, no, the dog grooming's
Dog
next
grooming
door.
is a different place.
But they're moving their driveway just to the other side of their house, so they'll have better visibility getting in and out.
Okay, we've been invited to a Thanksgiving feast at Thursday, November 17th at the Spalding Youth Center from 11:30 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. Enjoy all the traditional fixings of Thanksgiving prepared by Chef Phil Dallin and our dining service staff. Service is graciously provided by Spalding students. We hope to celebrate this season of thanks with you. RSVP by November 14th to Gail Mayhew at 286-7500.
It's a wonderful event, the food is great.
I've taught classes up there, and it's a nice place, and the kids really are a treat. But the 17th is a Thursday night.
This is Thursday afternoon.
Oh, and what time would it be?
11:30 to 12:30.
Oh,
Lunch.
I missed that. Okay.
It's lunchtime.
I want a Rizavip.
You want a rizz of it?
Yeah, RSVP. I'll go.
I'll go.
What day is that?
17th.
17.
Okay, please join us in remembering those who served at Pearl Harbor. American Legion Post 49 will be holding a memorial to commemorate the 70th anniversary of the attack on Pearl Harbor, Wednesday, December 7th, 2011, at Riverfront Park. The ceremony will commence at 2:55 p.m. to commemorate the exact time of the start of the attack. Guest speaker will be Governor John Lynch. Maybe we can corral him after. A small reception will immediately follow at American Legion Post 49, Park Street. In the event of inclement weather, the ceremony will take place at the American Legion Post 49. And we have a notice from Jane Alden, Chairman of the Planning Board, for John Bernard's conditional use permit within the wetland buffer zone to install a parking area, which he spoke about earlier, on November 8th at 6:35 p.m.
Can I ask a question about that? Does he in fact have a curb cut?
Yes,
So
he
you
does.
see two curb cuts on the
Yes.
same lot?
Yes. One on Grange,
Grange and one on Route 3.
and one on Route 3. Yes, I've seen them.
Why would you all apply for that?
Have you ever heard of, I've only heard of DOT refusing one curb cut.
Yeah, I know, but he got
They
two.
refused one for me. And I
Did they?
appealed it twice, and it was denied both times. And I can cite you the RSA's, it was denied. And they happen to be on two separate roads. Wow.
They did. They're in his file downstairs if you'd like to see them. Well,
I probably will.
I'll make you copies.
Okay. You don't want to...
I just, for the board, you don't have to read it.
So has everybody seen the thank you from Sandy for...
Did you see it?
No. She actually told me in person, right?
Do you want to go? I'll go with you. You can go with me.
Can I do it, Joe?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
I love this story.
I don't see why not. It doesn't say that.
Right. You want to go?
Turkey dinner,
You want to go have turkey dinner?
Spalding.
It's Spalding on the 17th. Lunch? The 17th of November.
Bring that over to them.
Is that for all of us?
If you want to go, you have to RSVP.
Yes, that has to be RSVP.
Does it say Board of Selectmen?
Doesn't say, you have to tell them which time too, either 11:30 seating or 12:30 seating.
What day is it on?
And, ours, the
Thursday
17th,
before Thanksgiving.
We'll be in
Yes.
that class. Oh, no, the class is in the afternoon.
November 17th, you can either have the 11:30 seating or a 12:30 seating, and you have to, when you RSVP, let them know which.
12:30.
12:30.
Do you want to go?
So Catherine and Cindy for the 12:30 seating.
And we'll go at 11:30, Pat, and cover all the bases.
Okay. No, we're not going.
Okay.
Huh?
Want to join us?
No, because I don't really meet, so.
Pat, make sure Pat would like to join us.
Yep.
Pat also.
I have Pat and Joe.
Okay.
Now,
Right.
Catherine and
We'll join them at the same time. Yep. Okay. Great. All right.
Any other public? Is there any other public?
Yeah, in a
A lot
second.
of public here.
I know. I was just going through this. I think that's all we need to know. Is there anybody else in the public that would like to speak with the selectmen at this time? Any other business?
I'd like to address something.
Okay.
It's a question of curb cuts. It doesn't go back to what we talked about. But there seems to be predominance of accessing public thoroughfares from lots in areas that are not specifically designated as the curb cut. Take our lot as an example up there, Grange Road. You can access that lot from the whole road.
Right,
Okay? There's got to be a curb cut somewhere.
right,
John has to have a curb cut somewhere. I'm
Yes.
thinking about because I talked about ours first.
right.
Numerous places along Route 3 are the same way.
Yeah.
Using that as an example. I'm curious as to whose responsibility is to enforce that.
The state. If it's a state road, it's the state in New Hampshire.
Good luck.
Well, I'm just telling you.
Oh, I'm saying, I'm
Find out.
serious.
How do we find out?
Well, you can call Mark Morrill and talk to him, but we have no authority when it comes to that.
Class 2, state aid road.
we plow the winter. We do winter.
Class 2, state aid. Lancaster is too.
Yeah.
So is an Autumn Drive, still.
Hey, you.
I have that file.
I don't think he needs the caffeine.
But you're right.
You can come in and you can get, whether it's from state, from Dennis or whatever, come in before the planning board, put it on your map, they say, yeah, looks good, and go up and do it. It's the same thing regardless of what you do. As an example, not citing John, but just using that as an example, he talked about snow storage. Well, if you look at his plan, his snow storage is on our property, up against the building. That's where it shows snow storage, to the left of his building, out straight. And this last snowstorm, he plowed out straight, not he, but he was,
Right.
out straight, and also towards our building, he came right up over the pavement. Well, the significant portion of that pavement, there's a significant portion of that pavement which belongs to the town.
Right.
The catch basin belongs to the town.
Does now.
Absolutely.
Did then.
Well, the snow was buried The catch basin was buried in the snow when the snow was plowed this time. It was definitely buried. And it is buried unless it's melted. The snow's melted around it.
It was exposed today.
Okay.
That's not his fault. It's just, that's a set of circumstances under which, if you took the parameters of that whole thing, it worked, okay? But that was approved for boat storage. Why could be a boat storage now? You know? And it's a very, very busy place. I agree with Joe. I mean, we welcome business, we welcome local businesses, and we support local businesses. But the fact of the matter is that, as I see that from my input, we don't have a parking problem. He has a current parking problem. And I know that he's probably doing the best he can to alleviate that, but nothing changes. They continue to park on our property. We've got workmen in there, and they got to park up on Grange Road to get back to the building because people are parked there. Well, you know, I'm not going to go in and ask them to move their cars and stuff. That's not right. You know, I mean, we wouldn't want that done to us. Those people are unknowing. It's not marked that they can't park there. They're parking wherever they can.
And why haven't we?
I
We have
have.
New Jersey barriers up right down the...
I have, but Catherine, every single week you could go out there, it's different people, and you would have to stand watch every single week.
What I would like to
We
do,
have
but
a
it's not
police
my-
department that can ticket them.
What I would like to do, but it's not my place, okay, and would be helpful for purposes of Joe and the rest of you going out there, we've got a bunch of cones up there and grade stakes with handicap parking signature symbols on top.
Right. What Joyce brought, what Joyce
I'd like
used.
to take those and string those right down that property line. You know, set them up, run a string between them, and then you can totally visualize what's going on there. Because other than that, you can't.
Right.
If you go up there, there's one thing you can see clearly, okay? And that is about 12 feet over on the pavement, about 8 feet or 9 feet in from the edge of the road. There's a pipe that's been driven and it's painted blue. That's the property line and carries straight out to the road, angularly out to the road, and not towards our building, but away from our building. And it goes down, and if you want to sight it by eye, if you look at that big oak tree that's down there, that is a line, you just missed that oak tree. Okay, that the tree as it leans, or as it lists, as my grandfather used to say, is on his property, and the whole root structure's on our property. Well, you know, we were told in a public meeting here that I attended that boundary, which only has been established now or only marked now by he who you hired to do it, was, we know that according to the deed, it's in a stone wall. We know that according to RSA's, it's illegal to move a stone wall, okay? Particularly if a boundary is marked in it. Well, he indicated that when they put the sewer in, it was moved. I don't believe so. Because he also indicated that it was approximately where his wing wall comes back towards Grange Road. And that's over significantly from that. But I went up there, my hands and knees, and I cut down all the brush that was there so we could clearly see where it was. And I welcome the fact that somebody wants to go up there and look at that, because I've encouraged that for weeks and weeks and weeks.
Did you find the pin that marks the corner where?
They're all marked.
Yeah, they're all marked.
Okay.
They're all marked.
Every one of them.
You have to walk
That's
down,
fine. That's
they're
not
all
my
marked.
job.
I'll find it.
Don't mean to have that come across that way at all.
I'll find
But
it.
I think that you need to go into this thing with your eyes open.
Right.
And I mean, he obviously has accused the inference that you two were against the plan. And I know from speaking to you that you're not against the plan. You don't know what all the details of the plan are.
Right.
Not just going to jump into it.
And to just dismiss it as, well, you're not interested, and I won't do it. I don't think that solves the problem. And we all know that it's human nature, okay, that if John creates a parking area off of Grange Road, beyond our boundary line, and we're not utilizing our building at any particular time, and people start coming, they're going to park on our property.
First.
It's just human nature, and they want to park right in front of the door. I mean, I go to the athletic club up in Laconia every morning for 2 hours, and I tell you, people are going up there to get exercise, and if they can't park in front of the door,
They drive away.
it's just mind-boggling.
They'll do an hour on the treadmill, but they won't walk an extra 20 feet.
Absolutely.
That's crazy.
Absolutely. But at any rate, his intentions are good by doing that. But then again, that parking area over there would be better suited to our building than his building. Those spaces that we have adjacent to our property, where he's paved, it was in some regards, and the rest of it's not paved, would be better suited to his property. And that's what Pat and I had discussed with him when he came. One evening, we were over there, the night we were over there, the night we had the safe opened, he came over, and he walked around with us. It was very pleasant. And, we all agreed that we'll get a lot further if we work together and not against each other.
Right.
And I think that's the only thing we're trying to accomplish.
Correct.
This board is trying to accomplish.
Right.
And I think it's in the best interest of the public. All I know is that, there's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears going into that senior center, and it's going to open.
Yep.
Despite what anybody else might have said, it is going to open. And we need to protect the parking that we have there.
Right.
But we don't want to lose any, that's for sure.
That lot of Jason, did I count it right? Does he only have 6 spaces in there?
6 or 7, I forget.
Angled parking because
Yeah.
of the wetland, the point.
Very few. If we don't control the parking on our property from the business beside us now, it's going to be very difficult as time goes by.
I don't want that to be perceived, though, that we're not working with him.
Absolutely. That's why.
Right.
Well, he suggested we build a fence
Build what?
tonight. When I brought it up, he said, well, you can build a fence.
Well, yeah, that's just childish.
Yeah.
Obviously, we're not going to build a fence anymore. We're going to put up Jersey barriers, which we could do.
No, we just need
absurd.
signage.
Nobody.
Well, we keep
That's
them off our
petulant
property,
and-
wouldn't it?
No.
Fences don't make good neighbors,
Absolutely not.
Right.
even though your father said they do.
I knew something was coming, I was waiting for it.
I go out and play golf balls. But we should signage it. I mean, there's people that park there that aren't aware.
Well, I'm gonna mark the territory, and we'll see tomorrow afternoon.
Volunteers working there on Saturday. My guys are working there tomorrow, but we're going to have volunteers working there on Saturday, working on a ramp out back. I'm going to be there throughout the period. I don't know if Pat's going to be there.
I'm going to be there, yeah.
I think it would be a good time to come up. Number one, you'll find cars parked everywhere because they have yoga on Saturday mornings.
Right.
You're not going to be able to get a line, I'll tell you right now, you're not going to be able to get your
I
line.
would rather everyone see that.
Right.
To say,
I know, but
well, that's just your-
you're not accomplishing what you set out to do.
Well, I'm gonna
If you
paint the
go-
line right on the property line, right on the ground.
You'll be painting it on their cars, because the cars are
No,
going to be
tomorrow I
across it.
won't. Tomorrow I won't. I have some of that orange paint.
So they'll have orange stripes on their car.
This is
No,
dangerous.
it's not like that. I want to see where it is.
I don't know if this is a good thing.
Of putting the cones up,
All right.
line down through all the way.
So I guess,
He's on his way.
oh, is he?
I think so, too.
Well, yeah, but you want to go ahead and,
Yeah,
Her suggestion,
yeah, I'd like it resolved.
she did mention
oh, I understand that.
spaces.
Well, you need to,
You've got nothing but dirt on the side of that building.
yeah.
Grab some paint, mark them out, line them out, and you can sit there and you can say it's going to work, it's not going to. And I do add that there's no one in this room, I don't believe they know this room, that's qualified to say those are legal and they work, if they're not legal and they don't work. Our perception may be that they are, but I think our perception's good enough, in my opinion. And I don't think a swap-off to get 7 spaces is necessarily the best thing. And John said to us, if you don't want that out back, don't put it in. Let's just work on the Grange Road, did he not, Pat? Let's work on the Grange Road and the piece that's adjacent to your building right now. Let's work on working together on those being used as parking spaces, i.e., we can use some of the Grange, some of the spaces that would be created in the parking area off of Grange Road, and he could use some of the spaces that are already there, in effect.
Because he wasn't quite ready to use the back lot at this time, but maybe in the future, so that he would want that corner.
And he did say, which I think is important, and I'm sure if he's here, he'd agree with, that this whole easement thing in the back, throughout our conversation, it finally came out that he's not ready to do that now.
Right.
He's not ready to spend that kind of money right now. That's the most expensive thing he can do because of the walls and everything else. The piece off of Grange Road is the least expensive he can do. But I submit to this board that 6 spaces are not going to resolve the problem. Yes.
No.
I don't have anything else.
It's still going to,
What time Saturday?
well, we're going to start at 7 a.m. Right. So whatever time you're going to,
Up by 9 or 9:30, you guys want to come up, whatever. So
right.
bring Mark.
Well, I walk at 6, so I could just walk there.
You got a destination.
Good for you. You might be there alone. I'll be at 7.
Bring Bob up and take some crime scene.
There you go. Crime, oh, then they'll think it's the Grange. I don't think so. I understand that under new business, 307 Main Street, that Mr. Cropsey is going to join us tonight?
He said he is, yes.
Okay, so he's on his way. Okay. All right. Chief has a few things with Nate, so why don't you come up with Nate? So,
Underground storage tank for the gasoline
Thank
and
you.
diesel.
Sitting here trying. I came up with all kinds of cool stuff.
Did you pass that contract down?
I think you have the copies up there.
Which is,
Do you have the copies?
yes. Are these 5 copies?
something else.
Should be.
She's looking at the contract.
I am.
I can't do that while I'm doing something else.
Okay.
It's a good thing to read.
Okay.
25. Too short.
But I think what Nate would like to talk to us about, last year he went to the polygraphs certification program. He had use of their equipment for quite a long time. Now they're running another class, and they've taken that equipment back. Nate has passed with flying colors, top of his class, and has done a lot of polygraphs since then. So I'm going to let you take over. You tell the board what's entailed in this. We're looking at it. We don't have anything highlighted. Your original paper had things highlighted.
Right.
The bottom figure here of 5492 is what is the cost of the unit, and he's eliminated some of the things. For instance, their accessory for a printer is $449. He's found one for $200, so he's eliminated that. So he's kind of gone through this whole list of recommendations, and that's what bottom line price that he can get this for.
I have 20, in their line, the detective line, I have 2,300, so I'd be looking to take 3,100 out of equipment purchases to finish it out.
So they would like to purchase this in 2011.
Is there equipment that you intended to purchase with that,
No.
that we will end up having to purchase next year?
Yeah, no. And we would do it in December. I talked with Tim, and he said the end of the year would be the best time to do it. it off to the end of the year.
So the 2,300 would be coming from the detective's line, and then equipment purchases?
Purchases would cover the balance. And
How many polygraphs do you actually do?
I've done 23 so
Since you've
far.
been out?
Since I've been out. You need 25 to be certified, so I'm a couple short so far, but 23 so far. And, I can't tell you how many times I've been called, a lot. But when you don't have access to it, I mean, now in order for me to do a polygraph, I'd have to have them follow me to Moultonborough in order to do a polygraph. And there's not many people that I'm asking to take a polygraph are going to follow me 30 minutes away to go sit through a polygraph exam.
How many of those 23 polygraphs that you've performed have been for other jurisdictions?
Where is that?
I'd have to look to give you a number.
I don't know. Where'd you
I'd
get
say
that?
just about half are from us. I mean, we've had a lot, maybe 10. I'd say 10 are from Tilton.
Okay, so what are we charging
This is the
for
balance, and it's got to
Oh,
come
he
from...
has
those
that in.
polygraph tests that are not for Tilton?
Nothing yet, because I'm not certified. I mean, I can't
So you
do anything until I'm
Yes.
certified.
You have to be
Equipment line to
certified
get
in order
this.
to charge.
Correct, and most of the money would come from, it's called PSOT testing, and that's post-sex offender testing.
That kind of equipment, like,
Most of the money from polygraph comes from post-sex offender testing, which means when there's a sex offender,
post-sex offender.
post-sex offender testing, what it is after someone's deemed a sex offender, the court will typically order them to take polygraph exams. Some are ordered weekly, some monthly, some every 6 months. And it actually happens a lot. In fact, there's some examiners that do them almost every day. And so they're tested, and that's paid from the court, and they'll pay that money to have them tested because they're being ordered to take it. So that's where most of the,
do we get to keep that income?
that would all be
Like our
profitable.
Is there, what,
Like
is
our
there an
tickets.
established
It would go
set
as a
amount
revenue.
for that the court?
There is, I don't know it. I don't know it
My
offhand.
reason for asking all of this
Yeah.
is if we can start to recoup some of this money through these additional polygraphs that you conduct that are not for the town of Tilton.
Right.
And this would be a way to pay these monies back to buy this equipment, almost right away when you get your 2 more in and you're certified.
Right, and I wouldn't assume it's going to happen right away. I mean, I don't think that it's going to be something that's going to come every day.
I'm kind of
to do these
surprised
testing.
that you've gotten 23 under your belt already, just since, what, June?
Since, June.
So,
There's a lot of exams out there. Most of them are criminal tests, some pre-employment tests for law enforcement agencies. But, most of the money in polygraph is going to be from that sex offender testing.
Yeah.
That's the biggest.
well, I mean, because what I'm looking for is to recoup some of that money back that we pay for this, because that was the idea initially in sending you to the school.
Correct.
At some point, we will be able to see a line of income.
Correct.
From that, because you'll be doing it for other jurisdictions.
Correct.
Because you're the only one in the area, right?
Right. There is somebody over at the sheriff's office, and Laconia PD has their own, but they typically do the in-house stuff for Laconia.
Right. So, I mean, but if Samberton needed a polygraph, or Northfield, or even Franklin, they're going to come here. They're not going to go out running up there.
Do we charge a fee to those other enforcement agencies? Departments?
Typically not for the criminal tests.
Why not?
Well, because most of the agencies are going to say, well, I'll go to somebody that isn't going to charge me. I mean, that's going to be the...
Others do not as well.
Right, and I have asked.
Having said that, is there, within your neighboring departments, this type of sharing of things? So in
Did
other
we
words,
pay for the dog that
You
was used
may-
on Lancaster Hill Road?
You may...
No, and that's the type of...
Right, that's the kind of
That's
sharing.
what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
Right.
They may have something that you
Right.
need.
Yeah, I mean, usually it's pre-employment and sex offender testing. In some cases now, the firefighter pre-employment.
A lot of places are actually starting to test, like Concord, as they're testing all their firefighters now, because in essence they're the same as a law enforcement officer, taking on a responsibility that...
Are they testing firefighters that are on the payroll now, or
No,
ones that are...
new hires.
New hires.
And I actually did one for Molten Borough, I actually did two for Molten Borough, firemen coming onto the job, and they take almost the same exam that a law enforcement officer would take. There's a few adjustments in terms of some of the questions, but most of them are gauged in the same way the law enforcement pre-employment test is.
Has your use of the lie detector equipment benefited the town of Tilton?
Yes.
How?
Well, we've done, I'd say, 10 cases, probably around there for Tilton. Without going too in-depth on record into some of the cases, it has definitely benefited the town of Tilton.
Really good cases, where he asked them at the window of opportunity, they took it, and it made a big difference in the case. He graduated first in the class, and he's been the first student been asked to go back and actually do a poly for the class.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Well, congratulations.
they asked to go back and...
I remember the
considered one of
ceremony.
the...
It was very impressive.
I
So
think
it's not going to make your budget short. We're not going to be without something to purchase this equipment, and it sounds like a gain
Absolutely, I believe so.
and a benefit.
Absolutely.
And the equipment stays with the department?
Right,
Yes.
yeah, oh, yeah,
Yep.
yeah.
Chief, I think 2,300 and 3,100 is only 5,400. I think you need to take 3,200 for the record from equipment purchases,
Right,
because it's 5,492. I mean, you're almost to the 100.
right.
Is there anything else you'll need to buy while we're transferring monies?
You asking me, or?
Yeah, you.
I don't believe so.
Supplies, anything for it?
I mean, the only supplies really are the paper, and I think we got that for $18. It doesn't use ink.
It sounds like you're being very exact with your figures, so there'll be nothing left in that line?
No.
No, yeah, but I held that line for this. I knew this was coming.
We talked about it when
Right, I didn't take anything out of it. I knew he told me this was kind of...
What I did is, Lafayette, the way you get the instrument, there's only one company that makes it, Lafayette Industries, in Lafayette, Indiana. So it's the only company, so you can't go out and find a used one or go to a different store. There's only one company that makes them. So what I did is I went through and took the necessities.
Business.
Yeah, exactly. And, there are certain things that we just don't need, that are more luxury. I took those out. The one thing you can find in other stores is a printer, and I think that was the one I found for a couple $100, and it's actually one of the it's a thermal imaging camera. It burns it into the paper, so it doesn't use ink, so there's no ink involved. The paper we got, I can't tell you how many rolls, 6 rolls, and they're 100-foot rolls for $18 at Staples. So I think that's the only reoccurring fee, and
Right.
And I don't even know, I mean, that'd probably last a year.
So what is the item? This sheet ultimately had 5,800. What exactly are the items that you're not purchasing?
Could I see one?
Well, the chair, the final adjustable subjects chair is one of them.
I have a portable chair.
Right, or the portable chair. We looked at it, and, realistically, a chair almost similar to the one that we're sitting in will work. We'll add an arm pad, and I think we could do that.
That's the only difference between
And there's nothing that
this
will...
chair and that
There's
chair.
no difference
There's nothing a
except,
defense attorney could say, well, you didn't use the proper chair, that
no,
made the machine not work
that's just
correctly?
a Lafayette Industries chair that I don't think we need. So, I went through, and, everything else is really mandated that I need. Other than that,
So it's really just the chair?
the chair, and that was the $1,800 for one.
And then
The arm sensors, I don't need
What is
that.
the
That's
final adjustable subjects chair?
same thing, just one I can carry with me.
That one's $1,895.
Yeah. So,
Yep.
And we thought we could just add a pad.
yeah.
There's a hook
I was
to
going to say, I'll
electric.
sell you this one for $1,000.
Exactly. So I think we can find other arrangements for those.
So everything else? So you're not buying either chair?
Well, what about this plasmograph?
Seismograph, yeah.
I wasn't even going to attempt that one. I thought it sounded...
That says
Seismograph?
optional,
I thought it was
but you're
some type of
getting that.
dinosaur.
Yes, we are. That,
Okay.
actually, I think in 2012, it's mandated.
Okay, 2012.
So when I got this back in when I went to the school, at the end of the school, it wasn't mandated, but it's gonna be.
Okay.
So this gives you a complete,
Everything, yep.
everything you possibly need
Yep,
to,
and we already have a laptop.
truth or not.
Yeah, we already have the laptop, so everything else is taken care of.
Should have them do a demo sometime.
And I can
I'm
come,
sitting here thinking.
you know, I could come down and do a demo, and,
Taser test.
Oh, I would love to
I
see
think,
it. I've never seen one.
yep.
I was thinking it would be really nice to see a demo, but I'm not sure I'd pick which one I'd like to see the demo on.
We'll flip a coin.
It won't be me, I'm sure.
We can use the lieutenants over there, he can come over and take
Do
it.
we get to ask questions too?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
That's true.
And you've talked to Tim about the budget, and you know where you stand with your budget. And so if we allow this, there's not going to be any surprises, and you know, your patrol people aren't going to come up and say, we need this year, and
Well, that's, only the chief can move monies around in his budget, whether they want it or not, it's his decision.
I'm not sure if I missed something, but you said that there's currently like $3,100 in the new equipment budget. Where's the balance coming from?
no, there's 18,000, but he wants to take 32 out of the equipment purchases and 2,300 out of the detective line.
Oh, okay. All right, I just wanted to make sure I was clear that there was
Money to cover.
He's actually adding the money to the detective line to get this, right?
Right.
Do we have a paper that we sign for Tim to do those transfers?
He will give us a paper to do the transfers next week.
All right, then.
Do we need an official vote for that?
We should.
We should, yeah.
She's
I'd
still,
like to make a motion to allow the equipment required to go with this polygraph to be purchased by the town of Tilton to be used at our police station.
Could you just put a dollar figure on that?
$5,492.50.
Second.
Well, what we're actually given permission to is to transfer the monies.
Well, we have to approve them buying it first, don't we?
It's his budget.
Okay, well, then I'll just make the motion to approve transferring 2,300 from the detective. 3,200 from the equipment and 2,300 from the detective line?
no, it's going into the detective.
Going into the, okay, 3,200 to be deposited into the detective line so that the purchase of the polygraph equipment can be made for $5,492.
You getting all this, Joyce?
Okay. I will second that.
Okay, there we go.
Motion's been made and seconded to transfer money from equipment purchase line in order for a Lafayette polygraph unit can be purchased for the PD in the amount of $5,492.50. Any discussion?
I would like to make certain that the chief can sign off on this to make sure that's what he wants, because it's his budget, and there's some RSA specific to the chief of police budget, so I want to make sure that it's...
Okay.
Yep.
When he sees the paper, that's what he wants, because I'm not going to sign it until I see that he's endorsed it.
Okay.
Okay.
Fair?
Fair.
Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
I just didn't get who seconded it.
Norm,
Great, thank you.
go forth and
Thank you, Paul.
Detect lies.
Find the
detect
liars.
lies.
Find liars.
No, not one of us out.
Trial.
That'll be fun.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, he's still not.
I'm not going to wait any longer. He's supposed to be on his way. Joyce, do you want to come until... He wants to come up?
Did we
No.
get new copies?
Well, I just copied the pages.
We are, what, 2 months behind on our minutes?
No.
No.
Those are September 8th. This is November what?
It was the only one she's given us. Yes, we are 2 months behind, but not that we haven't approved. They're just not ready to be done.
Yeah, you had to grab more than one.
Are we required under the RSAs to have these minutes posted within 5 business days?
Yes.
Thank
I
you.
mean-
That's what I was going with this.
Yep.
We also are not required to approve them.
No,
So, I mean, we don't need an approval to post the minutes.
no, but I think it's in the best interest of the public that we make certain that they're correct.
I agree.
So
Ultimately, yes.
I'm suggesting that, I mean, this is the least of Catherine's duties, and I'm wondering if, because we've been meeting so much, I mean, we have, I don't even want to think about how many meetings we have this month. Is there some way that we can get her some help?
Well, I suggested that once before, and we've not met.
I don't think at this point in time we can.
Why not?
I just don't think that it's prudent to do that.
Or there's just no way one human being could possibly do all the work that she's required to do, plus all of the minutes, especially where we don't have 4 meetings a month, we have about 8.
Well,
Well,
I'm
and
not
we need
sure
to
what
scale
And they don't
back
happened.
what the
last-
hell we're doing.
They
All
don't
summer
last
long,
2 hours.
she kept up.
That's right.
I don't know
until-
what happened as of September,
Because
but
we started having 4 and 5 meetings a month, and our meetings are 5 hours long.
I wouldn't be in favor
And
of
she gives
any
us,
outlays of money on that behalf.
I wasn't thinking of outlays.
Well, I suggest we talk to her first.
I'll
Yeah,
talk
let's
to her.
find out what the deal is. with
I will
her.
talk to her and offer her my assistance.
Yeah, I had spoken with her.
That would be good.
About it.
I just think that it's wrong for us to,
I think some of
Have these
what's in
meetings.
here can be pared down a little bit.
I like the detail in her minutes. I think selectmen's minutes should have this kind of detail. I really do. People like to know what we're doing and why.
We have a camera.
All right, so you want to go over the minutes really quick, and then we'll get these approved, and then move on to Joyce's reports? Now that we have all of our pages.
Wow. This is really messed up.
Oh, I know. Go to 2 and then go back to 3.
All approved? Oh, yeah. 2, 6. 2. Oh, I'm supposed to add those to the ones we got. I got it. what a mess.
The other thing is to save.
Yeah, I think, let's just do this.
Yeah.
You really want to do this tonight?
What?
The
Why don't we
minutes?
save these for next week?
Going back and forth, back and forth.
Hey, I'm already on page 6. Come on.
Okay.
Yeah, I really can't remember too much of this, so I'm really just correcting it for
Yeah.
All right.
Anybody find any corrections?
I'm going to ask Catherine to insert on page 5, Selectman Dawson formed the board of spoke with Gerald Shaley. I made a big point of disclaiming that this change doesn't affect me because my property is already grandfathered.
Yes.
That those things are allowed.
Right.
And I just would like that in there so people don't go, boy, she's trying to line her own pocket. I'll talk to her tomorrow.
Got that, Joyce?
Yeah, this change does not affect Kathy North.
Well, I made a, yeah. Only because I already have those.
The property's been grandfathered.
My property's a non-conforming use already. I have an auto dealership, auto repair, storage, I have lots of things.
Please, no, Catherine. I hate auto dealerships.
It's been there for 30 years.
I know. And yet, I still hate them.
They're a fact of life. I'd rather go back to horse and buggy myself.
There you go.
Is there any more questions or concerns or additions?
Top of page 5, Selectman Jessamine asked why department is picking of paper products up. UP, not OF. Small thing.
Picking of paper.
Picking up paper products, not picking of.
Well, that changes it.
Didn't even catch it.
Just below that, under Selectman Boudreau, if you look at the Parks Commission is also going ahead with putting in a well at the
In the
root.
Bell Field?
Bell Field.
Top of page 8, first paragraph. After testing the machine, he said there's still life in the printer. However, if the fuser needed to be replaced. What's a fuser? Is that the proper word?
Yep.
Fuser? It's not fuses?
No,
Okay.
fuser.
It combines
fuses
something?
Right, it actually fuses the paint onto the
Okie dokie.
ink onto the paper.
Where'd it go?
Went over this way, so.
No, it's all right. I can get it when the meeting's done.
Any more changes or
crawl around and look
corrections or
for it.
concerns? All those in favor of accepting the motions as corrected, and the minutes as corrected of
Aye.
September 8th?
Aye.
Aye.
You seconded that? I did. Okay,
Joyce? Yeah.
your turn. Oh, look at the size of that pile tonight.
No, just in case a question comes up.
Having a new tracking system. We'll see how this works. When did you want to bring that up?
It isn't, this can be done in public, we can just say taxpayer. Yeah. Taxpayer.
Don't use our name.
Use her name. She's brought a complaint forward. It's not personal.
Yeah, this is a letter from a resident to the selectmen questioning that when past due payments are applied, that it can't be applied to the principal first and then the interest. And according to our tax collector, she researched this with the Department of Revenue Administration, with our auditor, and with our assessing company that we use their software for tax payments, and that the standard practice is to apply any payments to the interest and penalties and then to the principal.
Is that, there is no RSA concerning that?
There is no RSA concerning that.
We spoke today with the, with Barbara Robinson of the DRA and asked the question, and it's the best practice. It's a taxpayers association that developed the best practice, but it's also the software in which they use too, that they would have to manually go in and input it. There are some towns that do it principal and then interest, that we found out, but there's, in order for us to do that, we would have to manually go into the origination of it and do it manually. And then if you did that, it would eliminate the, at the end, it would actually eliminate the interest portion of it. If you're paying off of the principal, then there wouldn't be any interest.
So it wouldn't make any difference if you were late or not.
Right.
Perhaps the town clerk could explain it differently to the taxpayers and not antagonize them, because apparently this one particular individual felt antagonized. That was the tone I got from the letter I read.
Well, also, Barbara did say that some towns do honor, if a townsperson comes in and hands a town clerk or a tax collector a check to pay on his account, if he says nothing, then the town clerk is, or the tax collector is at liberty to put that money. She will usually go after the most past due amount first and distribute it that way. But someone can come in and hand the town clerk or tax collector a check and say, I would like to pay this amount of money on this account.
Right. And this amount of money on this account.
That makes sense.
And it would seem to me like that this would, although this is not a requirement of the law, it would just be a nice thing to do, is to honor whatever, if this, any person comes in and says, I want to pay on my taxes, because I have seen that happen in the past when I've helped out. A check would come in and it would be for an amount, but they had a couple of accounts and the amount together wasn't for both of them, and then wanting to know, what their wishes were, because they didn't give any. So I just wonder, without making more work, that perhaps it could just be something that could be discussed, like you say, to point out everything that has to happen in order to do the principle first instead of the interest.
So in
I
theory,
think the issue, though, I think the issue is, and we have to make sure that we really emphasize that, the issue is not a prepayment of a tax, but a late fee. There's a
Right.
difference. Prepayment, you can put that, and it goes against the principal,
Right.
and so on.
Well, no
But-
interest is accrued at that point.
Right, no interest is accrued,
now I
correct.
have a question. If I personally owed $5,000 in back taxes,
Right.
and I don't know what the rate is, but let's say I owed $500 as a late fee, just
Right.
because they're round numbers.
Okay,
And I
interest-
came in
interest
with
and penalties.
$5,000 and said, I want to put it on the principal of the taxes I own, that would mean I don't owe any late fee.
No.
No, that's not
Can't
the
do
way
it.
it works.
Now,
Can't
what
do it.
what has
But
happened?
that's what this
What-
individual wants to do.
What has happened is when automation,
Right.
computer programs came in, they had to come up with a universal method
Right.
of collecting taxes via this system and how that most monies would be applied.
Right.
That's where this best practices
Right.
have come in. I
Right.
don't like that expression because it implies that best practices is going to be best for everybody. It's not.
Right.
But for a community such as ours that pays thousands of dollars for this automated system, they're designed for the majority of communities that use the automatic system, and we're all doing the same thing. When someone comes in and gives a sum of money and they owe taxes and its interest is accruing, that money is used to reduce the balance. Whether that's interest and penalties and principal, it depends on what they bring in. Your interest continues to accrue. Even if you pay it on principal, and there was just interest left over, that's money due the town, and interest is going to accrue on that.
Right.
The smaller communities that don't have these automated systems can go in and apply it to principal,
Right.
thereby reducing the amount. But nevertheless, no matter how you apply it, if you're collecting interest and penalties, it depends on the amount of money you bring in. You reduce that balance. If there is still a balance there, it's going to collect interest and penalties.
Right.
So
In
I
theory,
suspect
wouldn't
that it
have to, though.
probably, sure it is, because your interest and
Why?
penalties is going to collect interest and penalties, even if you pay off all your principal,
Right.
because it's due the town and it is therefore late.
Right.
Well, that's
I
not what this letter
suspect,
says.
I suspect what happened is there was a communication problem.
Right.
That what our tax collector was trying to convey to this resident was not understood completely, because I also had that conversation trying to understand, and it was difficult for me to understand what the tax collector was trying to tell me about the system. And then through my questioning, what I just said, I realized is what she was trying to convey. When you reduce a balance, you reduce a balance. It's just like any of us that have loans, mortgages, anything that's financed. You send money in and you reduce the balance you owe.
Right. But meanwhile, we have
Interest is a
somebody
fact of
that's not
life.
happy.
I think that,
Well, this is addressed to the Board of Selectmen.
I think that a well-written reply to her, explaining to her the system, the automated system,
Right.
that we are not in a situation that we can reprogram it, that we no longer
Right.
use pen and paper to record our tax
Yep.
collecting,
Yep.
that we make every effort to accommodate our taxpayers. And the other side of this is, if we did have a policy, right, if we were able to allow people to come in and reduce our principal and thereby, lower the interest rate that they're having to pay, well, there's no incentive to people to pay their taxes on time, which is really
Back
what
to
we
my
want
point.
them to
That's
do.
right.
Because it's hard for us to provide the services.
Right.
You have to borrow money
If
to
we have
cover
to borrow
those
money.
payments that aren't made. And that costs money.
So if you could use your skills and talents to,
Well, and also just to let her know that, I mean, everybody looked into this. I mean,
Yeah.
took this seriously and spoke to a number of people.
I know, we spoke to DRA, we spoke to Lauren, we spoke to
The auditor. Tim
the
spoke to the
auditor,
auditor.
we spoke to Tim. I didn't speak to the auditor, but I spoke to Tim, I spoke to Cindy.
Right.
You worked in the department, spoke to Cindy, and
well, I know just
Being able to-
exactly, that's what I mean. I've done it, so I know what it is. The system just simply doesn't allow you to do that. So if we were willing to spend thousands of dollars to accommodate one taxpayer,
That would make them happy.
If the explanation was better, I think maybe that would have been easier to...
I think you're right, this is communication.
I meant to give this to the board a number of weeks ago. I had asked the LGC for copies of ethics policies. And I
That's
do
that
have...
credit
I've got
card
my folder over here.
thing. It's a standard.
I've been contacting, mostly it's the larger communities, to get copies of their ethics policies. So whenever you're ready to schedule that on the agenda. But what I was going to suggest is if the board could designate one of the Board of Selectmen to sit down and work with me on this.
Sure, I'll be happy to.
Is that,
Unless somebody else wants to do it, I'll...
second,
Aye.
All right, I'll stop in and we'll work out whenever you'd like to.
Yeah.
When it's good to sit down and do it.
and I don't know if you want to talk about that.
okay, this is a letter from Cindy. Once again, this is the issue that we have about residency. She said, I believe I have brought this up previously regarding the major problem with year-round rentals claiming residency that are not legal residents within the guidelines of our zoning rules, which I believe 650 square feet and under. Also, Tilton's 911 addresses for multi-units are the same address without unit numbers. Just a couple of the properties that we're having problems with are 957 Laconia Road, 3 Maple Cottages. They are listed as camps. There is one structure on that property that is within the guidelines. All have a 911 address as 957 Laconia Road. 850 Laconia Road. These are privately owned condos, all with an address of 850 Laconia Road. There is only one unit with the strip of condos that would qualify as a residency, but the 911 address for all is 850 Laconia Road without a unit number, along with another unit which is located behind the other units with the same address as 850 Laconia Road. And of course, there is always 822 Laconia Road, and I realize Al's working on that one. So I would ask if the board could have those 911 address include the unit numbers for all multiple unit addresses. I would also ask if the board could give my office a list of those properties by 911 address that residency should not be issued. Maybe there could be a letter sent out to the owners, such as 3 Maple Cottage, telling them that they rent these out year-round, that the person living in it cannot claim residency, nor can they register their vehicles or get any benefits from the town. Just a thought.
But doesn't it violate our zoning for them to rent them year-round if they are a non-dwelling unit?
Well, it does, because you can't claim residency, but unfortunately, the way it is right now, I mean, I'm a little bit confused. I thought 911 cleaned everything up to where everything had its own address.
Right.
So that'll have to talk to Gus about.
And if you have a
No,
multi-unit...
we have not, the condos that were formed recently in the past few years,
Yeah.
those individual units have not been given their own numbers.
But they should have been.
I know, but they haven't.
They should be.
Well,
And
then
that's the problem.
That's something we have to send to 911 and say, hey, these are all separate
Well,
units.
I know there's been some confusion,
Yeah.
well, at least I've heard there's been some confusion who actually does that.
Well, it was my understanding that Gus works with Chief Ober on the 911.
Because Dave Wadley was the
Dave used to do
selectman
it.
that
Dave
used to do that.
Right.
And it was not designated to anyone else. So
Well-
there was some stuff that fell by the wayside because it was no one's specific responsibility to see that it was done.
Well, I'll have to talk to Gus. We need to get a list of those that do not have individual addresses, and then get together with Brad Ober, because he has the 911 through the fire. He is the one that okays everything and makes sure that it's not confusing and this and that.
3 of them.
And then that would be sent to 911, so I'll just
But-
have to check with Gus.
Would this be the,
Giving-
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Giving a condo or someone a street address does not necessarily make them a dwelling unit.
No, it doesn't.
So I'm
But
not
for
sure why she's
911
tying that together.
I think there's two issues here. I don't
There's
think
two
she's tying it
issues,
together.
yeah.
There are two issues here. One is that they're 911 addresses, and then the other issue is there are some that can't not claim residency.
Right.
There's
Right.
two different issues here that she's
Yeah.
stating.
And I know Gus has been pecking away at getting a list together.
Yep. But, I mean, I'll just have to meet with Gus.
So can we
and-
revert this back to the planning board?
Yeah.
Well, land use office.
Yeah.
It's just my copy. I'll make sure you get
I'd
it.
rather give it to the planning board.
Well, I have a question regarding one of her points there about
Yeah.
not granting residency to someone that's living in a unit that doesn't meet the square footage
Right.
criterion for being a legal
Right.
residence or domicile. What is that person to do? I mean, they've rented this piece of property, it suits their needs, it could be a single person. I mean, that would preclude anybody from having a studio apartment that's, say, only 400 square feet or
Yep,
Yeah, well,
200 square feet or something like
Yep.
that.
there are
that's our
units-
zoning.
Yeah, there are units out there. The purpose of this whole thing is, unfortunately, there were a number of units in our town that are, they're not really qualified to be year-round housing. The heating is inadequate,
Yeah, I
the
understand.
water, the sewer,
They haven't been properly inspected
Right.
as
they haven't been
Residencies.
inspected. Right. So
They
the
don't have-
idea, and then the state went and changed their laws too, which comes down even harder. There's certain things that are required if you're going to consider something a residency.
Well, and I
And all
guess these
these-
property owners who are renting these
Yeah.
these properties under the guise that this is a residence and it can be a year-round residence,
Right.
are misrepresenting their
That
properties.
is correct.
I
And
can,
that we need to get after them and say, you either need to bring your units up to requirements, or you cannot rent them.
Well, this is part of it.
I can
because-
tell you that I have firsthand knowledge that one particular property owner / landlord, if you call up and inquire to rent one of those non-dwelling units, they will specifically tell you not to go to the town to apply for services,
Right.
because they're not supposed to be year-round residences, but he will rent it to you for a
At least they're
year-round
giving you
resident.
fair
Well,
warning.
how does that individual register a vehicle or something like that? They can't.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
So they're just, they're violating our zoning. I mean, I want to say it's illegal.
Yeah.
And they're disenfranchising the tenant. Because if they need, assistance because they're low income or whatever, they need some help, they can't get it, they don't qualify.
Our code enforcement officer needs to send out letters stating that your property does not meet the requirement under our zoning regulations, and maybe even under whatever RSA.
I
it may
believe
be.
letters have already been sent out to that
I'm
effect.
pretty sure that we've already started this process.
Our code enforcement officer, you have to remember that we are code enforcement, we hire a code enforcement officer to do that. He asked us a year ago for some letter clarifying
Right.
dwelling unit in the town of Tilton. We've never done that.
So,
But
I have a
we
whole-
changed the zoning at the last town meeting, right?
yes.
We didn't change
We
that.
added some zoning
We
to
added.
help clarify, and we need to add more.
Manchester, I've got a whole file on it because I talked to him about it to try to help him. Manchester has excellent dialogue or verbiage about what's dwelling and non-dwelling.
Okay.
I gave that to you earlier, you might want to mention that, or... One is a public meeting, but he's also willing to just meet with the town officials separately.
Okay.
Okay. The project is BR number 109/062, New Hampshire Route 140 over Winnipesaukee River. The project will involve doing repairs to the concrete deck and then placing membrane and pavement across it. The expansion joint will be replaced, as well the expansion bearings, and there will be some repair to the abutment A concrete, all of the abutment closest to Tilton. Minimal approach roadway work will be required to taper the approach pavement to the new bridge pavement, and there will also be some approach guardrail work. It will be a phased construction job that will maintain two-way traffic at all times. We will anticipate construction completion by October 2012. Utilities, gas and water, will be an issue on this bridge, as the bridge will need to be jacked up to remove the bearings. The meeting could be either during the day or evening. This meeting would be for the benefit of both the town officials and the town public, so if the interest of getting as many townspeople to attend the evening would probably be better. If the town would like a separate meeting with just the town officials, that can be accommodated as well, although because of the scope of work is small, I don't think it's necessary. We are shooting for the week of December 12th to conduct 3 meetings, so we can stay on track for our advertising date in February 2012. Please call me if you need, or respond by email as to whether an individual meetings are requested or if joint meeting is adequate from the town's point of view. Also, if you could pick a date and time during the week, as I indicated, we can begin the process of notification for the various entities that require notification. This process could take up to 4 to 6 weeks, so we need to begin as soon as possible. This is from Bill Safian, Bureau of Bridge Design, New Hampshire Department of Transportation.
What if we shoot for a public hearing on, he said the week of 12th, the 15th will be our meeting normally.
That's assuming that his public hearing is going to be in Tilton, right?
Is it?
Oh, I think he'd like to have it here.
He does?
Yeah.
Okay.
We shoot for the 15th.
Which one of these is it?
Route 140?
There's 2 of them. Remember they diverted that? There's actually 2 of them. There's the first one and the second one. There's one right after the other.
One is an actual bridge, isn't it, and the other one is not?
Is one just a culvert?
I don't think it's anything. I think it dead ends the river, and the river has to go around that.
I don't think it,
There's a bridge near the fireworks store.
yeah.
And then there's one right past it.
Right.
That's what makes the Holiday Inn an island.
They were both bridges. I thought that where the Holiday Inn is in that little...
Maybe it's just a culvert area.
That's what I'm wondering, is it just a culvert?
Yeah.
By water,
It's probably just a culvert.
Yeah.
but the main confluence of the river goes underneath that bigger
Right.
bridge.
So it's the first one.
Right.
Well, now we all know what a box culvert bridge is.
Yes. We've learned that well, haven't we?
We probably know how to
But,
build
yeah,
one by
I think
now.
you're right.
How they could be badly installed.
Yeah, so it must be the
I know
first
what they're
one.
supposed to look like.
Yeah.
I probably know more than anybody wants to know about them.
I say we shoot for December
Wow.
15th.
Yeah.
We already have a public hearing on the 1st. Well, the 8th or the 15th, whichever.
Well, he said he wanted to do it the week of the 12th,
Calendar
right?
disappeared.
Right, well, it doesn't have to be the evening of a selectmen's meeting. It's really up to you if you want to,
Yeah, but I was looking for the
Be a way
calendar.
of consolidating a meeting for
Right.
They did.
This is being lazy.
It's over on the table over there.
That's just being lazy.
Put a little mirror up there so I can see who's behind.
I've
So
run
we
out of
could do
book.
that.
I'm in trouble. Thank you.
The
Incorporated.
reason I'm bringing this up now is because we only have so few dates left in this year, and he's anxious to get his notices out.
Yep.
So he wants one public hearing? Or two?
I think it just said
Just one.
And why are we having a public hearing? Are we going to
Well,
tell
it's
him,
a
no, you
public
can't do the
meeting. No,
work?
it's a
not a
public
hearing,
meeting.
it's a meeting.
Well, he has to call together all the interested people.
Right.
Right.
I'll find out how much time he needs. Right now, I guess he's just looking for some dates.
Well, any Thursday night,
Yeah.
the 1st, the 8th, or the 15th. We
Not
don't
the
have any-
1st.
What's on the 1st?
The public hearing for the
Noise.
noise
Oh,
road.
Noise Road, that's
Yeah.
right.
The 8th through the 22nd. Catherine has it.
Well,
I have it.
So I'll come back.
There you are, Joyce. In theory.
I understand there's some folks here that would like to talk about 307 Main Street, am I right?
That's correct.
Okay. Although not on the agenda, and we've just passed our public input time, is the board willing to forego and open up time for these people?
Yes.
I am.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Actually, I should go back over there and write.
Whatever, however you can hear it is fine.
You're welcome.
My name is James Cropsey, and I believe I've met everyone here. And the one person that I'm aware of that I thought would be here, that is not here for the scheduled meeting at 7:30, is Clem, who was an interested party.
Clem?
Clem LaChance. And I was hoping that some representative of his would be here. But seeing that it is 7:30 in the appointed time, I would like to commence with asking you exactly what the issue is there, so that we hopefully will be on the same page.
Safety.
Safety is...
Safety. What
Do we
is the
have those
safety
pictures?
issue?
You have,
Perhaps the police...
for me, you have parking spaces, and in order to access them, they must cross over the municipal sidewalk, where twice a day, we have school children walking to school, and there's quite a few of them that use that path. That's my issue, safety. The other day, I saw pictures of 2 delivery trucks, one right beside the other. I'm not sure why there weren't citations given to the others, so probably the police didn't catch them. But certainly the store, whichever store was receiving the delivery, should have told that delivery truck not to be, at least a third of the way into the traveled way of Route 311.
Okay.
They were allowed to load. No one could have used the sidewalk. If our young people were headed to school that day, they would have been forced into the middle of Route 3.
So the issue is the location of the parking spaces in relation to the sidewalk.
It's the ingress and egress coming into the parking spaces over a municipal sidewalk and coming out onto the state road.
Very good. That's what I understood from Chief Cormier was the issue. So I at least prepared for the appropriate issue. I was never contacted by anyone in town about any issues here prior to the police barricades being put up on my property at 307 West Main Street. I'm on the Tilton Conservation Commission. You have my email and cell, home, and office numbers. Why didn't anybody contact me first? I would like to remind you that these it's rhetorical. I would like to remind you that these parking spaces are private property, not state or town property. These parking spaces are allowed as of right, without DOT or town approval, and they have been in continual use. Cars have been parking in front of my building for the last 10 years without any complaints known to business owners or myself. If there is a legitimate safety issue here, I have received no complaints since these 3 parking spaces were created in 2006. They have been used continually since then. Suddenly, a new store opens up, police barricades appear on my property, and it would seem that you have a problem with me or with this particular store. The town appears to be acting arbitrarily and capriciously in this barricade of private property and is legally and financially liable for this action. The police need to produce records of complaints and accident reports at this location from the last 5 years to determine whether there actually are any grounds for concern. The town also needs to fulfill its current responsibility to taxpayers and businesses. Removing the snow from the public parking spaces on Main Street, including those on the south side of Main Street, across from our building at 307. No public parking spaces on Main Street were plowed or cleared on Halloween, the day you put up the barricades. The 3 private parking spaces in front of 307 were cleared by us and were the only spaces fully available for parking. Furthermore, if the town is suddenly denying access for safety reasons to private parking that requires crossing a section of sidewalk, the town will have to deny similar access to similar properties on Main Street, including Creative Spaces, Growing Like a Weed, La Chance's, and the Laundromat Building. And that's just some of them. The town will have to compensate each owner for loss of private property and revenues. This is costly, unjustified, legally indefensible, and absolutely unnecessary. In short, the town has no legal right or justification to erect traffic or parking barriers on private property. This is one more lawsuit the town will have to pay. I urge you to remove the barriers immediately. You need to further examine town-wide safety concerns. You can be sued individually and collectively, and you will be sued for damages for lost access and revenues as long as the barriers remain in place. And I'd like to bring to your attention the history of this. You have the documents, as does Chief Cormier. I first asked Joe Plessner, the Codes Enforcement Officer, in early 2006 about delineating parking spaces at 307 Main Street. People have been parking in front of the building on our property for as long as we've owned the building. That's year 2000. I noted on the plan that at 9 a.m., Joe Plessner said it was private parking and we needed no permits if we were to paint lines on our private property only. However, I thought it was better to switch the parking spaces with the existing sidewalk. That would be to have the parking spaces in the road and the sidewalk closer to the building. I proposed this plan to the New Hampshire Department of Transportation, the Tilton Selectmen, Dennis Allen, the road agent, and the Tilton Police through the summer of 2006. In October of 2006, New Hampshire Department of Transportation, the Tilton Selectmen, Dennis Allen, and the Tilton Police Department told me that there was no reason to switch the parking with the sidewalk. There had been no safety concerns prior to my application necessitating any change from the existing parking and sidewalk configuration. In late October of 2006, I painted lines on the existing 3 spaces. I see the town having 3 options here. Option A, Tilton completely and permanently remove the parking from in front of 307. Tilton should compensate the store, Jabuda, and La Chance's for their lost revenue. Tilton pays for the permanent loss of business to the store, Jabuda, and La Chance's for the next 10 years. That's the length of their lease. Tilton pays us for the permanent loss of the business, and Tilton condemns the spaces and provides us just compensation. Moreover, Tilton needs to condemn all the other spaces in the downtown locations where parking space crosses a sidewalk, including but not limited to the Chances, Growing Like a Weed, Creative Spaces, and the Laundromat. Option B, should you decide to take it, is that Tilton swap the parking spaces for the sidewalk and perform the parking plan I proposed to DOT in 2006. In this instance, Tilton should compensate the store, Jabuda, and La Chances for their lost revenues. Tilton should perform all this work at its own cost and expense. Tilton should deed the space to us for the use by our tenants. Tilton should swap the spaces at all the other downtown locations where parking space crosses a sidewalk and performs work at its own sole cost and expense. Option C. Tilton reviews the traffic incident file with the police and finds nothing of any concern, and decides that the Tilton Selectmen, the road agent, the codes enforcement officer, and the Department of Transportation traffic engineer had correctly analyzed the situation in 2006. Tilton should then compensate the store, Jabuda, and La Chances for their lost revenues. Tilton can remove the barriers. No other action is required. There may be other options, but those are the three I came up with.
Did you receive driveway permit from the state of New Hampshire to access Route 311 from private property from those parking spaces?
None was required.
Why not?
Pre-existing, non-conforming.
There are never any parking spaces lined there previous to 2006.
Indeed, there were.
We have pictures
In
in
the
our
60s.
planning file that show there were no line spaces
Bring it
there.
back to the 60s.
And then they weren't there when Freehill Traders came in and site plan.
They were not there in the 60s. Agway was there. The property was used for parking at that time and has been used continually since our ownership. This was never an issue with the
We were
selectmen.
there when Freehill Traders came into site plan. There was no discussion of parking spaces in the front of that building, were there?
No, they said they had the side of the building.
This was never an issue with the DOT or any of the other people I met with in 2006, and I stand by the actions that we've taken in 2006.
So you feel that private property does not have to have a driveway permit to access a public way?
Does the laundromat need an additional driveway permit to access the
They already
highway?
have one, don't they?
I have no idea. You're the selectman.
That's the state of New Hampshire's road out there. We don't regulate driveway cuts for the state of New Hampshire.
Neither do I.
But yet, it
What
is
what
my
about growing like a
understanding
weed?
to have...
There's a driveway cut there over the entire parcel. It's the same issue.
But you're
Same property.
claiming that your parking spaces are non-conforming and that they have been there and in continuous use, but the town's own files and histories show that they weren't there.
That was not
Do you
an
have
issue in
something-
2006.
Do you have something, well, in 2006, you never got permission from the town of Tilton to alter the sidewalk.
No, I didn't. I
and
didn't
put
alter
those
the
parking
sidewalk in
spaces
one
there.
iota.
The sidewalk is now, if you look at where the crosswalk is, that sidewalk definitely has been altered.
I have not altered or
That
touched the sidewalk, and the
is
approval...
almost into Route 3. But that's not the point here. The point is, you're claiming that those parking spaces are grandfathered and that they do not need a permit to access a state highway. But yet, do you have any evidence to show? Because we have evidence to show on the contrary, that there are no parking spaces there when Freehill Trader came in, and there was no discussion from the planning board that, yes, you can have parking spaces there. So I'm asking you, what evidence do you have to show that those parking spaces did in fact exist prior to Freehill Trader moving in?
They weren't delineated, and that's why I came in 2006. And I asked the selectmen if they were delineated, and they were given permission for the plan to be implemented.
There is no record of the Board of Selectmen giving you permission to delineate side parking spaces there.
Because it wasn't required. It's private property.
On the contrary, the Board of Selectmen minutes reflect that they asked a number of things to take place, and there was no report back to the Board of Selectmen.
That's not what I have in file, and I received no information from the
That's what the
selectmen.
official minutes of the Board of Selectmen meeting of that 2006 meeting reflect.
Well, you never sent the official report to me, and apparently you never sent one to the state either, because the state allowed
On the
the
contrary,
lines.
the reporting was supposed to be back to the Board of Selectmen from
From you.
yourself.
I did.
There is absolutely no record of it.
Well, it's codes enforcement officer.
The Board of Selectmen, you were to report back to them. But nevertheless, I think the issue here is the driveway cuts. You're saying that they're non-conforming, that they've always been there. Our records show that they have not. In
People
fact,
have been parking
you
there.
have just admitted that they weren't even painted there. People park in
People
places
park-
they shouldn't be parking in
Exactly.
all the time. That doesn't mean that they have a non-conforming right to park there. That just means they were parking in a place that they should not be. So if they were not painted before 2006, then in fact they did not exist. People just simply parked there. They're not prescriptive because people parked in a place where they shouldn't have.
And that's why I went through all the machinations in 2006, and I thought everything was approved, sent all the letters.
have had
we
to
were
have gotten-
informed all along the line. The getting back to you could have easily been the letter sent to keeping you informed, Tilton Selectmen, here we go, letter to Charlie Provençal, which you have in the file.
That you just provided us
Yes.
in the past few days, not in
No,
2006.
it was provided in 2006.
There's no record of it.
Well, a number of things in town go missing.
Do you have anything? You must have sent it without being certified, so you have no proof that it was sent to the Board of Selectmen.
No, I hand deliver them.
I mean, the issue I think here is the Board of Selectmen cannot tell you, yes, you can access Route 311, or no, you cannot. It's a state highway. Only the Department of Transportation can give you that permission. And the question is, do you have authority to access Route 311 via your private property with a motor vehicle without a driveway permit? Because there isn't a driveway permit that exists for those.
They never required that or asked that at all the meetings I had with DOT. And they approved the permits, and they approved... Sorry, not
documentation, it
permit,
says.
they approved the plan as provided. We sent it to you, and we dealt with that accordingly. When we received word back that there would not be any change, that the sidewalk would remain where it was, that's exactly what we did. We paved, we lined the parking spaces so that it would be a lot more appropriate for people to park there, and they've been there for 5 years.
The Selectmen minutes from 2006 reflect that the plan that was presented to them at that time, and I wasn't present at that meeting, was that the sidewalk would be closer to the building. Now the sidewalk is closer to Route 3.
That's correct, because you didn't approve my parking plan.
The Selectmen didn't approve it or not approve it. You were sent from that meeting with things to accomplish. But again, the Selectmen didn't have the authority then, and they don't now, to
DOT
give you
does.
access to Route 311 from those parking.
And DOT refused my plan, but allowed me to paint the spaces.
So this issue is up to the New Hampshire Department of Transportation to decide whether or not you can access those parking spaces from their highway.
And then I think you also should be reviewing the spaces at Creative Spaces, Growing Like a Weed, etc.
Well,
Because they are in the same position as being a pre-existing space to before curb cuts or driveway permits were ever required, just as this was.
well, I think one of the big issues here, getting away from whether or not the space is illegal or not legal. I've lived here for almost 35 years now, In all those years, you're right, there's been businesses off and on in this particular building. And occasionally, somebody would park in the front. Most of the time, people parked along the side, but occasionally cars, you come through town, and there would be a car parked in front who's run into one of the little businesses in that building. That I don't think was an issue. The issue was, and I think it's great the new store is there. I have absolutely no problem with a new store coming to Tilton. That's been our philosophy all along, is to fill up our downtown storefronts. But the problem is like the other day, all of a sudden we have all these trucks that are parked in the front that are unloading, and they're halfway into the travel lane. You have kids that come down. Now, how do those kids get around this collection of vehicles that is that close to the intersection? This is why I'm saying, it's not the store, it's not anything else, it's just the fact that it's creating a bottleneck right there off that intersection. Now, if there's some way possibly to get those people to park in your lot on the side, or if delivery trucks have to stop there, get them to pull off the road onto the side there and walk the stuff in, so that your front area of these buildings is left open for pedestrians and, of course, cars coming through that intersection. I mean, that is my issue with what's going on there. That is all that my issue is the fact that there is too much of a bottleneck being created there between delivery vehicles and whatnot that is creating other problems. And, I mean, that is what I see as the issue.
I am
What I
not the
found-
operator of those businesses.
Right.
I would like to, at this point in time, call...
I'd like to say something first, Mr. Copsey. I'd like to have my say, if I would, please. There are a couple of issues there are a couple of scenarios that I witnessed coming into this store, coming into the store opening. And I've lived in this town for quite many years, and I've never seen a car parked out front like you have, but judging from the differences in stores, I can understand why and why not. However, I had 3 different scenarios that brought this to my attention, and they were all safety reasons, every one of them. One was I was on Prospect Street wanting to take a right-hand turn. There were cars wanting to take a left-hand turn from Park Street going to Franklin. There were 2 cars parallel parked in those parking spaces, both wanting to come out at the same time. We had the green light. We're taking a right. They're coming out, and the one that came from Park Street wanted to turn into La Chance, and the brakes screeched. I thought, this was not a good situation, particularly once again, if children were walking down there over the sidewalk. That's the concern. The other scenario was there was a van parked there, and a very large delivery truck with a forklift in the back, a powered forklift, that was completely over the sidewalk into the main road. At that time, nobody could get by. Children couldn't pass by the sidewalk at all. Grown-ups, anybody, couldn't pass by. A tractor-trailer was coming down Park Street and wanting to make a left-hand turn, had to back up, make a left-hand turn, a wide left-hand turn in the opposite lane to make the turn. The other scenario that I witnessed was I was driving from here to Main Street. There was a vehicle in front of me. We had a red light. There were 2 cars parked in those parking spots. The car in front of me, we had the green light. The car in front of me proceeded forward, and just as we got to the railroad crossing. They wanted to go in to the store, so they put their right turn signal on. The two people were coming out of the store, getting into their vehicles. They're coming out. That car's waiting for them to come out. Stopped in the middle of the road, in the intersection, one of our busiest intersections, and probably one of our most concerned ones. The car behind me said, "The heck with this, what's going on?" Had no idea, and decided to come on this side with me. He went beside me, and then all of a sudden said, "Oh my God, now I see what's going on." They're coming out. That car wanted to go into La Chance to get gas, and those two vehicles were coming out, and one was going in. So I went back to the board. For safety reasons, we said, we need to do some type of temporary resolvement here. This is not a good situation. Let's get it resolved. Let's do something. We went to the chief. Now, contrary to what your first statement was that nobody told you, I know for a fact that you've been in constant contact with the chief, and the chief has given you my cell phone number to call. And we would have welcomed a conversation with you. We've been in contact with DOT to help us try to resolve this. We've tried to talk with the store owners. We would love a resolve for everybody. We welcome businesses in town. We welcome businesses in downtown. Just a few months ago, we worked with Belknap County Economic Development to bring businesses downtown. That's our goal. We're not out to put anybody out of business. What we want are businesses here. But what we want is safety. Safety for everybody. Safety for your customers coming in and out. Safety for our people passing along on the sidewalks. And safety for the vehicles coming in and out from the intersection and coming in and out, in ingress and egress. So we asked for a temporary solution until we got a resolve from DOT.
Right.
No,
it's not a permanent solution.
That's news.
We asked for a temporary solution. That's what we asked for. A temporary, to let us sit down and get this resolved so that we could come up with some type of resolvement, whether the parking lot, how we could come in, how we could do it to better serve everybody.
That's news to me. Unfortunately, Police Chief Cormier contacted me after the police barriers went up. But as we seem to want to have the selectmen have a say, and
I have a hand up in the back, and
that two people in the selectmen have not had an opportunity to speak, and I would wish that they have an opportunity to speak as well.
My observation is that all of your solutions require us to pay you money without regard for talking about it or anything else. This has been a fight. It was never supposed to be a fight. I don't want to fight. I'm glad you guys are doing good. Hallelujah. The fact that you're doing the parking lot next door to the building, and I go by there and I see cars there all the time, I think it's great. You'll see me walking this street 3-4 nights a week. How can I make it better? How can I get more parking? How can I get people downtown in Tilton? I'm all about that, sir. I don't know you. I don't know the guy La Chance. I don't know anybody down there. I have no agenda. I've been accused of things in the newspaper that I find insulting. I don't care about handicapped people or anything else, and none of that is true. If you'd have talked to me, I would have explained that to you beforehand, and we wouldn't have to be sitting here in a contentious position now.
Right.
That's my personal feeling. I would love to get this straightened out with you and sight lines and whatever, and get the DOT down here. I don't know the legalities of crossing the sidewalk, so we asked. And I imagine if we haven't received that information yet from the DOT, we will be in a timely manner. We've sent them pictures of the situation, and how can we rectify this? This was never supposed to be a fight, and we're not trying to do anybody out of their business. Lord knows. That's me.
I have to echo what Sandy had said. My biggest concern is with delivery trucks straddling the sidewalk and partially into the traveled way of Route 3 more than anything else. Those delivery people, and I understand, they were setting up the store and stuff was coming in hot and heavy. Now delivery trucks are going to come in to replenish stocks as needed. But those delivery trucks need to be urged to approach that property from a different place and not from Route 3, as Pat said, one of the worst, busiest intersections we have in town. Because as you know, when you're coming off of Park Street and you're making that left-hand turn, it is actually tighter than 90 degrees, and a lot of tractor trailers cannot navigate that without making that wide swing. So some of them are going onto the sidewalk just as a matter of routine so they can turn left. Used to be, before they worked on the bridge, the only way they could head to Franklin was to go straight across, cut down Academy Street, and head on their way. And the same thing when they were coming from Franklin, making that turn onto Park Street. They had to go behind the building and come out Prospect. But the state, in its wisdom, I guess, made repairs to that bridge, widened it, and now it's a little bit more accessible to tractor trailers. But if there's going to be a delivery vehicle parked there that is partially obscuring the traveled way and completely straddling the sidewalk, that is a bad situation.
Well, when I was going to reply to Sandy about this, is that this is an operational issue, and I, as a landlord, have no interest, or I have an interest, but I have no control.
As a landlord, though, you can urge your tenants to ask their delivery people to park.
Exactly. And what I was going to ask was if Walt would like to speak about how he...
Chairman, may I speak? My name is Walter Apt. I'm the managing member of the CFS Sales LLC store. CFS stands for Courteous Friendly Service. We treat people with respect and courtesy. We give them the amount of time they need, whatever it is, to discuss things with us, talk to us. And that's the way we treat our customers. We're different than everybody else.
Is that the way I got treated?
Everyone gets treated with the respect they deserve. I don't think I was treated with respect. When the town puts barriers up in front of my store, making it look like my store has done something wrong, within the first 10 days of us opening our store, it doesn't help us to do business in the town of Tilton. I originally raised my hand before a lot of these questions came up, Chairman, to respond to your comments with due respect. We can control our delivery trucks. The gentleman to the left mentioned in the first week setting up a store, things are hot and heavy. I actually had my own personal truck parked in the street probably a third of the time for 6 weeks while we were doing construction. I never got mentioned that was a problem. Never. I'd like to step back. I'd like us all to resolve this as reasonable people and not act like 8-year-old children throwing barricades up. I want to help. I don't want children to get run over. I don't want car accidents in front of my store. I'd like to come up with a better temporary solution, because it doesn't sound like we're going to resolve this tonight, and it doesn't sound like it's in the jurisdiction of the town of Tilton. I think it's in the jurisdiction of the DOT, who the selectmen have already contacted, which is appropriate.
It's in both of our jurisdictions, actually. However, if
So my only question is, can we come up with a better temporary setup?
The issue is, if we take down the barriers, people see parking because it's painted, and they park there. So there's no way to control how they go in and not there. Even with the barriers, yesterday, driving by, people drove up and went into the store on the sidewalk.
It's worse,
You know, it is. And even with that, so it's like what do? Do you take the barriers down, allow them to do what they want to do? People don't know that it's, not a parking spot. You can't tell them, don't park there, please don't park there. There's a lot next to it for safety reasons or temporary reasons or whatever, unless there's something that says, wait a minute, let's not park there. That's why the cones went up, to alert people, okay, and to alert the delivery. We don't really have an issue. We had an issue with the delivery. We spoke, we went in, a very nice lady, spoke, left my card because you weren't available to speak with, and spoke about it. The delivery people said that they would be more than happy to go on the Prospect side and deliver. So that really wasn't too much of an issue. That was one delivery. I have no idea how many deliveries you have, but my thought process is we're talking to DOT. We're trying to, they're talking to their people, and they're getting back to us. They haven't got back to us today. We were hoping it was going to be today.
Can we do something different temporarily? Can we talk about doing something different temporarily, or can we not?
I'm more than willing to listen to what we can do different.
It looks like the store has done something wrong, and the town's put something up to keep people away. It's not the image I want to start my business.
Well,
Can we avoid the
absolutely.
issue?
I agree with you.
That wasn't our intent.
No, really.
Asking if we can talk about doing something different. Can we?
Do you have an option? What are you presenting?
I would like the town to take the barricades down. I'm talking a little out of school because I haven't talked to Mr. Cropsey or Rick about this. I'm one tenant in a building that I don't own. I'd like to suggest that we take the orange barricades down, and until this is resolved, Jim, that maybe we can put up some sort of colorful tape in the parking spots welcoming people to our new store. Something that's inviting and welcoming. And if the selectmen had talked to me about this beforehand, I would have been happy to help come up with a solution
But
that's appropriate for everybody.
But in all fairness, Sandy and I really did try to come and try to...
3 days after the fact, you did.
But why...
You disrespect by not contacting me about what was going on.
We did. We left our card.
Will not
3
act
days,
on an 8-year-old level ever.
3 days,
Like
5...
I think that's out of line.
Let's just move
I
on
think
from
that's way
here.
out of line. We're not here, we are not here to insult each other.
Then
And
let's just
suggesting
talk
that
about-
boards
I
of
didn't bring it
selectmen
up,
are
the chairman
talking
brought
to
it
you
up.
at an 8-year-old level is out of line. You just stood there and said you wanted to work with the Board of Selectmen. I
Then let's
suggest
do
you do that without insulting them.
Well,
Let's
the
not
chairman doesn't
lower
bring that up, I
ourselves,
won't discuss it.
let's not lower ourselves to that level.
The chairman wanted to discuss it, I was discussing
Pretty
it.
tape, you say? Yeah, I'm all for the pretty tape.
He said, not me.
I'm not impressed.
Can we do something temporary like that, Chairman? Or can you discuss it with the board? I'm done, thank you.
If I may, Rick Nichols has deliveries and has over a period of time. Do you have anything you'd like to
The only thing that
add?
I would like to have on record is, I agree with this selectman, I don't want to fight, and I trust resolve will be made in a timely manner on this. I don't want to fight.
Yeah, let's get this straightened out right here and right now.
Well, I
I'd like
think
to
this
add
is gonna have
the
to have
one
some-
issue that Rick didn't mention is that his delivery trucks have been instructed to deliver in the parking lot.
And they were. I saw one delivering in the parking lot. No problem.
Thank you.
Well, I personally would be in favor of removing the barriers, doing the pretty tape like you said, but with the provision that all deliveries be urged to deliver from the parking lot, from Prospect Street, if it happens to be a tractor trailer and can't fit into the parking lot, and not on Main Street. Not over the sidewalk, not straddling the sidewalk, not partially obscuring the traveled way of Route 3.
I'd be willing to second that motion.
Let's have some more discussion. I don't think,
Norm,
I
I'd
don't
like
think I'd be inclined to say you must put up colored tapes.
No, he
In my
offered it only
opinion,
because he offered it.
whatever you can put in those spaces to prevent people from parking there, until this is resolved, I'm happy with. If that means you can put cans of Coke there, or soda, or
Signs of soft drinks or...
Welcome to the store.
something.
Thank you. That's
That sounds
Something.
great, a sandwich board or something.
I think
There
even,
might be some signs, there might be something decorative and nice and welcoming to the town of Tilton. Welcome.
I think even tape could look like,
Not that I want
Don't
to take
come
away
here.
anything from Mr. Cropsey and the value of his property, or say anything that we're going to be parking, just to give me some time to open my store and open my doors, and catch my breath.
I would only ask that whatever you put there, because the sidewalk is so close to the highway, don't put whatever you put there so close to the sidewalk, because it's very narrow, and
We're still going to have people that park where nobody in this room has control of.
Right.
It's going to happen forever and ever.
Actually,
and
we
that's a
do have
control
control
issue.
over, we do have control over that, because if they do park
They
by
can't
the
park.
sidewalk, there is an RSA that they will be ticketed.
Good, totally.
And that we have
That
no
is
problem with.
controllable.
And that is something that we've never had a problem with. If somebody's double parked
There's never been an issue.
highway, that was my
There's-
first conversation with Chief Cormier, was the man needs to be ticketed or his truck towed. They'll
There
never
has
do it
never
again.
been an issue in that area at all, except now we have a very busy store that's moving in.
A victim of your success.
Victim of something. I would like to invite the selectmen to my store to discuss some things that happened the other day possibly, and look at what I provide, if Mr. Cropsey and Rick approve of my suggestion.
I defer to the two of you, being the tenants in place,
As a temporary solution.
as a
until the
temporary
DOT
solution.
Notified and
If Rick's amenable.
Did I understand it correctly? He's inviting you to the store to discuss it? I didn't.
No, I want to set up something, Rick, in the 3 spots in front of our 2 stores.
Yeah,
That's
if
decorative,
that's-
inviting to people, maybe some advertising stuff from your store that's appropriate.
I could put a lot
and
of
some stuff from my store that's appropriate.
Hallelujah. That would get more people in, and I gotta think, Mr. Cropsey, just as a purely business-oriented thing, that this furor is only gonna create a buzz around the store and hopefully bring more people in to see you.
you'll have to be,
I came down there several times based on this.
you'll have to be careful that you don't violate our sign ordinance.
Well, we're trying to work with the town, and I hope the town will work with us.
Would you allow them a temporary change of or a temporary waiver of the sign ordinance?
The Board
Like
of
a
Selectmen doesn't
banner?
have that authority. Only the zoning board can give you a waiver from that, but
But I believe...
I think you can work within that ordinance.
I believe that temporary signage, i.e. sandwich board, that type of thing that's only out there during business hours, is exempt.
Well, they
No, it's
have
not.
new, hang on a second. I
It's
gotta-
been a while since I was on the zoning board, so I'm not aware of
Yeah,
new...
we have
I
various
always
flags and
defer- I
signs
always
that go
defer
up
to
and down
Sandy.
during business hours and whatever, and I'm sure that you'll come up with something tasteful to put out there, you know.
All the way down to the storefront so far.
Balloons are really good. Really good. I like your store. And I'm sorry it's come to this, certainly.
I'd also like to have Chief Cormier involved a little bit with this, so that the signage be something that's not so distracting that it causes a further problem, if that's okay with you guys.
Yeah, we're going to have a similar problem no matter what we do to the problem we have now with the barricades of people parking on the sidewalk and partially the road, not our delivery trucks.
Your delivery guys were great, by the way. They were very, and Leanne, very polite. I spoke with someone from Capital District. He was awesome.
And again, I need to catch my breath and get all this done.
I think as long as we all know that this is just a temporary Band-Aid, that this is just till New Hampshire DOT, and I personally, I'm not speaking for the board, just myself, feel that it's a DOT issue. I've just looked up the RSA, and they definitely, it's their authority to determine whether or not you can access Route 311 from that.
And if you can, there you go. And if you can't, well, there you go.
Right, and that was my issue, is that they have never responded in writing to any of my inquiries, including all of the information that you have for a redesign of the situation that I thought along the same lines the selectmen were thinking in 2006. But they never responded in writing in any way, shape, or form as to what I might be allowed to do, other than I could not change.
They will
the
now, I'm
sidewalk.
sure of it.
Do you still have a copy of that design that showed the, my concern is the location
I have
of
the
sidewalk.
original of the sidewalk. You have a copy of the original. Including my,
we'll have to get that
including my
from
note that I spoke
Gosh.
to Joe Plessner at 9 a.m., and he said private parking. And I thought that as far as the town was concerned, that he
Did
was
at
the
any
appropriate authority.
time, did it propose that the
I can
sidewalk,
understand why you would.
that the sidewalk move closer to the building and the parking be on the outside?
Pardon?
At any time, was it proposed that the sidewalk move closer to the building and the parking be on the outside in the traveled way?
That's what I proposed in 2006. That's exactly what I proposed.
And that was denied.
A 7-foot wide sidewalk going alongside the building. People at the time determined that that was not an appropriate treatment, for whatever reasons. And I think part of that is, as I recall, that they might have to do the same thing elsewhere in town.
And that might be true.
That
might be true, I don't know, but you could see from the photographs that it's a big issue, line of sight and whatever in that intersection. But we can fix this on some level, I'm sure we can.
I do think so, too.
Temporary signage is allowed. You can get a permit for temporary signage, which is good for up to 90 days a year, for those special sales you want to have, promotions, things like that. So it is very gettable. I was going to say, you can call Gus tomorrow, the land use office.
Well, I'd like to avoid any fees associated with this.
I was just going to ask, is there a fee for that?
Special. It says special permits will be issued for not more than a failure to obtain a permit. We would just have to check with Gus to see if there's a fee or if it's something that can be waived, because
Well, I would
this is a
suggest that the
temporary
Board of
thing.
Selectmen waive for this particular incident until we have it resolved, the fee
Right.
for the temporary signage.
Right.
Only until, for this specific incident, and only
Right.
until it's resolved. I'd
Thank
make
you.
that in the form of a
So
motion.
can we make an all-encompassing motion here? Because Norm and I started something, but no, we can't?
If I may, before any motions are made, one further comment that I would like to make is that Rick and Matt and also Walt and Carol, they're essentially starting new businesses all over again. And if any of you have been involved in business before, you know that things are tight now.
Yep.
Okay, for them. And I would appreciate any assistance you can give them in this matter, because they're financially a bit pushed.
I know how it goes, Mr. Cropsey, and okay, we'll go forward from here.
I don't want to restrict them for what they put in those spaces.
No.
So I think they should just be able to do what they...
There are many programs in which we work with different people, Belknap County Community Economic Development, that have lots of programs. Sandy and I just walked the street about a month ago to each and every business down in Main Street because they had a special program in Meredith. They sponsored a program for businesses starting out, small businesses such as yours, that wanted strategic marketing issues, and they had different signage, different ideas on signages and things like that. It was a small symposium. They often have them, and we often pass them out when they do have them to let the businesses know that these are coming up. Also, our town administrator, you can also contact her. She's involved with the Belknap County Economic Development and get you in contact with the right people. They're a great group of people to work with for small businesses. They have come here several times. We've asked them to come here several times. We try to get, as you can see, this end of Main Street to promote businesses. Once the businesses are here, we want to keep them here. We have a very strong community here in Tilton. We ask our people in Tilton to support local businesses. We all do. We ourselves try to support our local businesses. That being said, I think that, for me personally, it was a tough pill to swallow the way I was treated, but I'm willing to put it behind me and meet with you folks and come up with a solution. I'm certainly not the kind of person that you thought I was 2 days ago. So I'm willing to re-meet you all over again.
Chairman, I'm not the kind of person that you left my store.
Okay.
We have a motion on the table to waive
the fee.
Temporary sign for this. Will you be very specific about that motion that it's?
I have two questions on that. Number one is, can we be very, very specific on the fee waiving? And my next part of discussion is, do we have a right to waive the fee on the planning zoning fee?
We set those fees.
We set the fees.
I know
Board of Selectmen set those fees.
Okay. Do the IRS stay there so we can do that?
Oh, no, not on the fees. This is on driveway permits.
Okay, I'd really like it to be specific that the motion is going to be a temporary until we resolve the issue, meet with DOT. Do you folks want to be a part of the DOT? Jim, you want to be? Okay.
Well, I'll withdraw my second to Norm's motion about the pretty tape.
I wasn't making a motion.
No, I thought it was a motion you made over there.
A motion. It was just.
Then let's just, all right, I'll drink some coffee and wake up.
I will make a motion that when the apps...
We already have a motion on the table.
They withdrew their motions.
No, I made a motion.
No, she made a motion. I'm not sure if you have a second to it, but I will second it.
Okay.
I made a motion to waive the fees on a temporary basis for this incident only until we have it resolved, and I asked Joyce to make it very specific when she wrote it out that it
for 307.
indicated it was only for this one.
307 Main Street.
Right.
Second.
So when the apps come in...
Once we resolve the issue of whether those spaces can be there, if we change the configuration to the original, whatever DOT approves or not approves, then the waiving of the fees is over.
So then you have to comply with any other signage zoning that we have.
After the temporary's over, yeah.
Right.
Right.
And you will please give me some time to react once the temporary's over, a few days to get down.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Against the building?
I did.
You do have it. Oh, I didn't realize you did that recently. I haven't seen that, okay. Because I'd asked for that earlier.
What he
Thank you,
originally
Jim.
stated has been withdrawn. 'Cause
Right.
we're talking about-
What Norm originally stated was not in the form to begin with. That was just a statement.
Okay,
So Catherine was the one that made the motion.
To waive the fees.
so the only motion I have right now then is to waive the signage fee on a temporary basis for 307 Main Street.
Temporary signage fees.
Temporary signage fee, yeah.
Temporary signage fee?
Right.
Right.
It's a temporary sign. They can get a
Waive the
permit.
fee for a temporary sign.
Yes.
Correct.
Not a permanent.
Right.
At 307 Main Street.
Yeah.
That means, okay, go ahead.
Main Street until the issue of parking spaces has been resolved.
Right.
Okay, I just have one bit of discussion on that motion. So that means that either of any of the tenants at 307 Main Street can put up temporary signage.
My understanding is we're all going to work together on getting the signs
Right.
up there.
Okay, all right.
The chief's
I just
going
want
to
to
be
be
in on it.
clear on that, because you have more than one
I intend to do this
tenant.
tomorrow. I want to get those barriers down. I intend
Understood.
to do
Oh, yeah.
this tomorrow. We got
Understood,
some
but
time this afternoon.
my reason for asking the question is, there's more than one tenant there. You've got,
Well, that's why I asked Rick.
There's also more than one parking spot that's in question, so.
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, Rick's on
We have to
board.
put up more than one.
Okay.
Rick and I just talked. So
Motion covers the parking spaces, whoever uses it.
Yeah.
And it covers 307 Main
I
Street,
think
so
we've
we're all
beaten
set
this
with
up
that.
enough.
Oh, God, I hope so.
And Homer,
We still have to vote to remove the barriers.
Okay, all those in favor of the motion?
Yes!
Yes.
Now, yep, and it attracts all kinds of.
Okay, so we will be available, is anybody, I will be available tomorrow afternoon. You'll be available tomorrow afternoon.
I'm sure
Maybe.
I am.
I can try, but transportation is.
Do we, what is tomorrow, what are we
Friday.
doing tomorrow afternoon?
God only knows. We're going to go down and look at the signs or whatever.
We're going to go down to look at
We
the,
don't even know what we're doing yet, but we're going to come up with something.
we're going to go down and come up with some kind of temporary thing to be able
Well, they're
to,
going to come up with a temporary thing, and then we get to go down and look.
right.
And then I
Judging
get,
contact.
then I get to go in the store.
Oh,
I have
it's
not
actually,
been in the
it's a nice store.
I'm
You
waiting for
got a
it to-
ramp and everything. You can bring Mark.
Open, well, I'll bring Mark.
There you go.
What time?
So,
Been laid up for the last.
I would like to make a
What
motion.
time?
I'm going to need something late.
You can get into
Late
it.
as you guys can
There's a nice
possibly
ramp you
do
can
it.
get into.
3 or
Yeah,
4.
I noticed that.
3 or 4?
Yeah, Rick and I got to get together. We kind of got to think this through tonight.
I could do it
Get
at,
some supplies in the morning, and we got to hustle to do this.
I could do it at 3. Otherwise, you'll have to do it without me, because I have a kid.
All right, so
Well, Gabby will meet me at the store,
well, we could do that. Have her meet you at the store.
but
So
the other ones get off at 4:20.
so we can go at 3 and we're at, however,
Is 3 okay?
Thank you, yes.
Joyce, 3 okay? Yeah. Yeah.
I haven't been at your store yet. Has it changed much?
Hopefully, we'll have some type of indication from DOT that we're
Right.
going forward with something. Joe?
I'd like to make a motion to remove the barriers in front of 307 Main Street at such time as the temporary barriers provided by the building's occupants are approved and ready to be placed in the parking places.
Second, who put up those barriers?
The chief.
Did you put up the wooden barriers?
Highway did.
Oh, Highway did.
Dennis.
Oh, Dennis, did. I wondered where they came from. I saw them
But-
today.
Did it come out, did the request come out of the PD?
Yes.
Can I repeat this?
Please.
To remove the barriers at 307 Main Street until such time as the temporary signs have been approved by the board and placed in the parking spaces.
Say that one more time?
They're going to put something temporarily in those parking
Well, I
places.
know, so what you're saying is when the barriers are going to come down, but not until they have something ready to go up?
You want to
Correct.
just take them down now?
Right.
Is that what you're?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Right.
Yeah.
What they have in
Okay.
there.
As soon as they're ready to go with their alternative, then yeah, we just take them away.
Take them away, okay.
Yep.
All those in favor?
Yes.
Wait, she has clarification. What?
I just want to be clear. So now you're saying not to remove the barriers until the temporary signs have been approved.
That's correct.
That's correct. All right. All right, we're that close, guys.
What about putting those cones back up? Well, they look better than the barriers.
Jane, we just came to a resolve.
Hey, 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 hey.
Did you get a second?
All those in favor of the motion?
Aye. Ta-da!
We'll see you at 3 o'clock.
Okay, thank you.
Jim, you
And
happy
Do
with
we have
that
a meeting
resolve?
scheduled for the
well, it's a good start. Let's see what.
We have,
Working on DOT.
That's
we
gonna be
have been in communications with DOT. DOT, my understanding is that the person, District 3, met today with his boss in Concord, that over at Mark Morrow and Bill Lambert, met today, and they were in meetings all day until 3 and didn't get back to us, so I'm assuming that we'll hear something tomorrow morning. They've all met together on this issue, so what their resolve is, we'll hear. So I'm hoping that they're going to come up with you and all of us and hear the resolve.
I don't know if we'll see them, we'll get something.
We might get it just an email, you never know.
What I'd like to request...
We should be hearing something.
What I'd like to request is that someone from the Select Board or the administration or Chief Cormier supply the DOT with all the correspondence and background information that I have, because, and have provided you, because apparently the letters have been lost in some instances.
They have that.
When I talked to Mark
As of
Morrow,
yesterday, they have that.
Thank you.
When I talked to Mark Morrow, I let him know that those letters existed. He was looking for their
Backgrounds.
correspondence
Right.
to you.
They have files as
They
well.
have there is no correspondence to me because they didn't send any.
Well, and unfortunately,
They really dropped the
that
ball.
documentation is only worth the paper it's written on.
That's correct. That's why I have, those are confirming letters of meetings, and they had 2 weeks to respond before they became the agreement. They
So
obviously...
that's why there's no letters back approvals, because I looked back on all the minutes.
Yeah.
I found the minutes of April 2006 where you came into the board, but I didn't find anything. I saw your letters that you produced the other day, and there's one of the men that you sent has since retired, but there's one still working there, and we asked him. He does remember it, but he doesn't have anything documented that he sent anything back to you that approved anything.
Nothing was ever responded other than verbally, and fearing that and not receiving any letters were why the letters were originally sent.
Yeah, well, I mean, I can appreciate why you did it, but these by themselves don't mean anything. Because there's nothing from the other side.
Well, they do, because they were written after the meetings.
Always do.
Those
Yeah,
are
but-
confirming letters of an agreement at a meeting.
Jim, I love the way you think, but I don't
Yeah,
think...
it doesn't mean
anything.
anything.
They may not buy it, but that's the way legal things are done.
Yeah, we both know DOT doesn't.
Yeah.
We'll get that information to them,
Right.
though, and they can do whatever they do.
That's what's going to
have that
happen anyway.
information.
Yeah, I know you're right.
They have it.
Joe, I emailed that yesterday.
There you go.
Thank you. Any other questions you have, or
No.
of myself, or? Thank you very much for your
All
time.
right, you're welcome.
Bye.
Bye. Take care.
Bye. Who's hitting on that woman?
Oh, no, he knows.
I know.
Donna,
Joyce, you want to come back up?
it can be.
No, I understand that. Just
I
kidding.
just get hit on you, you
Just
feed him
kidding.
candy.
That's right. Yes.
You give him coffee.
Can we just take a 2-minute break? Can you shut the camera off?
I will. Oh, that's what
These are the legal things. Nothing quick about tonight's meeting. We are booked. Okay, that was a very interesting time. We are back on live from break. Phew. Okay.
Okay, when it comes time for non-public, I've got 4 legal matters under litigation. I have 2 personnel
Okay.
items.
No, not yet.
We can check off parking 307 Main Street.
Yeah, I guess we can cross that out.
Yep.
In preparation for your meeting on the 10th, this is just some information when LGC comes to talk about health insurance and also what's happening with the Secretary of State. This is just some background information that you might want to read
Thank you very much.
before that meeting.
Next week.
Okay.
So that's just for reading.
All righty.
This is a draft of a public meeting notice. This is for our EPA Brownfields grant. The deadline for submittal is November 28th. I met with Rip Patton, he's the engineer, and Rick Silverberg, and we took the application, and we went through and we picked out which sections each person's going to do. Mine primarily is just to make sure that we have the whole thing assembled properly according to the grant application. I've got to do some research with the census and pull together some census data. Rick is going to do the narrative. Excuse me, and then Rip is providing all of the engineering environmental information.
Okay.
But what we're required to do is post a notice for a public meeting where the draft of our environmental proposal, what we're proposing to do, they call it an ABCA, and our grant application has to be made available for review and comment in a public meeting. The comment period will be from November 14th to November 28th.
Now, when does the grant application actually have to be in?
November 28th. It has to be postmarked the 28th.
So how can you have it reviewed for comment until November 28th?
Right.
Because theoretically, you're supposed to take the comment and digest the comment and then add it.
Right. On the 17th is when we'll have the public meeting.
The grant application will be available for the public for review and comment from November 14th through November 28th.
Right. We have to have it available to the public for that 2-week period, or that 10-day period. So I'd like to go ahead and on Monday send that into the Echo so it will appear on the 10th.
Okay, on the 10th of December, November or December?
Right, because I have to have it in the paper so that on Monday the 14th. So that's the other thing. We're under a tremendous time crunch here to have the draft written and available by then.
Right.
So that's moving along. And we finally got comments back from DES on the supplemental Phase 2 plan. I just received it today, and I immediately emailed Rip and said, what does this mean? So as soon as he gets back. And then also I have to write a letter to DES because they need to respond to our, they have to include a letter in our application saying that they're aware of the project and they support it. And we have to have 5 letters of support, and these are the 3 that we've received so far from the, they have to be community-based organizations, meaning non-governmental.
Okay.
And we're really focusing on the health aspect of having the Ernie's, having the hazardous material removed from Ernie's so that it can be green space, open space, and tied in with the activities on the trail. So this is from Health First, CCNTR, the Trails Association. I sent a request to the Main Street program, to Billy Lawrence and Vince and Sarah, to see if they would write a letter of support because it will remove blight in the downtown and help to create more businesses downtown. And then I was going to contact Carmine at Bedco and ask if they could provide a letter of support.
Veterans Home is government, right?
Yes.
You want this draft thing back?
Yes, that's, I'm just waiting for Rip to give me the actual...
Actually, all of these things are yours, Joyce.
What the actual scope of work is, because now that we have the final comments back from DES.
Oh, yeah.
I received an email from the fire department captain. As you know, they're going around and removing all of their fireboxes because they're going to be wireless with the Laconia Dispatch.
Mm-hmm.
And it says, Joyce, I stopped in this morning with Lester Milton of Waveguide. His company is running a fiber optic line down through Main Street. Sometime in the near future, we've been in contact with them as they originally requested to move some of our fire alarm wire up on the poles. We made arrangements with them to delete our wire rather than move it, as we no longer use it and need to remove it anyway. When reviewing the Main Street with Lester, I was reminded of the old Christmas light wiring that runs throughout Main Street. That wiring hasn't been used in years and is not in any shape to be used in its current condition. Lester mentioned he'd be willing to work with the town in removing that wire as well, as this is in close proximity to the fire alarm wire he will be removing for us.
How about if he replaces the wire for us? Give him the wire.
Well, this comes next, because trying to decide who owns the wire. Dennis said that the wiring does not belong to the town and we aren't billed for it. Vince?
Well, I know years ago, I don't know if this will help the situation, years ago we used to hang the little wreaths that had lights on them, and wires came down off of these wires and just dangled in the air the rest of the year. Well, then Bill Bernard, who at the time was the state electrical inspector, he nearly had a cow when he came to town and he saw these live wires hanging down, flapping in the breezes. So he went from pole to pole, just clipping them off and getting rid of these live dangly wires, because we'd been told that we couldn't light our lights anymore because they weren't safe. So whoever originally strung the wires to light these lights, who knows, but they have been trimmed back so that people wouldn't accidentally, they wouldn't whip around and hit something and start a fire and stuff. But, so I guess this is
We can't have lights up on the poles because there's no way to plug them in.
Right.
Yeah, well, they had them
They wired directly in, it was a live wire.
hardwired right to the decoration.
Yeah.
With
How
no
we had
plug.
wires coming from the buildings going across it.
Right.
Trees.
Oh, it was really,
They would temporarily splice the wires together.
well,
What could possibly go
There's
wrong?
always been an issue of replacing the wires. I mean, PSNH had said, for a gazillion dollars, you can
Right.
do this and this, or, we could run a thing down the sidewalk if you
Right.
wanted to dig up the sidewalk and have those, column things that you can plug into.
yes. But even that was not cheap.
No, it was gazillions of dollars just for Christmas lights. I mean, that sounds petty, but
But I think,
it was tens of thousands of dollars.
but I think
Remember
years
Laconia,
ago-
how nice their lights used to be
I
back
mean,
in the
the
60s?
electrical inspector, you
grandmother
can
used to be
imagine.
part of that.
what kind
It
of
was
space,
so nice.
He and Joe were outside, and he said, what is
I have
that?
pictures.
Well,
That's what we hooked
the-
the
well,
lights up
They
to.
lost all of
The
those Sure Talks from.
Vince and Billy Lawrence from the Main Street program that said it doesn't have anything to do with the Main Street program. It might be a holdover back when there was the Winnisquam revitalization.
Right.
And Vince also said, he says, I believe the town had ornament lights at one point.
Yep, they did.
When I spoke to PSNH, they said it was common practice for towns to tap into power lines, but don't allow that anymore because it is not metered. Those wires should be removed.
Right.
The only thing that Lester has said, he said that the old wires that were used for the Christmas lights really aren't in our way. They are, however, very close to where we would be attaching our new cable on the poles. We're taking down all the fire alarm cable that is no longer in use through the town for the fire department. This is to make enough space for us to attach within guidelines of the pole owners. While Tim and I were looking at the poles, he mentioned that the old wire for the Christmas lights was not live and had not been for years. Tim thought it would be nice for cosmetic reasons to remove these also while we were there. We are not electricians, but if these are not connected to power anymore, there should be no problem removing this.
Well-
If you're interested in this being removed, it would be a good idea to have this looked at by an electrician to verify that they're no longer active. This would only be a day's worth of work and would be done at the same time we remove the fire alarm.
At what cost?
I don't believe it's any cost.
Let's do it.
If he's insisting we have an electrician look at them, we're going to have to pay to have an electrician look at them.
But he just wants to make sure they're not live.
Well, I wouldn't touch them unless somebody said, yeah, those aren't hooked up.
I'd have PSNH come out.
Yeah.
Tell them they have phantom wires.
Yeah.
Again, these
Yeah.
wires are not in the way. This was just a friendly gesture suggested by Tim and I to clean up the poles. So what is the board? And then we heard from Roger Pitzer. Don't know anything about it, but on another note, wouldn't it be great if the town would make it all Christmas, like replacing and adding lights?
Yeah, coffee.
Well, no more coffee.
No more coffee. No more coffee.
Oh,
Goes the new,
hey, good.
That's on.
Joyce,
No more
could you
coffee.
just restate that
Yes.
last thing you said, because I couldn't hear it?
They want Christmas lights.
Don't know anything about it, but on another note, wouldn't it be great if the town would make it all Christmas-like by replacing and adding lights?
Well, I would love to have nice lights, but what's that going to cost
Where
us?
exactly are these wires? Are they up on the poles?
Yes.
Okay, so we can't replace those.
No.
Those we just need to,
Get rid of them.
Right, because they're not metered.
Right, they're not.
I don't have a problem if he wants to take them down, but I'm not willing to spend one thin dime taking them down. If he wants an electrician to look out, we can have PSNH come out and say, are these we have phantom wires.
Right.
We're gonna clean up your poles. Are they telephone or PSNH poles?
They're PSNH poles. So the ones down.
Some of
You
them
see
are.
Fairpoint
Well, okay.
trucks around.
Yeah.
Some of them are PSNH poles, some of them, I believe, at the other end are Fairpoint poles.
I had always hoped that Main Street would take up the challenge.
Yeah.
The underground.
Okay, so have PSNA check to see if they're live or not, and then tell them,
Right.
thank you very much, while you're up there, go ahead and take ours down. Well,
Yeah.
they're not, we don't even know if they're ours.
They're not live.
Please not give them any ownership.
Well, I think that when Bill Bernard went up, I think he took care of making sure that...
Ours were dangles.
Yes. Oh, well, he got rid of all the dangles.
Ours were dangles. There was no
Yeah, they were
stringing.
just blowing in the
Unless
wind.
that, unless they're from the 30s.
You missed one.
I did miss one. Thank you.
But I think, years ago, if they wanted electricity, they just went up and twice the line.
Sounds good to me.
61 Business Park Drive, I've got my estimate back from Airworks about installing a time clock for the water heater, replacing ballast and 2 lights in Town Hall, and installing thermostat covers at 61 Business Park Drive.
I'm sorry, why do we even have the water heater on?
No, this is the water heater at the Town Hall.
Oh,
Easy, Norm.
how much Joyce?
Yes?
I would also like to get an estimate for putting in a tankless water.
We are. That's a part of our capital improvement.
Right, because why spend the money for that if we're gonna...
$120 for install a time clock for water heater in Town Hall, to replace the ballast and 2 lights in Town Hall, $93.40, to install thermostat covers at 61 Business Park Drive, 1 in the office, 4 in bays, $380. Oh, I think it says total, or is that 4 in bays, 300? There's no total here. Is this all total?
No, these are all separate items he's bidding on. The thermostat covers is 1 on the wall
In the
for
office,
1 in the office, and then 4
in the bays. So 4 in the bays is $380. So we have to total this up for the estimate. Okay. So
And the others are for the Town Hall, and then,
we have to total this up. 3, 8, 11,
Well over $500.
658, do I get?
right, but on the electrical light replacements in Town Hall, Will Ellis, originally he had quoted $154 material and labor, and then I went back and asked him how much more it would be to replace them with high-performance ballast, and he said that would be $6 more. So that would be $166, and for the gray box for the hot water heater, it's $65 plus 1 hour of labor, and his labor is... Well, that was 2 trips. It would be $60 an hour. This is
Problem
back
with
in March.
Will Ellis is he's had an accident and he's going to be laid up for like 6 weeks.
Really?
He apparently fell off a staging and messed up a leg.
Oh, no.
Yep. 658.40. Do we want to not knowing enough about water heaters, because I'm not a homeowner, but Do we want to install a time clock on a water heater without also replacing to a tankless water heater? I mean, are we doing
No,
one
we
without
need-
You don't need a
another?
time clock on a tankless.
That's an estimate for that, but we also want to know the cost of putting in a tankless.
Right.
There's two
Right.
options.
Right.
I'm not ready to say, yeah, let's go put a time clock
Oh,
on that.
I know. It's
If
just-
we're going to stay with that 50-gallon monster, it's electric, right?
Right. We
Yes.
have
If we're
electric.
going to stay for that 50-gallon electric monster, then fine, that's the way to go.
But if we go
But if it makes
tankless,
sense to go tankless, they
Yeah.
also need to show us
that's
the
an on-demand,
savings.
right?
It's on demand. When you
And we
crack
need
a
the very-
faucet, it heats water. When you shut the faucet off,
Is
it
that
stops
natural
heating.
gas?
It can be either or.
Natural
Well, no, I was
LP.
told that it's cheaper to go with electric. For our usage here at the town hall, where we use so little hot water,
I would
rather
say
than...
we use the very smallest
go
model
electric.
that they make, because we use hot water like,
can-
what, 4 minutes?
You can get one
Tops?
that works off of 110.
Yeah.
and,
Plug
you know,
it in and
it'll
you're good
give
to
you-
go.
You won't get steaming hot water, but you will have water warm enough to wash your
Does
hands.
the health officer have to tell you, it does have to be a certain temperature?
Right.
Can't be tepid.
When will Caswell be finished at the Grange? Next week? Because he's supposed to come check our boiler.
I think next week, he starts tomorrow, and
You missed one,
Hand
Sandy.
washing.
there's the furnace,
All
and
right.
Because I'll have my 3 estimates.
the stove is going to be hooked up.
Ooh, that's exciting.
Are we going to get to work on that?
Yes! I'm ready. I've got the feeling all I gotta do is turn the knob and light the pilot.
yeah.
What I would like to do
I'm
now, though, is
almost
if we
as good
could
as
just get
certain.
those light fixtures
It's only,
replaced.
it's only a couple of screws to replace
So
the,
can we go with
If
air
it's been high and dry.
Now that I'm meeting,
Pilot.
now that I'm meeting
Where do we need the lights?
downstairs? One is
little
Thermocouple.
situation
The other
tomorrow
is
at
in our
3
meeting
o'clock, then I'm
We're
putting,
going to-
scraping the
We're
floor
losing
with
daylight
tiles.
savings time next
Yes, I
3,
know.
but I'll,
I'll be there at 3, because I wanna do the parking thing and,
we're down here at 3.
Tomorrow, Saturday.
whatever, I'll be there
We have the
somewhere.
lights downstairs with their works
Yeah, the ballast,
Those
to get.
ballast.
Right, and then also, I talked with him about, I told him I was going to call Laconia Electric, and he said he already did. And if you want to let Catherine see that, what he was saying is we should just wait a little while longer. Because they're going to be coming out with something better.
That's the question.
So Stu answered that for me.
On Business Park.
No, I just want to replace
Here.
the lights here in the town hall.
I'll give respect to you, Joyce. These are all signed.
Oh, here's the to sign book.
Significant energy savings.
Here's
Isn't
this,
that a
but
nice
this one's
phrase?
not signed because it was held out last week, a couple of days ago, because a certain selectman didn't want to sign it.
Still doesn't.
What is it?
And let's put it in here until we, prepayments.
Prepayment?
Why can't we prepay?
We can.
Then why can't we sign it?
I just have to have time to think about why she's wanting us to sign this when we already.
I wanted to ask her actually earlier.
She said that at her conference that she went to, that was one of the things that they had recommended, it's just adding some additional language. What the additional language is, I don't know.
Because really what we do is we make a vote, we make a motion, that's it.
Now that's, we have
I-
a copy of this already.
I gotta think about it.
So I would like if the board would make a motion to approve Airworks to just replace the 2 lights here at the town hall.
I thought you just said to wait for the 2 lights in the town hall.
No, we have to, I need to replace them. And see, what, the good thing is we have 2 boxes of bulbs downstairs, so I can just use those bulbs, because when you go to the energy efficient ones, you have to buy different bulbs, and those are $425. I'd like to use up what we have.
I see.
All right, I'll make a motion that we approve the 9340 to replace the ballasts in the town hall that are defective.
Second.
All those in favor of the motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Just in time, we're going off daylight
I guess I don't
savings.
have a problem.
Why do we need
Seems
have
pretty
a motion to do
straightforward,
that
but-
when that's your jurisdiction in the town hall to do that.
I know, well, I had originally proposed that, and I just was going to have Mr. Ellis do it because he's done all the other ones, and I was instructed to go and get another estimate.
Oh, okay.
I wanted to, oh, shit, she did it to me.
What?
What?
Well, when I was a kid, my middle initial was A. She's got Catherine A. Dawson, so I was going to write Catherine A. Dodge.
Oh.
I might have caught that one, though. It's like, wait a minute, who is this person?
My
Sure, I was on my way to.
My first name's Patricia Ann
That makes sense to me.
Delia.
Oh, I had an Aunt Delia.
My middle name's Delia.
Delia?
She was a lovely lady.
Delia.
Delia? Like Dee Dee?
So, all right,
My
so it
cousin's
doesn't make
named
sense
Delia.
for us to go for expensive ballast, just
For right
replace
now.
it in kind,
Right.
cheap as possible, and wait for the LEDs.
Right. Okay.
So that question, if I bring it up again and I forget, just remind me.
Can you just imagine town hall with LEDs?
No.
No,
It's like
That's scary.
The more
it's less light.
brightening. No, it's less light, but it's brighter light. So it's less light and brighter light.
Less energy,
And
brighter
less
light.
energy.
Right. Brighter light.
I think we ought to
You know what I
stick
like
with
about
lanterns.
LEDs?
LEDs.
I mean LEDs. You got them on.
Newfangled
All right,
electric.
Come on, there you go. Almost. Oh, okay, now I can see.
They still make steam lights?
What's with the delay?
It takes,
Back when I was a
Firefly, and
boy.
you gotta go.
takes them a minute to warm up.
But you know,
Let's see if we can find the old gas lighting.
I can't
But it
say I was
promotes-
never
I
a
have
boy
some.
because Catherine knew me then.
You know what I hate is those headlights they come out with now that are blue.
Like this one?
Halogens.
Oh,
Those are disconcerting on high beam when you get
they are,
flashed.
and you mess up your night vision. It amazes me.
It's like,
they
oh my
allow
God, what's up with
I was
that?
gonna put them on my truck and then realized that would be just cruel. 'Cause it's up so high.
did we
Okay.
sign the contract for the
Credit card
Credit card?
acceptance?
Sure, I'm signing it.
It's pretty much straightforward.
It's just me. The only one name. No, we
Well,
can't
I
have
had a
that.
problem there. On the third page or the fourth page, it talks about charges.
Now, the application, as indicated on the application.
Yeah.
I just talked to Tim. He actually wrote that agreement on the front, and it alleviates us from paying any charges or fees.
But have they signed it, the company?
No, but if they don't, then oh well.
Then it's
So we
not
all
enforceable.
sign it here? We just all...
We should all sign it on one page. It's not a legal document if we don't all sign it.
Well, I guess, what bothers me is what if they won't sign it? They've got something with our signature on it.
Makes no difference. If they don't sign it, it's not enforceable,
You want
right?
to send it to them first?
Well, I just want to know that we're not going to have to pay these extortion fees back to the...
The only thing we're signing is the one that says we're not going to pay the fees.
Right.
We're not paying the
So I
fees, that's why
sign
we have
here,
to,
and then you all sign down here?
yeah.
Yeah, by name, title, date, you do all that. ID number, and then we'll sign underneath that.
What's by, Patricia?
Yeah.
Name, and then print it?
Right.
Is this a Mr. Hoey thing?
Yeah, he meant to give that to you the other day.
Oh, all right.
This
So
is,
we can look at that.
At our leisure. Not that I get a whole lot of leisure anymore, but
I don't know, I was gonna say, what is that?
we're in the money.
oh, this is important. We need to weatherize
None of this other stuff was. Only this.
29 Beach Street. So I need you to tell me who you want to weatherize it.
Weatherized.
In other words,
You were in there, weren't you?
shut off the water, drain the pipes, winterize.
Winterize it, I'm sorry.
Can we have Dennis do that?
Put some
You
antifreeze.
tell me.
I didn't even know if
Dennis.
you would need antifreeze. I don't know how deep those
I think Al
pipes
would
are, though.
Put it in the traps.
Yeah.
Hey, what?
Would want to be paid for his
Oh,
time.
okay.
Let's have Dennis do it.
I went down and looked around 29 Beach Street, and in the daylight, the bright light of day, and that house, the paint's falling off it, and there's rotten wood.
I wouldn't live
It's
in
in
it.
a beautiful spot, God knows, but wow.
Well, it will be worth somebody just to pay what is owed in taxes
The
from the
abutters
lot.
want it.
Yeah.
Where are we with selling these properties?
That's the next thing. Okay, we received our certified return receipt letter back from the former property owner on October 11th. So the 30-day deadline is November 9th.
Yeah.
So, and if he does respond by November 9th, then the 15-day deadline would be November 24th.
Okay.
I have spoken with him when he was making arrangements to pick up the rest of his belongings. He said he was still trying to get financing. I did receive a call from one lending company that wanted a payoff figure through the 15th of November. I haven't heard any more. And I did get back certified return receipts from the 2 addresses I had for Bank of America,
Okay.
for the mortgage company. So once, if nothing happens, then our auction date is, I believe it's January 6th. So at some point, we'll have to pick
Christmas.
an auction,
Yeah.
get some prices from some auctioneers and figure out how much they charge for advertising, because you pay them and they take care of all the advertising.
Can we do it either or?
Well, the only other or would be as justice may requires.
And as justice may requires, if we have buyers,
Can we do it through sealed bids?
No, because that's not what the town meeting adopted.
Okey dokey.
but we have buyers.
Yeah, so they'll show
Should
up
be
at the
a
auction.
short auction then.
That way you're keeping
Now, is that for
completely
just-
arm's length from the deal.
Is that for just Beach Street?
That's the only one we've sent notifications to. I have not done for Winter Street, because there's a lease.
What about
No, I thought-
132?
Yeah.
Those, we're going to wait. We want to go ahead and auction them, we can. I thought the town wanted to, just because they're vacant land.
Johanna left her phone.
Oh, is that me?
No, it's back there on
Oh,
Johanna's
that's
desk.
Joyce.
That's Joyce. Joyce, your
Coming
phone's
from back
ringing.
there.
Well, no, I had mine on,
Okay, so,
Back
So,
there?
132.
yeah, what would you like
left
to
that
do?
hanging? Those vac-
132.
Those vacant lots?
yes, we did. We never talked, really pressed those.
They're just little lots.
Yeah, they're,
You want to do,
it's a paper,
Oh, that's right.
but
No,
there's,
it's in the wetlands, isn't it?
No, there's a
No,
little
it's
bit
not
of
in the
wetlands. There's a little bit of wetlands caused from the drainages. It may dry up now that they actually
It'll
did
be
drainage
difficult
along
to
there.
access, though.
But there is wetlands down back behind it as you get closer to 93. Isn't there a stone wall down by there? There's a stone wall down in the back.
yeah,
And then you get across that stone wall, now the power line crosses through, yeah, then you get into some wetland areas.
keep running?
It's quite a ways.
Is it keep running?
Oh, it might have gone off.
Brian?
I guess there's no hurry.
Changed it.
oh, you did? What did you do?
Although, they're buildable lots.
Yeah. But we only got 2 of them, so.
Right, so we have 2 house lots.
I'll be more than happy to go and send the notices, and then we can auction those off, too.
Well, if you send the notices, they go to the owner, right?
Right.
To the lien holders, and let them know that we got them and that we're...
Oh, there it is.
selling 'em.
Somebody left his cell phone here.
That was Gallant was sitting there.
Yep.
Not Mr. Galanti, he has a special
Yeah,
annual.
that was Jim Cropsey's, did you get it right there?
Yeah, his wife.
That's Jim Cropsey's wife, I'll bet.
Yep, she.
Cropsey's wife was here?
Yes, yes.
Did you see her with the camera?
That was Jim Cropsey's wife?
Yep.
Yeah.
I haven't seen her for quite a while, but I'm pretty sure that was.
So you're on tape, dear.
Tom Belinda sent me a text.
Well, Mr. Cropsey's wife, we have your phone. She'll figure it out.
Oh, this is just
He just probably called us so they can figure out where the hell it was.
That's true, that's true. Trying to look for it.
Remember in the best management practices, you have to be so many feet from public wells?
Right.
I believe this is the map that has all that on it.
250 feet from the
Public
wellhead or
well.
whatever?
Yeah, from public wells.
From wellheads.
No, public.
Wellheads.
It's public, right?
Wellheads.
Well, I bet they don't have mine on here. Well, I have two of them, and they don't have mine on here.
Well, maybe they're not listed on that map, but
They
there's
are
still
public
issues associated
wellheads.
with wellheads.
Okay, 400
private.
feet from any municipal wells.
The only thing that's issue is the septic. The only
I have
issue
a
with private
wellhead,
well
but-
septic.
At least 400 feet from any municipal wells. And so municipal, wouldn't that include like the Lockmere Village District and?
Yep. Those are municipalities.
Yep.
Snow storage should be at least 75 feet from a private water supply.
Right.
200 feet from a community water supply, because we've got some of those. And then from 400 feet from municipal wells. So is that showing it?
Our municipal wells are on, except for Lockmere, which actually, do they have wells or do they pump out of the lake?
These aren't wellheads.
I'm not sure. I can't answer.
I think they put in
Contaminated
wells.
sources.
And this is our groundwater.
And then there are our
That came
municipal
from-
wells
This came from
are
Chuck Mitchell.
down,
Yeah, if you guys
the
want, if
Tioga.
someone wants to...
What's this one?
That came from Chuck Mitchell.
We'll be here.
That's the town's groundwater map and the,
Okay,
our groundwater
No
ordinance.
storage stuff?
Yeah, and then,
okay, all right, buddy.
let me make
No
you
problem.
copies. Well, here, let me just give you the whole folder.
If you don't make a copy, I'll lose it.
I'll write home at Sandy.
I can't guarantee you'll ever get them back.
I'll make you copies. And then I'll keep that on the selectmen's file
Yeah, I don't
cabinet.
need
This
that.
has got nothing to do with wellheads.
It doesn't show you where public wells are?
Yes, it has.
Well, I know, because I saw the Highland Ski
Which
Area
one-
up
what's
there.
a
They've got
wellhead?
Excuse me,
well.
this is not pertinent to what we're going on about. Let's move on.
Those are all potential contamination sources, got nothing to
Well,
do
I
with
do know that the guys are kind of worried about where they're going to store snow.
This is the aquifer
Well,
project.
that's on my list, but we
Okay.
need to get to
This is
that.
the aquifer project.
I don't blame them.
Right.
Yeah,
Let me take this back.
wellhead protection areas, yes,
That's because
but not
there's a-
wellheads.
That's because there's a wellhead in it. That's why they're there, because it's well. Okay. I will need that Monday.
All right, well, that makes
I mean,
sense.
you need it.
It's a protection area. Oh, this is a
Okay,
great map.
update on the Pine Street box culvert. Holden Engineering, I've not received reimbursement for any payments. I haven't received a punch list. I haven't received reimbursement on the landscaping. Haven't seen any,
And we haven't paid anybody anything, right?
no.
You have a
You have your
form
not
to
gonna-
fill out.
We're not going to pay Hiltz or,
Not
That's
paying
the
anything.
insurance company that I usually fill out, that Holden was filling out for us.
Based on what?
Feel free to fill it out.
Yeah. We'll send it in. He's
Seriously.
ignoring us.
Feel free.
Next.
PD building improvements. They've started, right?
They've started that, correct, and actually, they've got it all sheet-rocked around the opening to the PD, the new evidence room. The new evidence room, the PD is all sheet-rocked around the
It is.
entrance.
Yep.
Mr. Hoey had a concern whether or not we needed an addendum to the work order and we talked about this earlier, a couple weeks ago, about the
Siding.
the electrical outlet
Yeah.
for the dehumidification.
Right.
If he puts it in the corner of, if you're looking at the old evidence room door to the left, if he puts it in the corner there, there's no electrical outlet there. He would either have to go up around the door to the one where your refrigerator medical evidence is there, or we can create outlet right there. and I think we should create an outlet there, because it seems like we're always looking for an outlet in that corner.
Okay.
Because there's no other place for him to put it except in front of the wall to the maintenance room, and that really is going to block somewhat of, not much, but a little bit of your entrance into that door, your other door that's facing you, not the evidence door, but the facing door. So I don't think that we should put it there.
I'll come over tomorrow.
He's going to be here tomorrow.
Maybe I'll get together with him, and if he shows me where he wants it.
As soon as he says to us, he's going to take another look at it to find out, because he did the
Gravel.
He did the gravel work today. There were a couple of issues that came up that he came in for us to bring up to the board tonight. One is that the ramp side of the building by the door that's not used, the one we're replacing, the siding goes below the ground level. So if he puts rock in there and it's going to go up above that, so he's going to have to dig down, come up with another solution for that.
Can you put fiber expansion between the rock and the siding? I mean, right now, the worst possible thing is the siding's in the dirt.
Right.
At least with rock, it's going to get a little air, it's going to dry out.
Right.
Any membrane he puts against it, even fiber expansion, is going to hold moisture there.
So we asked him, he's going to check with his son on that and get back to us with a solution and an estimate. The two windows, on that side,
in the basement,
the ramp was not meant, excuse me, it's not water friendly. And it goes into the building rather than go away from the building with the ramp. And his solution to that was to create a cover for the window. They've never been used for as long as probably the PD's been built. So to create some type of, we had suggested the bubble, and he goes, no.
He doesn't like that.
No, like some type of a, he didn't say plexiglass, but
Plastic.
Lexan, I think, is the word he used, which is a clear plastic.
Grout around it, silicone or whatever, grout around it, screw it in, and it's covered, there's no water getting in.
Put a Lexan plate against the window, screw it in, and it's going to let some light in, but that's it.
Right. It's not going to let water in.
You'll never be able to use those windows for any type of airflow.
I don't think we do
They
that.
don't do it now. They don't open those
We're
windows.
talking about dehumidifying the room. We're not going to open the windows.
You're not going to have the mildew issue, you have the dehumidification. So that's what...
And you know what? Lexan that screws on, screws off, just as easy if we ever wanted to do it that way. It's not a permanent thing.
Like the Karate Kid. Screw off.
Okay.
Can't say I wasn't thinking
Was
of
he going to
that.
talk to his, was he going to talk to his son too about that, or?
Yep.
Okay. And then the other thing is the snow. Do you guys plow, or does the highway plow for you guys?
Not always.
Both.
That's exactly what I said. I said, I got a feeling it's a little bit of both. Because when Dennis doesn't quite get there in time, you guys put the plow down and...
He's busy, and sometimes we just try.
So the issue is someone is plowing into...
They're just pushing the snow up against the building.
They're pushing the snow up against the building. Whoever's doing that, stop.
Push it
It won't be there anymore.
So that's the short and small of it, right there. But if it is Dennis, then we need to talk to Dennis about it, but I didn't think I'll fill it out.
That's easy. Joyce really needs to fill it out. Hasn't been completed? Nope. And then you just put in all the percentages and the
I
amounts.
have the one you did.
I've done the last two, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, do you have this? Where percentage of work has been completed to date, total amount paid to the contractor?
Every month they send it.
Yeah.
What is the amount of retainage withheld?
We've got it.
Oh, you're withholding all of it?
Yep.
Yeah. I can pull the other one, I brought it up.
Yep.
And then, do you want to just come in tomorrow and fill it out?
Yeah, I'll just come in tomorrow. I'll come in tomorrow before that and...
Number 5 is who knows?
Yeah, you can just put it in there.
Anticipated date of completion.
Okay,
Swallowing.
At the last,
May 16th.
I only have two more things.
No, I don't want anything.
Who knew it was going to be 2012?
Tomorrow.
What I would suggest is, do we want to hold off on the changes to the personnel policy for another week?
Well,
Because we've got a long,
You know, we don't have, we don't really have a great deal next week other than LGC, and we won't put anybody else in.
then let's put it down for next week and let's get it done. I mean,
What are we going to do as far as Holden not paying our bill? How old is the bill? Is it 30 days?
Yep.
Let's send him another bill with interest. Did our first bill indicate that we would charge interest?
I'd have to go pull it and see. I don't think
Probably
I
not.
did.
Maybe a copy of the minutes
what do we
that
charge for
state
these?
specifically while they were sitting here that there would be a billing.
Any of
never
our
had to.
invoices?
Well, I say
But I know our
12%.
companies send.
I know if it's not on your statement.
Oh, my God, they're
It's not
huge.
been agreed to beforehand.
Right.
But, well, what do we owe him money, though? A piddling.
500.
500.
We billed them, it was over 3,000.
Yeah. Let's send him another bill.
Well, they did respond and say that they are going to put together a punch list and a requisition for Hiltz. Because I'm sure Hiltz was waiting to get paid.
Yeah, and I would send him another bill for ours. We can just take him small claims.
So
Maybe
we'll
we can
do
get
the
Attorney Boudreau to take
the
the
personnel
case.
policies.
Yeah, but let's put them on the calendar and leave them there
Maybe we
and get them taken
Attorney
care of
Boudreau
next
to
week.
take
So we
the
can finish
case.
that little chore up.
And then the last thing is the underground storage tank agreement.
Oh, yeah, the agreement.
Because the school and the town of Northfield want to be able to budget for 2012 because the school's going to be taking over the gas.
Okay, the school's definitely taking over, and that's where all
If
the
all the
money's going?
towns agree, they would take over.
Because that was our biggest hangup right there. Yeah.
Right. I think I might have given this to you last time to
Yeah, you
read.
did.
I did, just in case you didn't bring it, because I know.
brought it.
This is a UST.
Yep.
So I worked with Brad and Glenn Smith to make
Yeah.
sure that we all had the correct
You
understanding
took out all the jurisdictions. I like those.
and made it users.
No, I didn't make it. It was Joe that didn't like them.
Well, no, one of the issues was to make a clear distinction between owners, users, and jurisdictions. So users are the current parties to the agreement. And the reason the water district is considered a user is because at the time the groups got together and say, okay, we need to have a written agreement, or at least a framework for what we're supposed to do, they had been a user for at least 3 years.
The users is the same thing as the jurisdiction, is the public agency as defined in RSA 53A and seek to enter into an intergovernmental agreement under said statute which permits municipalities and districts to make the most efficient use of their powers.
Okay, now the only time that an owner comes in, the only owners are the 4 jurisdictions that purchased the replacement tank back in 1999.
Good, and that's the way it should be.
Okay, so those jurisdictions at that time made a conscious decision that, okay, this is where we want to buy our fuel, we'll help pay for a new tank so we can continue buying our fuel.
So right now, the way this agreement is, and again, just keep in mind that this is just a framework, so we can get started. The ownership is based on the 4 original jurisdictions back in 1999.
Right.
The difference between an owner and a user is that the owners share in the liability. Users do not.
And that's why there needed to be a separation of the terms.
Right.
But I thought we also discussed the fact that they should have to pay
They have to buy in.
they have to buy in.
Right. So that would be, if that's what the Tilton Board of Selectmen want to do, I need to communicate that to the group, and then the group will sit down and meet.
So the users would have to be, to buy in, but then they would become part of the owners, right?
No, a user does not have to become an owner. The only time a user, I mean, they could if they wanted to.
Right.
But then they would have to buy in.
But they would have to buy in,
Right.
and they would also, if the group, whatever group decided to replace the tank, they would become owners then.
Okay.
Because they would be paying to replace it, because 10, 15, whenever it needs to be replaced,
Right.
whoever wants to stay in the agreement stays, and whoever doesn't can go their own way.
Okay, so they're paying in for replacement, and then if and when it has to be replaced, then they become owners.
Right.
Okay.
If they want to continue.
Right.
So right now, all the users that are not owners, which in this case is just the fire district, the water district,
Right.
they don't have the liability, but what you get is they're increasing, because they're using it, they're contributing to the fund for maintenance.
Right.
They are obligated through their surcharge to pay for maintenance, cleanup costs, and removal of the tank.
Okay.
And if an owner no longer is a user, if we wanted to back out of the agreement somewhere down the road, we're still legally liable for removal of the tank when the time comes.
Right.
You have language in here on page 4, under B, such admission fee to be deposited into one of the trust funds referenced in paragraph 7 below.
Right.
I thought we were going to establish one trust fund.
We are going to. All this does is describe what is happening today, what's happening today, so that all these surcharges for the gasoline can be collected. The intent is that we're going to propose at the Northfield Town meeting and the school district meeting to have the school district purchase not only the diesel but also the gasoline. The school district will be billing for both surcharges for the gasoline and the diesel, and that all those surcharges, the Northfield will close out its special revenue fund, transfer the money to the school district, and all that money will go into the existing capital reserve fund.
So we're not going to be signing this until after the meetings?
No, this needs to be signed so we can go forward with using the tank and going forward with the warrant articles.
So by signing this, we're agreeing to have the 2 trust funds.
By signing this, we're acknowledging that right now there are 2 trust funds, and we're acknowledging the fact that at the district meeting and at the Northfield Town meeting, it will become one fund.
However, the jurisdictions intend and agree to work towards establishing one fund with appropriate methodology. Okay, and if that doesn't get passed for some reason, because it has to be a vote
right
at the legislative body and it doesn't get passed,
right, that's
what
why.
happens to this agreement? It's in effect.
Well, we would still share, Tilton would no longer be a user, but you would still share in the liability of the tank.
All if we wanted to continue to be a user.
Well, no, even if you're not a user, because we originally paid for the tank,
Right.
you'd still have liability.
Still obligated.
Right.
I motion we sign it.
I'll second.
Any more discussion on it?
Does it mean, if we sign this, does it mean that we start putting the money into the Northfield surcharge?
Yes, we would, all the other jurisdictions have been paying the gasoline surcharge.
Okay.
But it goes to the school district, not...
Into an account that we have no control over. The voters of the legislative body of Northfield
Right.
has a control over what happens to our monies.
Right, and if this doesn't happen, then supposedly
that's
it
where our
says
monies
here they're
are.
going to give it back.
Right.
If the money
It
isn't
says that the
deposited,
money is
it'll
returned.
come
And it
back.
can, but it can only come back, by signing this, cannot get our money back. The only way the money comes back is by a vote of the legislative body of Northfield, and I will not be signing it.
Yeah, well, I don't see that being a problem.
Whereas, under the auspices of the school district, and
I
Wait
remember
a
when they
minute.
voted
Hold
not to.
it. Where do you see that? I didn't...
No, that's
Our money-
something that she's saying, it's not
No,
written
it's
down
fact, it's law. Our money is in a capital reserve fund in Northfield.
Special revenue fund. We haven't put any
Revenue
money
fund.
in there yet, but the
But
intent is...
there's a special revenue
right.
fund in Northfield. Who are the agents for that fund?
It's a special revenue fund, so it's the selectmen, but no money can be withdrawn from that without a vote of the town meeting.
Thank you.
But that money goes to...
The vote of whose town meeting?
Northfield.
Right, but this, by signing this agreement, we're going to say that, yes, we acknowledge that that exists right now, but we're all in agreement that we're going to change it to one fund and have it all handled by the school district.
And what...
If the legislative body at the school district meeting votes to have that fund.
Yep.
But why wouldn't
And
they
if
all
the
the
vo-
I was sitting
jurisdictions
at a
sign
fire
up?
district meeting when they voted not to have any fire hydrants. I've seen bizarre things happen.
What happens if the legislative body in the town of Northfield votes no, not to lose control over that fund?
But why would they? They don't want it. Their only concern is to make sure that...
Wait a minute.
The selectmen don't want it. But what about the legislative body?
Right.
Is very different.
they
Right,
vote,
I know, but
if they vote no, then the other jurisdictions that have paid into that fund can sue to get their money back.
Right. Under what RSA? They willingly put it there.
For one specific purpose.
Now we've signed a new document.
It's for one
saying
specific
new
purpose.
intent.
But it's not passed.
You guys
It's
are
only
assuming that the people in Northfield are
When it's
just out
voted
to
on.
get it for our 5 cents a
You're
gallon.
assuming they're
We're talking
automatically going to pass
$500.
it.
I have a little bit better goodwill towards the people of
nothing to
Northfield
do-
than you do, apparently.
It has nothing
I don't
to
think
do
that they
with
have any-
goodwill.
It has nothing to do with that at all,
What if they
Joe.
vote no? What if they
You
vote to
are
steal our money?
You are responsible for the taxpayer of Tilton's monies.
And to get
Why
the very
would you
best price
vote?
for the gasoline?
Why would you vote
And
to
it could
put
be the
those
town of
monies
Chichester.
into
Don't yell
another
at me.
town's account?
Don't
You
yell
just
at me.
yelled back at me.
Yeah, I'm yelling back at you. Don't,
No, this
because I
money
can't
that's-
be heard over you.
Joe, it could be the town of Chichester. It doesn't matter what town it is. It's a different town that's managing the money.
Yeah, it is.
You have to be in the best interest of the town of Tilton.
Seems like some of the money involved here goes to the Tilton trustees. The trustees of the trust fund for the town of Tilton.
Right, and it's all going to go to the... Eventually, will all be in one fund.
Eventually.
If it's voted on.
I don't know, as we have the authority to vote to send the
dealing
taxpayers
with-
I
of
think
money
maybe we just
into a fund
withdraw
that
from the
we're
whole
If you have
agreement.
an agreement that that's how you're going to manage it, then you can do that.
I mean, I don't even understand this.
You're agreeing to do that. But as a group, we all decided that it just makes better sense to have one fund and have the whole thing managed by the school district, because everybody that's using it, every user has a vote at the school district.
It sounds great.
That's great, but that's not what's in
Right.
existence. Right now, today, that's something that might happen. Right now, today, our monies, if we pay them, go into an account in Northfield that we have no control over. We're giving the taxpayers' monies to another town. Here you go. We have no authority, we have no ability to get those monies back for whatever reason we might need to.
Sounds like the school district.
If you sign this, you do. Because this is, because you're an owner.
This is going to supersede state law?
No,
as
because
it
you're
has
an
to do
owner. You're an owner of that tank. The money that's going into that
So you're
special
telling me
revenue
that as
fund.
an owner, I can go over to
But
the
it's like,
Northfield
okay.
Selectmen and say, the Board of Tilton had voted, we want our monies back out
No,
of
your
the fund.
committee says, geez, you know.
So that
we don't-
committee has the authority to get our monies out of
the
their
governing
fund.
bodies decide
Only the
how much.
legislative bodies can remove money from that
Okay, you
fund.
guys have made up your mind. We have a motion and a second. Let's vote. Call the vote, please.
All those in favor?
No.
Aye.
No.
No.
Okay, so 3-2?
Oh, it's going to come back to bite us.
It might not.
I have
It might
faith.
go well, it might not. I'm not going to vote to put the taxpayers' dollars into Kisnet.
Okay, the motion passes. Let's move on.
And that's it. I'm ready
So
for
by
you.
signing that, that means we have to start paying the monies to
Yes.
Northfield.
Yes.
There you go, guys.
Yeah, there we go.
Going into a
I'm willing to pay the
replacement fund.
surcharge to get
way
the
this
cheaper
is
gas.
worded Now, it can't be used for anything else but replacing it.
I think it's illegal. That's what I think.
LGC didn't think so.
The LGC doesn't think the formation of what we would like to do is not illegal.
What LGC would like is to have the fire district, what made most sense to them is whoever's land that everything's on, they should be the sole owner and be responsible for it, which would be the fire district. And the fire district doesn't want to maintain it. They don't, they
That's okay.
like the way it's going. They said, let's keep it going. We'll have
I'd like it to
Northfield.
be very explicit in the minutes that I objected.
Tape still running, yes.
And under what grounds I objected.
I wonder, though, if we could say that Tilton will not deposit monies into the Northfield Fund until the vote in March.
Well, I was thinking the same thing, that
And then
we would put our share into a special account here in Tilton.
Can't do that.
And then turn it over to
Monies
the,
have to stay in the general fund unless we've already created
Well,
a special fund.
here's the deal. We'll just pay it retroactive to the,
when it's
Signing of
voted
this
in
agreement.
March, we'll be more than happy to pay what we owe to the fund once it's,
According to Catherine, we can't do that.
why can't we?
Once you have an agreement whereby the voters of the town of Tilton have a vote over their monies, that's different.
Yeah.
Right now, you have no vote. You cannot go over there and get your monies.
That's why we're trying to do it in one fund. That's why we held out for
And
so
I
long.
think that's a great idea, but right now, bad.
Well, if all the other jurisdictions are going to sign this then Tilton can't use it until school district meeting. Because that's what this says.
Well, if we signed it with a statement underneath it that we'll be more than happy to sign it.
The vote is taken.
The vote's already been taken.
The Board of Selectmen, the majority are going to sign the document. The vote is taken.
Okay.
I just want to make sure it's noted in the minutes. that I
Catherine
objected
doesn't
and why.
like it. She voted no.
That is not what I want in the minutes, thank you.
Well, you voted
I'd like it
no.
to be very explicit, please, thank you.
No, I understand. I understand
I
completely.
know you do.
All right, so do you have some things for me?
No. I don't have anything for you.
I've been pecking away at your list. Did you want me to just go over this with you when you...
No, you answered the majority ones. I can catch up with you next week for the others. The perambulation we should work on.
Yeah, I was going to ask if you and I can work on that.
That's fine.
And I have the emergency operations plan, so if you stop in, we can-
That was, I had told Catherine those were things I was going to talk to the chief about. She was supposed to tell you not to worry about those.
Oh, okay, and the DES cleanup grant, I can't locate that file, so Tim and I, when everything moved over to the finance office, but when Tim and I were looking through, we didn't see it, so. And I did a search on my computer, and all I found was one letter that we wrote to Kathy Scambati. It will turn up.
But we know the amount is 112,000.
Yes, but within that file is a letter acknowledging from them to us.
Yes, this is why now I scan everything.
Oh, crap.
So it is around, but
You just scared me.
we'll find it.
All right. Chief, you have something for us?
Nothing that needs a vote or anything tonight, we're just gonna,
Go over something?
yeah, go over.
I'm going to leave my legal things up here.
Have frozen ground or whatever, are we gonna...
That's what she was just talking about.
So that's like further down the street here.
We had the same.
I figure now that it might be much easier to walk than in the next week or two. And the weather is semi-balmy.
Maybe next week.
Oh, yeah, let's put that on the agenda for next week.
Lots of police.
Oh, God, now we gotta buy a new radio.
Well, better than a new gun.
I don't know.
No, you'd want to buy a new gun.
Oh.
Yeah, radios are a lot more expensive than the gun.
I see.
They are,
I
actually.
remember when we got them.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're in the middle of renovations, it's going good. As we're getting into it, we're just starting to think about a couple of things that either, the end of this year or beginning of next year. Security, and the other one was just some lockers for the guys. And so we just wanted to talk about those two things, nothing that needs a vote, but just to let you know what we're thinking about. They've started to construct the new evidence room, and we want to get the locker room out of the hallway. It's something that's a passion of mine,
Right.
so they're not changing in the hallway. And I was thinking of using the old evidence room as a
Locker room.
And so the guys right now, the lockers they have in the hallway, they look like old high school donated lockers. They're only about 12 inches deep.
Yeah, they are.
And so you can't fit a shirt or a jacket, or you need 22 inches to hang a jacket in there. And so I had Ryan get some prices on lockers, and so we got those for you just to take a look at. And it's just kind of, at this point, just stuff that we want to be thinking about.
What does a police locker look like? Let me see.
Yeah. And it has room for their bulletproof vest, their jacket, their gun belt, all that stuff that they can't get in their lockers now. And the problem is all that stuff just ends up kind of all over the PD, because there is no place to put it, so it's hard for me to say, put your stuff away, because there is no place to
Have you
put it.
included that in your budget?
No, it's just something, we didn't even, back last year, I didn't forecast.
That we were going to do it, right.
So it's kind of like, well, if we make a locker room, let's, and if I can afford them at the end of the year, I'll probably come to you guys and ask at that point. If I can, I might try to fundraise it. But I'd like to give them a real locker room with real lockers.
Can you work something out like a baseball locker where you've got an open thing down below with a cage or whatever that secures, or no? Or
I think to construct them, you'd be pretty close to what we're looking at to get them out. And these lock, because I did think about that. And I'm not opposed to it if there was a huge money difference. So it's something that we're, and I'll see how we're looking next month. And
How many are you talking?
well, to get the 6 patrol officers done, and then one for each part.
Which is
detectives
9?
Detectives have an office with supervisors do, so we don't need one.
So this is just for patrol.
Pretty nice box, so.
So it's 9.
Yeah, so
They have a lot of gear. I mean, you're looking at the vests, you're looking at jackets, you're looking at shirts, and you're looking at pants. Boots. And then they don't have the beautiful lines that they have on their, shirts and pants. Come on. And it's very important to have the airflow. I know. I've walked through that hallway.
Somebody's got some.
Well, we should include it in the budget.
Yeah.
Shoes or something.
I mean, if not, I could try to fundraise.
Down below.
Well,
I don't know if you've been over there, but it is
long overdue.
Go in your budget.
Been a while.
quite
Put it in
a
the budget. We're
mess.
Not building a new police station.
Right.
Like the chief said,
So I think we
their
should make
junior
this one
high
as comfortable as we
surplus,
can
that
and
they
as
couldn't use at
user-friendly
the
as we
junior
can.
high anymore, probably.
I mean, I can, without changing the bottom line, I can try and find it too. But we can talk more on that.
Right, I think as it gets closer to the end of the year and see where you're going to land closer to the year, if we can afford maybe
A couple of them.
at least a couple of them to ease the burden on next year,
Yep.
I would go for this is the style that you're looking for, right?
Yeah, so I just wanted to, like, it's nothing we're not even ready for it yet, but
deal now.
I kind of wanted to,
With that company.
I know, would
Or
you,
whatever
that's
company.
my next thing was, would you, talk with this company and say, if we buy so many, are we, are we going to get them at a cheaper price?
oh, right.
If you buy in bulk?
Brian actually
Yeah,
called
let's make a deal.
I think that company actually shows it online, that if you buy in volume, 6
Oh,
to
2 to 5, 6 plus, okay, I
Correct.
see.
There is a break.
Some of the other
But
companies.
will they give you that 6+ price if you buy, say, 4 now and 4 later?
Well,
I'd
the
have
4
to
now
check
is
with
2
them
to
on that.
5 price.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, sometimes you can negotiate.
They might be motivated. They might be motivated, sure.
Right.
That's right.
Some of the other companies I would have to call to see about volume pricing. I have a call into another company, and we're still waiting on their estimate as we speak, and that was a big dog lockers company. But volume pricing usually drops the price. And I think we got a quote earlier in the week for 404 from one company, but.
Which would be great.
Right.
If it's the same, what
It
you're...
was,
Yeah, it's very similar, it's just different company.
Different company.
same exact locker.
And then you're looking at shipping.
Yeah, I believe that's going to be freight, so.
Where are they?
Some companies are in California, Southern California, so. I'll try to find one closer.
Road trip.
Road trip.
We'll take the SUV.
I'll go. I'll get a truck.
That's what I would do. It gets closer to the end of the year. And then,
Closer to the end of the year.
okay.
I'll take you home and then I'll come back.
I'll take
I would see where you're at
Put this down.
money-wise at the end of the year and see if we can swing it. If not, then we'll add it to the budget for next year. Even if it's not level funded, it's something that we have to have because it's, right now, it's a safety hazard not,
Yeah, Norm has had it.
not having that aisleway open, number one,
Come
for
back here.
anything, and then to have a locker room in the hallway is,
Take care. And,
Yeah. And those have a little box to lock their weapon in there.
oh yeah, I see
I'll
that.
be back next
Yep.
week.
So,
Make it at 3
and then,
o'clock.
Is that why they take the weapons home now? Or would they leave them home?
they don't have to, but,
Crap.
yeah, most do, but if an officer wanted to,
Just
he was
enough to
gonna go
get
away or
home.
she was gonna go away on vacation, they could lock it in there.
Toss it.
Get another one.
Thanks.
And right now, the jackets are everywhere. And they just don't have any place to put them.
Right.
But-
No, I'm
And
going
then
to
the
take
other,
him home and then I'll be
the other
back.
thing too is we were talking, once we finish downstairs, that the new kind of, because part of this renovation is to make booking secure, so we don't have escapes or anything like
Right.
that. What I want to do is make that side door the primary employee entrance,
through okay, Norm?
so that you don't
Good
have
night.
traffic going through booking while people are booking
The
prisoners.
side door that
Also,
we're
they're gonna
replacing?
Come into the basement
Come into the
where the
basement.
lockers are.
So they'll come into the locker room, get changed, get dressed, get their stuff.
And then come
And
upstairs?
then go up, yeah, or go in for roll call, and then they, in theory, could go right back out that door if they didn't have to go upstairs.
You have
or
roll
anything.
call downstairs?
We could, and we're talking about maybe moving the mailboxes. So what I'm trying to do is eliminate, right now, if an officer's booking a prisoner, you still have all that traffic going through the Sally Port. And when you look at most of the newer PDs, they're designed that you can't do that. Booking secure, you don't have all that. Sometimes we even have public traffic coming through there, the lady delivering the dry cleaning, all that, while they're in the middle of booking somebody, and if someone gets out of control in there. So when we started having those discussions, Merrick was included, and I said, Merrick, can we get some sort of security on that side door, and then can I get it so that prisoners can't escape out through the Sally Port? And, he said, at cost, Chief, at my cost, he said, for very short money, while we're in the middle of this, we can put access control on those doors. And so, at first I started thinking, oh, this is going to be something I can't afford, but when he showed me the numbers, I was like, that's actually a very small amount of money for what you're getting. So,
What's he need to do to the door?
put access control, like electric strikes on the doors, and you swipe a card, and they open and close. So, to open the Sally Port, someone would either swipe a card so if a prisoner jumped out of a car, if he doesn't have one of those white cards, he isn't getting out that Sally
Are
Port.
the cards individual? So in other words, your card would not be the same?
And it tells the computer, like for evidence.
Who opened it and at what time?
Yeah, it's actually, we started talking about for evidence. I said, I want to have access control for evidence. Who goes in there, who goes out, that sort of thing. It's a best practice recommended.
So with this, you actually have control over who's going in, what time they go in, what time they leave.
Correct.
The computer, and then Merrick can kind of go into it, but it actually, the system
logs.
Yeah.
It logs the entry.
It logs entry into
So
doors.
what would you have, the fob or the card?
Cards make more sense. Fobs are nice, but then they have to be attached to a keychain to be practical. Cards, you can put them in your pocket, you can put them in your wallet.
Right, you're switching over keys.
Right. And because they're going to be for, the only way this really works effectively is if it's done where everybody has their own credentials. So giving people cards, I think, works best, and you save a couple of dollars on each one because the cards cost less.
The ELK system, I mean, we're just talking about access control, but it has future possibilities, and the system could be moved to a new place if we ever did move. We could actually
take the security with you?
Take it with us. And so, we could take these lockers with us, too.
So it's $210 for access control, and then for each point. So we're looking at one point of access or two?
The way that this drills down is that you have to start with the top to have the brains, the controller, all the guts to the system. So you have to start off with those top security components first, and then you can add on the access control components that are underneath that for each.
So you have to have all three of those?
Well, no, the bottom number's on.
What's the damage here, guys?
Hold on one sec. Here's what we do. The top one is a replacement controller for the existing security system that includes a keypad to replace what we have. So essentially, to replace what we've got in the police department right now, without adding anything, without making that the employee entrance on the side, keeping everything the way that it is, just flipping the system into a new one is the top number. Okay?
Okay.
Adding an additional keypad to make that an employee entrance downstairs so that we don't constantly have the alarm getting set off because some guys are already starting to use that entrance to come into the downstairs area.
It sets the alarm off.
Sets
and
the alarm
They can't
off.
shut it off.
Because there's no keypad down there. So,
there is that amount.
That's if you wanted to add that additional keypad. You add $350 to this system to kind of diversify it and make it so that it can communicate over a computer network and generate access control reports and things like that. So when you do add all those top three numbers together, you get the replacement of the core security system that's already in the police department now, which is that top number. You add an additional keypad to the side door with that second number. The third number takes that whole system and upgrades it to the type of system that can accommodate all of the additional portions that lend themselves to access control, automation, and the reporting and things like that. And they can do them over the computer network, and they can be accessed remotely. Then each one of the bottom ones, the access control components, just show, of course, the strike, which is the portion that fits into the door hardware like a normal strike would, but it's got the couple of leads so that it's controllable. And then the fob reader and module that control that strike is that next number down. So, of course, the two of those combined is what the top heading numbers are for each one of those. The reason that the evidence storage one was more is because I thought at the time that I created this that we were going to be doing a double door for evidence again, but we're doing a single door into outer evidence and then a single door into inner evidence. So
how much would that be?
It would just be the same as the top one, the access control components, point of entry price for those. The double door just makes it more expensive because you have to get a special setup for that, all depending on what type of double door setup you get. So I just kind of went with the worst case scenario. The wiring, relay, power components and parts is kind of it's just a number for all of the extra little junk that you need to make this stuff happen. You have to have enough wiring to go from point A to point B. Copper is not cheap. When you're dealing with 18.4 or 18.5 wire and you need a couple hundred feet of it, that's not cheap.
Right.
Wiring's expensive. So that's kind of what that is right there. You got your access control credentials down at the bottom.
$3 a card times how many people?
Yeah, times as many as you need.
19?
You know, yeah, if you buy 20 cards right up front, then you're looking at $60. You know, so you'd buy a few extras just in case you had a card go bad or somebody lost or broke.
Right.
And you can just go right into the system and deactivate cards and eliminate them so that they don't. If somebody did lose one, as long as they reported it immediately, you wouldn't have a worry about a security compromise.
Well, this all goes into a computer?
Yep, it does. It all goes into any computer. It actually goes into that brain portion that's up in the security components part. But it can be reviewed by a computer, and it can be downloaded onto a computer as well.
Which we already own.
No, you don't need it. You just don't need that. I mean, any computer, your computer at your house, you could actually go in as long as you had the correct security credentials.
Because it's IP
right.
based.
What is the total you have?
Well, I didn't put one on here because I didn't know which pieces and parts were going to be needed. So this is just kind of like an item-by-item, a la carte type of estimate.
Well, if you buy all of it, it's over $1,500.
Well, you don't need all of it if you don't have the double door. You know what I mean? So if you don't need a double door, then you don't need that $280. You need to replace that. You know, so each point of entry, how many points of entry? It's $210 each. So if we're doing a point of entry for the evidence room, and then we're doing a point of entry for the side employee entrance, and we're doing a point of entry for the Sallyport area, that's 3.
So 16, yeah, 1,600.
Nice.
Why would you do a point of entry for the front door?
No, I said the side door.
Just the side.
The side door, the evidence door, and the Sallyport door.
The evidence door inside.
Oh, the evidence door, okay.
You have the inner evidence door, which is where it's a very restricted area where only, I mean, the accountability for people going in and out of there is so important that right now they have to log in and out of the room.
So would you have a special key, their key entry would be very different from everybody else's?
It would just have the addition of being able to go into that specific door.
The system would look the same.
The cards are the same, but he has a greater permission to go into
Correct,
that. Okay.
correct. And it's all permissions based from within inside the system.
So if Trot was like the evidence tech, and he said tomorrow, I don't want to be any more America, so we do something
That much without this, because we don't have the double door, but with 3 of these.
So if we had 3 of these, and
now we have no security.
The way that I envision the system being, it would be 4 of them. 3 of them is what we would need in order to
so 4.
spin that model. 4.
So did you work up a bottom line?
No, I hadn't. That's what I meant.
Really make.
I have, if you buy 3,
You know what?
I know.
You really are.
You come here and
It's 10 o'clock.
come on.
if you
I
buy,
was asked here instead of asking to come here, so.
if you buy 3 of the access control components, the total is
But he wants 4.
$1,715.
So that would be
With 20 cars?
$1,925.
Where's the fourth?
The Sallyport entrance from the outside.
Oh, yeah, okay.
But wait a minute, you can't open
Oh.
your garage doors.
Sure we do. What does that mean?
Punch in a code.
Yeah.
You
Right,
gotta get in, and you still gotta get out.
right.
Don't they just open, you don't have automatic things in your cars that open them up?
We do. It
Yeah,
doesn't help when you're not in a car.
right. It doesn't help when you're not in a car. You're walking in.
You're still using that man door right there on the right-hand side. So in order to get in
You can
there,
actually set it so,
Oh, I see.
we've only had a few
going?
security incidents, but one of the security
So that'd
incidents
be
happened in that very place.
Times 4,
And he went out that very door. So,
I used to ask
1925.
Merrick, how can I make sure this never happens again? And he said, this is what you need.
right, and I mean, when we have to do some tweaking as far as the physical security in that area, just because it doesn't lend itself to a high-security area. I mean, it wasn't built that way. So we'd have to make some modifications, very simple things that, aren't worth discussing, but it's not something that would incur additional costs. It's just things we've thought about that would
Housekeeping stuff.
keep people from being able to do things like that.
All right, I have a question here now. I'm looking at this system, and I'm looking at your video system that you just purchased a little while ago. I'm looking at your equipment that you have. Is your server going to handle all of this?
The server doesn't have anything to do with this, and it doesn't have anything to do with
It goes right directly to the computer?
It doesn't go to any computer. It goes directly to its own brain.
Its own.
It's a self-contained
It's an
system.
independent
You could
system.
actually pull it up here at your laptop at your desk.
Right. It's a self-contained system. Any computer that you would use to access it would be to either control it in an auxiliary fashion or to pull down reports from that brain. So it's a self-contained system, and it can be removed and brought with us if we were to move out of that building.
And this is something that you can install?
Sure, I could.
I'm just asking.
What's the installation charge?
I could do a lot of things.
What's the installation charge?
It's us. This is us. Yeah, this is us doing
Well, it depends. I mean, I do know.
Realistically, there's bound to be charges associated with that, even if you guys do it yourself.
Really?
I got to imagine.
Why is that? You don't know anybody who owns a good security company around here that could help you out?
Yeah, I do, that's why.
I don't personally know.
I do.
I don't even have a
I
key
do.
to my house.
Yeah.
I
And you
suppose I
do,
shouldn't
you just
say
don't-
that.
You do, but you just don't know you do.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Who do I know? Oh, outstanding. Well, how convenient is that?
You mean you could have prevented...
Let me answer that for you, Selectman Jessamine.
Very
Too convenient.
Very convenient. Too convenient for you? Or?
No. Too convenient for you.
7 years. Somebody drove up the back of my house, took my egg can and my money.
Oh, you're kidding
Oh,
me.
get out of town.
They didn't, I was very glad they didn't break into my house.
Recently?
Yeah.
How,
I know, it's one of those things I should have called you, but I didn't, but it's like,
No, I'm just more
what are you gonna
surprised
do?
that it happened.
An egg
An
can.
egg can.
I guess just in the interest of helping out the police department in the town, all of these prices.
You ever emptied it in 7 years?
oh, yeah, you have to.
I'm a grain mill.
There was
That's why I'm so
$10,000
bummed.
in it.
It was my week's worth of grain.
No good. All of these prices here can't be disseminated to anybody because they're my cost. Okay?
Their ballpark, they would be about 3 times that.
Well, are these prices negotiable?
Sure.
Easy now, let's not get crazy.
Yes, absolutely. Of course, everything is negotiable.
Up.
Is this money within your budget? Your equipment?
It's like,
You have
this
money
is
in that
something that.
equipment still.
Yeah, we do, and it's something that I'd probably sit down with.
I've got a perfect idea.
Take a
You
look
guys-
at next month, but I just wanted to kind of give you, these are the things that are going through my head right now with the renovations, and if next month that we look okay, I might I might come to you and ask to do it, so.
I think that this would be a lot more important than the lockers. I mean, because I'm looking time frame wise, because you're getting the evidence storage, getting it all secured, dehumidification taken care of so that we can go into court and not be liable in missing cases. And now, access in and out of there, access in and out of that, I would think that this would be a lot
Higher on the priority list.
higher on the priority list, but not, I mean, if you can see where at the, end of November, sit with Tim and say, I think I can comfortably have this, and I've got another month to go on this, and I can move here and move that and still become under my budget, then I'm okay with that. But, and then talk with your, you may be able to get a couple, you may be able to get all, but I'd really
Yes,
want to
over
see, I would rather see this, personally, I don't know how you feel, but I'd rather see the security accessed before, I mean, is that your priority too,
Absolutely, yeah.
over that?
These are the two things that, when we started the renovations, that came to our mind for us. But Merrick passionately believes we need this, and I do too. It's happened to other agencies.
But I also passionately believe that if they lose a card, it's a $25 fee.
Oh, yeah. Or break it, bend, fold, or staple.
So,
I'm concerned that if we get too far into the end of this year, and there isn't enough in your budget to buy everything, that we have not included it in your budget for the lockers. I know that we've asked the department heads to even not increase your budgets, but we kind of have a unique situation with the police station where we're trying to make do with a building we know is insufficient.
Don't you guys have like, when you make drug arrests and whatnot, sometimes you confiscate money or vehicles or I don't know what all. What do you do with that money?
it depends. Right now, we don't have a lot, but what we have, we're reusing to
buy drugs.
Cases, yeah. So I kind of know in my mind what I need to have on hand at all times. If we would have come into something big like Matt and Nate just went to
a kilo of cocaine
they
or
just
something.
went to a
$3,000, whatever it is.
went to a training of hotel interdiction, and they were talking about some of the seizures coming out of hotels and motels right now.
Really?
Huge seizures. How to look for it, how to investigate them, how to write the warrants for them, how to prosecute them, and Matt and Nate just came back and they said some of the seizures are $250,000 coming out of these hotels and drugs.
Well, you certainly don't have $250,000 in your drug account, I wouldn't think.
I mean, that would be huge.
Yeah, that would be.
A $500,000 drug bust.
Yeah.
That would be huge. You could get your own PD paid for by the drug bust.
It's a new SUV for everybody.
Why don't we just put everything on hold and wait for that to happen?
Hopefully that's not going to happen.
So on board with you, Pat.
No. Nashville actually had a really big one. They had like $250,000.
Yeah.
And they were able to buy vehicles with it. And
Then when you run out of things to buy for the PD, then you can start buying us a bus for the seniors. You know what I'm saying?
We've run so many drugs out of this town that those big players don't dare come here anymore.
Actually, that's a good thing. It is a good thing.
So
It is in a way, but you want that one big bust.
That was a pretty big operation they got.
The check fraud, yeah, but that wasn't drugs. They can't keep it,
Yeah. Well, they couldn't use the cards too.
They can't keep their houses, they can't keep the cars, you know what I mean? They can't keep that. All right, so that's where we're at. That's my preference. We're talking about security system, swiping the card for the evidence room, the side locker,
How many
the
lockers
side
did you
door,
need? Yeah.
10,
the door.
and that's not giving females any.
Not giving
That's
what?
sharing lockers. Isn't that sharing lockers?
No, that's for patrols. The detectives have their own
That's all.
closets. They have their
Yeah, we
Not
wouldn't,
the
we wouldn't be able to
dispatch.
we wouldn't be able to outfit a female locker room with the lockers that we would have to get to start off. You know, we would have to start with 10 lockers in a male locker room, and then we would have to wait and also outfit the separate area for a female locker room as well.
Now, we have no female officers.
Same lockers,
We
though,
do have
right?
dispatch,
Right, and to not have the provisions for a female locker room would really be contrary to what our
Yeah.
And I'm
our
all...
mission and goals
No,
are.
no, You're absolutely right.
Do you
Well,
have that capability if we hired one tomorrow?
Yes, right now we do,
You do have
but
a
it's,
space that
but it's no better than what we have for the male officers.
It's the closet.
And it's being used as storage, right, exactly.
Closet,
Yeah.
I've seen it.
Yeah, it is. It's
That's
actually a little hallway going
In
backwards from
between the two
backside of the
rooms, yeah.
classroom and the main.
Oh, that's the space.
Right.
But currently, the
could do it, so
dispatchers have no room in that
Right.
closet.
Just like we are now.
So why aren't you guys going to work rest?
Do they have a place?
I do.
And is that an issue?
No, it hasn't, for them, it hasn't been. They at least brought to my attention for the dispatch.
Yeah, well, you're all guys. Did you ask these ladies if it was an issue?
Any locker requests?
He's all about buying more lockers.
No, I'm about making sure that everybody's included.
Yeah, we're gonna need 15.
They don't have any special uniform requirements, so
Right, as of now,
Well,
they
the
don't.
detectives don't have a uniform
They have a-
requirement,
they have their
but-
office.
Well, they do to an extent,
Also-
more so than the civilian administrative.
Guns and
employees.
vests
corporal
and what
the
have you, right?
sergeants,
Right.
They don't have any
Equipment.
closet space.
Yeah, that's a,
That is a tiny little room. I'm
Right.
sorry, but they should have a locker downstairs for something, because the corporal and the sergeants have this little teeny office that's filled up with the desk that you can barely go in and say hi to, never mind have them sit and do work in.
Was that an office?
Have you laid out that space to see how many lockers would actually fit in there comfortably?
Oh, 30 or so.
yeah, I mean,
We're ready to expand, right?
well, Matt and I went
3 or
down there and
4,000.
figured we could do 10 on each wall.
You could easily get 30, 10, 10, and 10.
And then
Easy.
on the female side. you
Right,
could
and
do
then-
Right, because that room is going to be split.
Right.
split.
I figured that.
So is there
I
room
looked
for
at the
like a
width
weight
on
bench
that.
or whatever? Do you have a room for a weight bench or a
That
treadmaster?
wouldn't be included inside the locker room area, it'd be just outside there.
Where the lockers sit now, maybe? No, there's no room for that. There's no room for that.
Yeah. I gotta put the locker room over that.
Good luck,
So
good luck with
these
that whole
two
thing down
items
there.
that-
You've only got so much room and...
Okay,
Yeah, we're trying to get the most out of it. Space.
and your vests are on board, you've already, you're going to go after the grant
Yeah.
for that,
Yeah.
you're on board for that, right?
In the
And-
spring.
In the spring. What else is going on?
That's it. I think these are the only things I had for the agenda tonight. So,
All right.
I think that's it.
Well, it would seem like the security would be,
I would think more than the lockers, although I would really like
oh,
to see the
I
lock.
agree, the lockers
Some of the
too.
lockers for the patrols. I mean, they need something. I mean, even upstairs where they're sitting and doing their reports and stuff, they have their bags underneath their desk, and it's like,
There's no place.
where do you put your stuff? There's no place.
That's what I want to do is get
Either
it
take it
organized.
home with you or bring it in, take it home, you bring
They
it in.
can do like I do, the back seat of my car. Joe told me it's the most expensive file cabinet he's ever bought. Oh, my God, it's so expensive.
Oh, that's why I got an Explorer.
That's why you need a little iPad and a scanner.
iPad!
I have an iPad.
An iPad and a scanner, and then you don't have to carry all the papers around.
Well, okay.
I like my pen and ink.
No, you'll love the iPad. I'm
Yeah,
telling
it's
you,
really
you'll love the
cool.
iPad.
Much
We
as I
put
love
in
my
for an
computer.
iPad.
Luddites?
Beg them for an iPad,
Luddites?
for a computer this year. I begged them.
Doesn't like
I
technology.
almost got on my knees, but I begged them.
Well, I have to tell
Sounds
you
like
something
something I heard in
too.
Time
Joe
Machine
asked
last
for
night.
an iPad for Christmas, and my son drew his name, so they bought him an iPad, and brought it last weekend when they came to the house. And so Joe, typically, older people, not with a
What you talking about, Willis?
when they have computers or something, it's like you like to study it, and you say, well, if I push that button, I wonder what it'll do. Well, anyway, so he's sitting there, and he's just analyzing the whole screen and this and that, and our 5-year-old grandson comes over, and he goes, Papa, there's a game on there, you'll really like it. And he goes, well, I'm figuring it out. He reaches over, and he takes his hand, and he goes, there, Papa, push that one.
Wow.
I don't have to wait.
Finally, Laurel, Sam's mother said, Sam, you're hogging the computer. Let your grandfather have a chance.
But did you hear what Sandy said? I have an iPad. Did you hear it? I heard it.
Yeah.
She doesn't have an iPad. Joe has an iPad.
Well, he got it.
Yeah, sure he does.
I can use it anytime I want.
I just was not getting any use out of it.
Really?
So he has my smartphone.
Yeah.
I'll need a tablet soon, within the next year or so,
Yeah.
from the police department, for sure.
Why, you don't do it.
I know.
As soon as I get one that can make
You know
phone
what?
calls
I'll
and do
sponsor
everything,
that.
then-
I'll sponsor that when our website is up and working and boom.
Website's up and working.
That'll be a 2013 budget.
Our website's up and working, and boom.
2014, I'm thinking.
Yeah.
I got a pool going on that one.
How much is the go? Just buy it.
It's probably up to 32 gig by then,
Here.
So, Merritt, where is the fourth one? I can't figure out where the fourth, is there 2 in the evidence room?
No evidence?
In or out of Sally.
The door to get into the garage, the door to get into the police station from the garage.
Okay.
The door to go to the
Okay,
basement, the door to the
okay.
evidence room.
All right, so nothing with the front door?
No.
You just keep your regular little bzzz,
The special card.
right?
Well, that could
And
be...
you go into from the lobby, you just,
That's a buzz-through door anyway.
Right.
And you program the security levels, permissions. And did the selectmen get any of the cards so we don't have to go to the front
No.
door and get in?
No. I don't want a card, thank you.
No, we'd let you use the VIP entrance.
There you go. The front door?
Front door.
I was gonna say, what, through the side?
Because you know who's most important to us?
Yeah, hands behind your back.
The people in Tilton that use the front door. Have a good night.
Now, wait a minute.
Thank you very much.
Is that
I was just
Know
gonna
that security
say-
system we were just talking about?
the only thing about
Put that in the recycling bin.
bulkhead door is, remember when Ron took us through? He said that doesn't meet any of the ADA.
Oh, you bet it doesn't.
I mean, can you put like a caution sign or something?
Our entire downstairs is not
Something
ADA.
so
There's
that-
no way for
Weren't we
somebody
talking about
ADA
being
to
all
get
progressive and everything? Why can't we put a zip
Yeah,
line?
you
Gun
push 'em down
Spot's
the
doing it,
stairs,
Fun
right?
Spot's doing it.
You're there.
We could put a zip line from the top of the stairs right into the locker room. It'll actually be pretty efficient.
One of those little-
Can you see me on a zip line?
You sit on it, push you over.
Remind me to tell you about the story on the water
Thank you very much.
slide.
I want to hear that one.
Thank you. No, you don't. Derek, no, you don't.
Yep. Oh, that was quite a story.
I know, I heard the whole
The
thing.
slide.
What story?
The water slide. I'll tell you after camera.
All right.
I want the world to know this.
Okay, all right. Are we ready to go into non-public?
Yep.
Have a form?
Yes, I do.
Are we going to do the,
Paper
Oh,
thing?
I have one thing before we go into non-public.
Yes.
What is that?
That's the paper.
that's the,
the
supply.
Basic
We haven't had
paper.
reports from the selectmen, but however,
No.
can I just bring up
You can,
one
whatever
really
you
quick
want.
thing?
Sure.
We have a schedule for the highway department to
Yeah.
come in on
Next Tuesday.
November 8th at
Yep.
7:30.
Yep.
Then the next week, the chief comes in
At 7:30 in the morning, yeah.
at 7:30. The next week, can't we do both of them on the 8th?
We're supposed to be at Jim Clemens's office at 1:30.
And I've
How
got
long
a
does it
1
take
o'clock
to do
meeting, I
highway?
can't do
I don't know,
Clements.
but we've been having these 7:30 meetings, and I've been walking out of here at around 12.
Yeah, 30, quarter
So
1.
we go to lunch and then go up to Jim Clemens.
But Jim Clemens is the 8th, too?
Yes, at 1:30.
Well, you guys make your best deal. I've got a 1 o'clock in Belmont.
Planning board meeting.
And then
Is
select.
that the one they want the health officer at?
What's that now?
That's the wetlands
The
permit.
wetlands is,
I just got a note they wanted the health officer
Wetland
at a
buffer zone.
selectmen's
there is
meeting.
something,
And I don't
Well,
remember
you'll
what
be
I did
there.
with the note.
How can you start
But you'll
working
be
at
there anyway.
7:30
Yeah,
in
but
the
it could've been
morning, then have a
several.
1:30 and then go to the planning board meeting that night? That's not,
It's called nap from 3 to 5.
no, I mean, that's too much, don't you think?
no, well, usually I do. I run home and I get on my chair, and put my head.
Hey, we can give it a try. I'm game.
Are you game for that, chief? Coming
On
in,
the 8th?
coming in on the 8th instead of the 15th?
Do we have a copy of his, oh, yeah.
We do have a copy
We have
of
a
his,
copy.
budget.
It's
We
in
just
there.
have to have the next place.
You don't
And,
have the explanation.
Be in right at 7:30, because.
no, 8:30, 9 o'clock?
Yeah.
Listen,
You think we're going to do Dennis's?
in an hour, yes. Listen, depends on how much coffee and donuts we had give them too. December 14th, I'm putting you on notice that you are to appear in the Budget Committee meeting.
Yep.
Yes.
Everybody, all department heads, December 14th,
December 14th?
7 PM. Okay?
We have to make sure
They
Cindy
expect to do
knows and Heather
everybody
knows.
in one night.
Cindy and, well, I
Luck
already,
with that.
Joyce is going to do
Selectmen's
it.
budget.
Yes.
That includes all the
Joyce is going to
departments.
send out a notice to everybody.
Okay, good.
She's already on top of that. Okay, so,
You having burgers and beer?
so possibly, I'm going to put question mark, police budget. And that would only leave us the insurance thing that we're holding on, and then we could final approve the budget, possibly.
Eliminate the 22nd meeting, maybe?
Right, exactly. We could final approve the budget on the 15th one.
That would be good, because Tim and I still, today's
We could
Thursday.
have Thanksgiving weekend off, week
Haven't had
off.
a chance to sit down yet to do what we need to do, so if we could do that on the 15th.
Right.
because
Wait a minute. To the budget?
We want to final approve the budget on
Yeah.
the 15th.
Yeah,
So
we
you're
can-
going to have to get it to us before the 15th.
Right, you're going to
We're
have
going
to
to
sit
have it
down
on
with...
the 8th.
How, Catherine?
What are we waiting for?
We have to do all the calculations on the health insurance.
Health insurance, can you get together on the 11th or 14th?
Oh, yeah, it would definitely have to be
Oh, the
next week. It's
14th.
just not going to be tomorrow or Saturday or Sunday.
Right.
You're
those aren't
meeting Monday at
figures-
7:30.
Those aren't figures we're going to be able to vote on anyway.
Right,
They're going to be what they are.
right, but we still want to work on Grange and the island, and
Right.
we still have quite a bit to do.
Right, so that we want to have, okay. I
Okay.
did give them a little bit of warning that we may not get it to them until the 29th,
Right.
week of the 29th, but
That's doable.
I would really prefer to get it to them that week of Thanksgiving, and that way they have,
Yep. No, we
Okay,
can do it.
quick question. If we're going to move PD up to the 8th, so on the 15th, though, do we have anything on the 15th?
yes, we're going to do a final approve.
Final approve at 7:30 in the morning?
You folks are the morning people. I'm accommodating you. I'm not a morning person.
After we get done on the 8th, we're going to have, pretty well have that budget backwards and forwards. I mean, Wednesday night, I'm getting his budget stuff, and everybody was here Wednesday night.
So we can final approve on the 10th.
Yeah, at our...
No, because...
No, we
No.
need a selectmen's meeting to
Yeah.
sit down, and they need to have their figures to us, and they won't have them to us till the 15th.
All right, so the 15th, we can do it at 8,
Okay.
And let's just
8:30,
move right
whatever.
along.
Okay, so...
We'll figure it out on the
Too
8th.
late for that, dearie.
Okay, all right.
Joe,
Yes.
you're up.
Oh, outstanding. First off, the tipping fee has been set by the Solid Waste Cooperative at $66.80 for next year, which is no increase.
Good.
That does require a subsidy of slightly more than $900,000, because the actual fee is $78 per ton. I have the budget summaries here for anybody who would like to see them. There is the summary of the budget for the cooperative, and as well as, and I don't have a ka-chunker here, but that is the more detailed version of that.
Grab those in the office for us.
Yeah, and I'm sure Dennis would want copies.
The access road bids have come back. We have a low bid of $638,000. That's not just the access road, that's the site work. And the facility itself, the low bid was $4,750,000, which is, one of them was almost $5,300,000, so, yeah. We still have to get the equipment, but we have several bids out there, and we're well on track to be open December 1st of next year. Personally, I think that's a little optimistic, but by the first of the year or January of, we should be accepting trash. Now, that does something to our bid for trash, because my understanding is it goes from March to March, or at least it does this particular time. I don't know whether we want to, and Dennis has got bids for the hauling. Yep. And I don't know how, what kind of a thing we're going to do with these bids. I'm suggesting that we put out our goal to all of the various haulers that are licensed in town and give us your best price and make them figure out what's the most cost-effective way to get our stuff to the incinerator in Petticoat. And let them come out, they're the experts, let them come up with that's my suggestion anyway. We don't need to do anything. I really need to run this by Dennis, certainly, and see what he thinks, because he's the expert with that. Then we go right into the paper. Here's if you want to take a look at that, Catherine, you like that stuff. I contacted Cisco Food Systems, the Johnson people over in Belmont, and the place that was doing the place we get it now, the name of which escapes me, Hilliard. That's correct. I took the prices from the salesmen and from the invoices and from their product catalog. I gave each one of you a piece of paper. I'm sorry, Joyce, I didn't print out an extra one, but it's right here.
Quick copy it.
There you go, if you'd like to copy. You'll note that the red figures are the low price for the item, and it's not necessarily apples to apples, it's more like lemons to limes. They're all citrus.
Who do we go with now?
We go with the Hilliard, the first column.
Janitorial.
That's who we're going with now. We go and pick it up in Manchester.
Right.
The other two are both delivered at no charge to our location.
Right.
Johnson is a paper products company.
Yep.
And chemicals and what have you. Cisco handles a full line of that, plus they handle food items.
Is Johnson the one in Belmont?
It is. There are, I talked to Central Paper as well, but they did not submit. We're little guys, I guess, for them. And they're located just off of Brown Avenue behind the Holiday Inn Airport Diner down there.
Did you show this to Dennis?
No. Not yet. I wanted to present it to you first.
So
He doesn't care.
it looks like to me that Cisco has, you know,
cheaper.
70, by and large,
80% of their products are cheaper than any of the other two.
The other two, and there are other companies out there. U.S. Foods would bid. There's United Grocers, perhaps. And I'm thinking more along the lines of being able to get all the stuff we need. Now, all of these companies have full line of goods. They'll supply, like the pink soap. Hilliard has one, and Johnson has another, and Cisco has a third altogether. It's a hand soap. None of the dispensers work with the other guy's product.
Yeah.
But
Right, exactly.
they'll give you the dispensers
Right,
for
they
using
do.
their product.
Right.
So we
At
don't
no
have to buy
charge.
them?
No, but we have to install them.
Does that include the toilet paper things and the paper towels?
Absolutely.
Now,
So we can,
however, there is an issue, though, with our cleaning. Doesn't he supply his own products that he cleans
His own
with?
cleaning products, yes. We supply the paper products.
I don't know if any of this stuff has anything to do with that guy.
Okay.
This is
You
the
say
stuff-
germicidal foam cleaner.
Well, this is a
This
list
is what
of
was
what
the
Dennis was buying.
yeah.
Okay,
This
gotcha.
was pre.
Okay, gotcha.
We can add or subtract. What is a
Okay.
tech vac a bag for a tech vac? Tech vac apparently is a vacuum cleaner
they
with
use it,
3
yeah. Right.
compartments or whatever. I've never seen one.
Right.
But they all have vacuum bags. We'd have to do a little bit of work, but we could save over the course of, I didn't do a comparative, if you bought one of each of these, what would you save bottom line? Right? I can actually plug that in because I saved it, and the math is easy and I can ship it to you, but...
Can we put out RFPs? Would that be, or should we just go with just
This is
pick
kind
one?
of an RFP. It's three.
But, okay, I know you put 3, but you said there's others out there. Are you? Like, that's
And there's people out of Maine and Massachusetts and yeah,
Okay,
We
there's
just
a
don't buy
dozen.
that much. We really don't buy that much.
And there you
So
go.
we should just go with something like this, okay?
I believe
I'm
so.
just asking, I don't
Central
know.
Paper in Manchester didn't call me back. We're a little guy, and I don't know, I got lost in the shuffle. They're not like that, but ordinarily, but
They are.
no, I haven't had any problem with them. I've used them extensively in other,
It looks to me like Cisco would be our best bet. They have
at least
Well, and the other
between
thing is,
these
like
three.
Joe pointed out,
And you
is
can
they
get the
have
food.
food products. So if we have the Grange,
Uh-huh.
and the Grange wants food products for the kitchen.
And bulk spices and film wraps and anything you could think of, these companies have.
They're a restaurant supply
They
company,
are.
aren't they?
I can also get in touch with U.S. Foods, which would be right in the same neighborhood as Cisco, North Center out of Augusta, same way. Whatever you want to do. I do think that the one thing that this shows.
Oh, the tape went off.
Oh, did it click? This is our last tape, guys.
The one thing that this little report here shows is that we can get the stuff cheaper.
Cheaper.
You know what I mean? And we can get it delivered. That was an issue for me. Dennis explained it to me as he only got the stuff when he had to go and get equipment in Manchester anyway. But we're still paying more.
But judging from these prices, we can make a motion to use Cisco as a sole source of...
What is the ease of ordering?
I can call the guy from my cell phone right this very instant.
And get it.
It'll be in the neighborhood 3 days a week. We can have it delivered at the Grange, we could have it delivered at the town garage, we could have it delivered right here at the town hall, wherever we want it.
That's very accommodating.
Ordinarily, they have a 15-piece minimum, but I can get them to circumvent that because I've known the salesman for 20 years. He would love to, get his foot in the door, and they're very accommodating.
As long as they don't get the foot in the door and then go up on us.
Well, no, this is a big company, and he wants the business, and he wants to expand it. He knew good and well that we were building the senior center, and it would have a kitchen and ultimately serve meals, and that it wouldn't be a giant account, but, you do town business, and you get your name out there, and they're all about that. I have did I give you all the information? No.
So, what do we have to make a motion? We're just going to try them? start ordering?
I have the credit application. I picked up one of those at the same time to do it's a paperwork thing.
Chief, currently, are your products ordered independently, or do we order them for you?
Part of the dentist's, or I should say the Hilliard.
Dentist, yeah, through
purchase.
And how does that work? Do you send your order to Town Hall, send it to Dennis? Who orders it?
Dennis, and then we pick it up. The last,
Dennis do the ordering?
yeah, the last time we picked it up.
Dennis can place these orders as easily as I can and have it delivered wherever you want, or we could have it, like I say, you could get the order from Dennis and add in the Cisco or the food for the Grange Senior Center when the time came.
Well, Dennis has the storage for, have you seen where he stores it up top?
Oh, no, I
Yeah.
have no doubt.
He's got
he's got
storage
the
for it.
storage.
We just tell him what we need, because we just have a little teeny tiny closet.
I don't think Dennis cares about who he
doesn't.
orders this stuff from. He has no vested interest in this.
No, he doesn't.
He set this up because I guess it's close to where he goes to get his other equipment stuff
Right.
for his trucks and what have you. So if he didn't have to do that, that's just one less thing.
Right.
Yeah, you want to make a motion for the sole source?
Yeah.
Or do you just want
Then
to try
I
them?
would make a motion to go forward and submit the application to Cisco with an eyeball towards ordering our paper and potentially food products through that source.
Oh, second that motion.
All those in favor?
Yes?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
I would.
Wait a minute.
Do we have any more business to come before us in a
Yeah.
public session?
Joe?
You have more, Joe?
Yeah, you betcha. I have, oh yeah, you bet. It's been weeks since I've had a chance to talk at you. Come on, Joe. I know that this is a pain. I just had my lip.
We still have
That's where we're
a
going-
legal.
we're going.
Okay, all right, well, I've just,
We'll give
go
you
ahead.
that time
Joe,
next time.
All right, go ahead.
On the 8th, if we can squeeze you in on that, can we do that?
Oh, yeah, you bet.
Seriously, can,
I cackled, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. I think that we should, I went by the food pantry and looked at the food that was collected, and although at that point the food from the schools hadn't been picked up, it was the outpouring of generosity from the people in town and the people from the stores was outstanding. And I was wondering if we had sent anything to the various collection points, the Market Basket, Shaw's, Diner, Billy.
There was did you see the letter in the newspaper?
I wrote a
No.
thank you letter.
No, I didn't see it. I haven't seen it yet.
It was in the news.
I was thinking that maybe if we sent something to these people.
Directly to the vendor.
That's right, to tell them how much we appreciated their help, that they might be just that much more willing to be a participant next year. The Asplin trucks. Chief Cormier, we talked some time ago about the Asplin trucks that they parked up at 61 Business Park Drive, and you were going to find out why they were doing that. They were just there. Now, this past weekend, I would certainly understand them being there, but this seemed to have no rhyme, no reason, and I was wondering what you had found out.
Yeah, I know.
But you know their names.
Yeah, they are subbing for PSNH. And,
PSNH is sending them
The
over.
chances Clem
only if
will
they have no
maybe-
room in their law.
Now that we know.
I see.
So it's only like overflow.
It's overflow.
Stop
And
in
really, it's
sometime.
only
Just jot them down, and then,
emergencies.
Okay.
I'll just basically use your article in the paper.
My biggest issue is snow dump. We've got no place to dump our snow. And that manifested itself in a mess downtown, certainly, because they have no place to put it. Official, anyway. And not that I know when the next storm is coming, but the next storm is coming. And we need to actually decide what we're going to do with the snow.
I thought temporarily we were going to put it on the parking lot of Business Park Drive.
Well, we discussed it, but we've actually never done, to the best of my knowledge, anything positive to say, okay, that's our snow dump. We have to do something.
We need to have Dennis take a look at it and see if there's enough area there.
No, there's plenty of area, but that drains down into a wetland.
We also have, that drain should not be going to a wetland.
Well, didn't you notice the reeds and whatnot in the swale? That, and standing water?
That doesn't make it a wetland.
No.
If
Cat of nine tails?
If it's a drainage ditch, I just read that. I just got a bunch of literature from the DES. If it was made to be a drainage swale, just because it has cat of nine tails, and it doesn't make it a wetland.
And standing water doesn't make it a wetland?
No.
Okie dokie.
No, because
I'm here to tell you that it looks like a real poor idea, but there might be something we can do to mitigate that.
I'm not saying that we use it forever, just gives them someplace to put it right now until we can come up with a permanent, situation.
We'd have to develop.
Because we've got to have someplace to take the snow.
We do. We do.
And at least by having it on the asphalt, all the debris and stuff from the snow will stay on the asphalt. And
Everything but that drain into the swale thing sounds like a great idea, and that might even be the best idea.
well, the other thing is maybe what we can do is wherever he's going to dump it, if you run get a dump load or something, sand, and give yourself a sand perimeter so that the water's running through the sand before it leaves the ground.
He needs to take hay bales and make it so that our runoff doesn't,
That's why they're needed.
because that's a slope.
That'd be like a filter.
And we, put the bales around the bottom definitely and up the sides so that it doesn't create a river of runoff.
Do the best we can in the short term, right?
Come up with a more permanent solution. Yeah.
So do we need a motion for that, or just a...
I'd like to have Dennis look at it first.
Yeah.
I'd like to have his input on it. Would you talk to him, Joyce, about taking a look over there?
And does he have any better ideas?
Have him look at the wetlands that Joe's talking about.
Yeah, down at the Home Depot end of the building where the drain goes to.
Did we ever consider talking to Turchin about renting a piece of his land over there?
It was on the list of properties that Joyce was going to contact.
Okay. Because that's a real
Turchin property
sandy soil.
Across from the high school, basically?
Main,
the tire dump.
Area. But that's very sandy over there. That would be an ideal place to...
Yeah, it might be.
And it's far enough away from the river, you're not talking about it, But I don't know, maybe they don't even want to consider it.
That would be ideal.
It's going to leave a lot of debris behind it. As hard as they try to clean it up.
Well, we own large pieces of construction equipment that can scrape that stuff up. Where's our wellhead area?
Oh, that might put that back.
Because if that's in a wellhead, that wouldn't be a good place to dump the snow, probably.
Well, considering all the debris and the junk...
That's true. There's nothing, that's okay, Joyce. There's nothing that we could put there that could be any worse than the stuff that's there.
That was a super fun side.
Yeah.
So they're going, wow.
Even if it is in a wellhead.
Long way.
There was a pile of tires there this time last year as big as this building.
There were 55-gallon drums of unknown substance.
Of whatever, right? And I took a bus ride on the WTA. It's clean and nice, and it ran on time, and it only cost me $3. Took a long time, but it's out there, and we just voted $5,000 for this, and you might take a ride and see what you're getting for your money. The last thing I've got is on Main Street here in the town of Tilton, attached to the telephone poles, there are banners. They're made out of what look to be canvas, and it says "Historic Downtown Tilton."
Main Street.
Tilton with butterflies and whatever. but some of them are extremely tattered, worn, torn, ripped, and an eyesore.
They certainly are.
We should either remove them or replace them, and I'm not sure how to go about it.
It's about time for them to come down for the Christmas ones, Happy Holidays ones.
Did they do that?
Main Street.
Main
Well,
Street's
Main
been doing.
Street.
Yes, well, maybe the Parks Commission, Main Street is not defunct, but they have other priorities.
The Park Commission's budget has mushroomed because of what they're taking over from Main Street. The Christmas parade, all of that. It's like right now, they have asked Billy Lawrence to talk to Main Street to see if they're going to pay for the fireworks. Because that wasn't in their budget. They didn't budget for that.
Right. Well, maybe
Big expense.
this year we'll have to skip it if we're going.
How much are the fireworks? How much are the fireworks?
2,000.
The guy from Sanborn?
Mansfield, I think. Right.
Debutante.
And that was the last, the perambulation, but I talked with Catherine and soon. And that's all. Thank you.
We're planning on perambulating.
I'm trying to make it quick.
Nice job.
No.
But just get the letters out and get the dates scheduled and the...
What?
When did you want to perambulate?
I don't know. I'll get together with you like Monday. Is that okay?
Any more business to come before us in the public session?
Don't accept any. So make it
All of
I make a motion to enter into non-public session as per RSA 91A:3, legal and personnel.
Second.
Roll call vote?
Yes.
Yes.
I make a motion, we seal the minutes as they pertain to personnel permanently.
Second.
Roll call vote?
Yes.
Yes.
I make,
After you, ladies first.
I make a motion, we adjourn.
Second.
No.
Oh, no.
I make a motion that we seal the minutes of the non-public for legal matters until the matters are
okay.
resolved.
Okay, second.
Take back my second to Sandy's motion.
All those in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Now I make a motion, we adjourn.
Second.
Is there any discussion?
None at all.
I have some discussion.
I don't think so.
Yes.
Yes.
All right, I want to go get this on Cindy.